Good morning to you. Good morning. I'm leaving the jazz on. I'm not awake yet. So I'm leaving the jazz on. I've lit a candle for the non-sensory that we're about to experience. Um, Feeling very I feel good today. How do you guys feel? There's only a few of us. I want to put this candle on. It's other like fake. I think it's cute. I love my fucking fake shit.
Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, is at the center of the Republican-led House
No,
impeachment
he's not.
inquiry into the 46th.
No, he's
tell
not.
us
Good
more
morning,
about who
GP.
Hunter Biden is and how
Are you
he
going to
became
bed?
the focus of this investigation.
Wait, let me get
NewsHour White House correspondent Laura Lopez joins me now. Laura, thank you so much for being here. First of all, who is Hunter Biden besides being
Who
President
is
Biden's
Hunter
son?
Biden?
And what is their
Hi,
relationship
Badger.
like?
Hunter
I don't
Biden
know.
is
I'm
the
actually up
father
this
of
early all the
5.
time.
He
I'm not
went
usually
to
like made
Yale
up
and received
at this
a law
morning,
degree. He's
at this moment,
53
but
years
yeah.
old, and he's also very much acknowledged
Slap some makeup
that
on.
he has struggled from decades-long addiction to alcohol and crack cocaine. He
That's a
was
fucking
engaged in
horrible
foreign
addiction
business
to have.
dealings when President Biden was vice president. And another detail about Hunter Biden that's kind of central to his story is that when he was about 3 or 4 years old, his mother was killed in a car accident along with his infant sister. And he was in that car accident with his brother, Beau Biden, but the two of them survived.
Hi, butterflies.
President Biden has long said that he supports his son, that he loves his son. He's tried to always be there for him as he has struggled with substance abuse, and to be understanding and to really give his son the
Coffee is
support
so
that
good.
he needs.
When we talk about this impeachment inquiry happening, what and whose business dealings are under scrutiny in this effort?
Hunter Biden's
Hi,
business
Marie.
dealings are
Yeah.
under
Oh, for
scrutiny.
fuck's sake.
And his business dealings
I'll
when
finish
he
it
was on
for
the
you.
board of Burisma,
Oh,
which
for
is a
fuck's
Ukrainian
sake.
energy company. What House Republicans are alleging, despite the fact that they have no evidence, is that when Hunter Biden was on that board,
Hi, Melissa.
that Joe
How are
Biden
you?
was
Good to see
talking
you.
to Hunter Biden's business
Good to see
associates, that
everybody.
Joe Biden, as vice president, was basically
I lit a
using his
candle for
influence
us,
and
Melissa.
using his perch as vice president to benefit his son's
'Cause this is all
business
bullshit.
dealings while he was on the board of Burisma. But there is no evidence, House Republicans have no evidence that actually prove that
Yeah.
fact.
So if there is no evidence, how did House Republicans launch this inquiry, and what do they expect to find with further
I
investigation?
love PBS.
An impeachment at its core is a political act. And the House has basically the ability to impeach a sitting president based on their subjective decisions. But House Republicans brought this impeachment because of the fact that they are being pressured by the right wing in their party. They are being pressured by former President Donald Trump, who has long called for House Republicans to impeach.
Which is, this guy's going to go to prison for the rest of his life.
regardless
Why would they
of the
care
evidence.
what he
And
thinks? I
even
mean, I understand the
before House
base, but I'm getting
Republicans
tired
took
of that
majority
excuse. Good morning, Jim. They put the
in
debate on this
January of
one. Oh,
2023, after the
Pullman and
2022
debate in a
midterms,
bar, not
there
a
were a
good
number
choice.
of House Republicans that were
I like
saying
that.
that they were going to, or hoping that they would have, an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden, even though there has
Sorry,
been
it's
no
a little
evidence.
jumpy.
So
The
if
video's
there's been
jumpy.
no evidence to
I
support
like
these
that.
claims, what has House Speaker McCarthy said about launching this investigation?
Speaker Kevin McCarthy
By the
has
Nazis,
said
yeah.
that this impeachment inquiry was necessary because House Republicans want to access potentially bank records that they haven't been able to access before, use more of their subpoena power to determine whether or not President Biden, as vice president, received any bribes or committed any wrongdoing.
The American people deserve to
Were there
know
any good bar fights, Jim?
that the public
Hey,
offices
Jim.
are not for sale,
Any good bar fights?
and that the federal government
Probably
is
not.
not
I think it's
being
pretty
used
Trumpy in your
to cover
watering
up
hole, right?
the actions of
More
the politically
Trumpers than not.
associated family.
One of the accusations that Republicans have leveled is that Joe Biden was on phone calls when Hunter Biden was around his business partners. Now, did Joe Biden meet some of Hunter Biden's business associates?
Probably.
Yes, he did. But those same business associates,
Jesus.
one named Devin Archer, has said that Joe Biden was never involved in any of their business dealings and that Joe Biden never took a bribe. So the very witnesses that House Republicans have brought to testify
Trust
before them
me,
behind
I'm
closed
a
doors
lawyer.
have refuted those allegations. And then
Trust
one of
me,
the other
I'm
big
a lawyer.
allegations that Republicans have made against the president has to do with a former Ukrainian prosecutor, Viktor Shokin. And what they allege is that when
Please,
Joe
I go
Biden was
into
vice
their
president,
TV. Yeah.
that he called for and got this former prosecutor fired, alleging corruption. And did Joe Biden at
Right,
the time
Badger?
call for Viktor
It's a
Shokin
great-
to
it's
be
a-
fired?
the
Yes,
only
he
way to
did.
watch
So did
them.
a number of Senate Republicans. But what Republicans are alleging is that Joe Biden wanted this Ukrainian prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, fired because Viktor Shokin, they say, was investigating Burisma, the company that Hunter Biden was on the board of. There is no evidence whatsoever that Viktor Shokin was investigating Burisma. A number of Ukrainian officials,
Oh, yeah.
the
How about
European
that?
Union,
How about that
as well
staring you in
as
the face?
U.S. officials at the time, say that Viktor
Such a-
Shokin was
such
not
a shit
investigating
show.
corruption at all, and that is why he
Even
needed to be ousted.
Poroshenko.
So
yeah, exactly.
There's no evidence whatsoever
It's
to
true.
back up this allegation that House Republicans have been making for years, mind you. They didn't just start making this allegation this year.
And how do you think or
Okay,
expect that
please.
this impeachment inquiry is going to affect the 2024 race?
Right now, when I talk
Share
to
the
swing
oh,
voters,
please share the
they
stream
say
on
that
Twitter.
they don't care about
If you
Hunter
could,
Biden.
that'd be
That
great.
that is not
And
something
hit the
that
like
they're
button
paying
if you
attention
can.
to,
Thank you so
and
much.
that they also don't see any of the evidence that House Republicans
And thank
are
you for
alleging,
being here.
any evidence to support what House Republicans are alleging.
You know I love
So-
you guys.
And that's also something that pollsters that I talk to, not just the voters, but Republican pollsters, Democratic pollsters who conduct their own focus groups with voters in battleground states, say that those voters are not basing their vote on this impeachment inquiry that House Republicans are conducting.
That's right.
Laura Barone Lopez, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Months of Republican allegations and investigations into President Joe Biden have led to this. The GOP-controlled House of Representatives has launched an impeachment inquiry into the president. It's just the fifth time in American history an incumbent has faced a formal inquiry. Laura Barone Lopez begins our coverage.
House
Chocolatier and
Republicans
former
have
president.
uncovered serious and credible
Oh
allegations.
my God.
Into
Thank you,
President Biden's
GP.
conduct.
Thank you.
Within hours of returning from recess, Speaker Kevin McCarthy bypasses a floor vote and directs Republicans to turn their months-long investigations into President Biden and his son Hunter's business dealings into a formal impeachment inquiry.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption.
I married a Greek princess, so
warrant
everybody assumes I'm a
further
Republican, but I
investigation
came from a big
by
union
the House
family.
of
Me and my
Representatives.
6 brothers paid our way through
That's why
college working
today
in the union.
I am
Oh,
directing
Jim,
our
that's
House
so
committee
That's
to open
cool.
a formal impeachment
That's cool.
inquiry.
Hi,
into
Easily.
President Joe
Another shit show, yes.
Republicans
Oh,
have logged
girl.
unsubstantiated allegations
Girl.
against President
We're
Biden
ready.
since taking over the House
We're
in
ready.
January, but have
The
so
Republican
far
clowns
turned
are
up no
following their
evidence of
leaders'
wrongdoing.
orders. Yep, butterflies.
Now, 3
He's out
committees,
for blood because
oversight
Biden
led by
beat him
Chairman
fair and
James
square,
Comer,
and it made
Judiciary
him
led
look
by Jim
weak.
Jordan,
The
and
big
Ways and
lie
Means
will
led
go
by
on
Jason
forever. This is a
Smith,
good point.
will continue their dive into money members of Joe Biden's
Although,
family made
Butterflies,
overseas,
good news.
allegations of selling
The
access, and whether
Eastman
the president
hearing
arranged
is
quote,
actually
special
an
treatment
excellent,
for his son in ongoing
um,
criminal investigations.
exposure of all the
Republicans have
election
launched an
lies, and I think it'll be helpful.
impeachment inquiry that is a
To try and
kangaroo court,
Calling Poroshenko a
fishing
chocolatier is
expedition,
way
and
funnier than calling him an
conspiracy
oligarch.
theater rolled into one.
I agree.
Congressional Democrats and the White House dismissed the new investigation as politically
All right,
motivated.
here we go.
White House spokesman
You
Ian
see the-
Sam said,
Easily
House
has told
Republicans
us,
have been
come on,
investigating
Easily
the
has set the
president for
mood.
9 months,
Let's
and
follow
they've turned
along.
up no evidence of wrongdoing. His own Republican members have said so. This is extreme politics at its worst. McCarthy called the designation a, quote, logical next step that will give GOP committees stronger investigative powers
Don't
to
call it a
access
court.
bank
Yeah,
records and other
exactly.
documents. But his announcement also
They
comes as
remind me
Congress
of
faces
Italian,
an
very
end of September
family-oriented.
deadline
I want to
to
go to
prevent a
Greece.
government
That's one place
shutdown.
I've not been to
The
Greece.
rushed and somewhat rattled performance you just saw from the speaker isn't real.
and far-right Republicans
Yeah.
have threatened to shut down Ann McCarthy's gavel if their list of demands, including an impeachment inquiry, go unmet.
I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed
I
you
remember
to
this speech. This
assume
is a good
this
speech.
role.
I mean, it's a good
The
speech to
path
listen to.
forward
It's a
for the
terrible
House of
speech.
Representatives is
Sure
to
says what
either
it
bring
is.
you into immediate total compliance or remove you pursuant to a motion to vacate the chair.
And our White House correspondent Laura Barone Lopez joins me now for more, along with Heather Cagle. She's a managing editor at Punchbowl News, which covers Congress. She joins us from Capitol
I
Hill.
can't
Welcome
stand
to you
Jake
both.
Sherman.
Heather, I want to
Okay,
start
can
with
I
you.
just say that? Jake
share your
Sherman, I
reporting
think, is
with
a
us, if
fucking
you
piece of
can.
shit.
What is behind
Expose
that
the Republican
announcement from
motherfucker
Speaker
traitors in
McCarthy
the
today?
House.
Well,
His news were shown on Yummy.
significant pressure from the right to move forward.
Some of
on this
the
impeachment inquiry.
lingerie that
And I think from
his
what we've been
friends
told
wore
privately
is
today,
amazing.
he had hoped that moving ahead with
Amazing.
this week would give him a little breathing
There
room
is
in the
nothing
government funding
logical about
negotiations.
this.
That these hardline conservatives would be more
Melissa.
likely to support a short-term deal at the end of the month,
True.
which McCarthy thinks is needed to give him
Oh,
a
your
stronger
mom learned
negotiating
Greek?
hand with Senate Democrats
Oh,
in the White
wow.
House. Now, all of that being said, conservatives have since come out and said an impeachment inquiry is not enough, and they have an entire list of demands that they want.
Look, I have the
Everything from
gavel in my
defunding the
hand.
FBI to
Look,
cutting
mommy.
billions of more
Look,
dollars
mommy.
from federal agencies. As we're speaking right now, McCarthy is actually meeting with a group of Republican moderates. Several of these moderates are in districts that President Biden won in the last election, and he's privately trying to convince them of the necessity of this inquiry,
You just
which
shot.
several of them had pushed back against.
Look
during
out!
August
Look
recess.
out!
Laura, you've
Look
been talking
out!
to your White House sources. What are they saying
Hi,
in
Spin.
reaction
How
to
are
this
you?
impeachment inquiry?
Welcome.
The White House is again saying that
Welcome,
there is no
Spinnaker.
evidence that this is, quote, extreme politics. And to Heather's point about the list of demands that these far-right conservatives are issuing in exchange for funding the government, the White House is very eager to latch onto that and
Right.
say that this is extreme Republicans
Gates.
trying to potentially cause a government
That's the
shutdown in
chair.
exchange for an impeachment inquiry, in exchange for these host of all these other demands. And
On
so
one
they
hand,
had
you still
already started
can't bang
highlighting that Amna heading in to this September session, and they're going to be focused on
Yeah,
it
you
again.
guys
Also,
are
the
probably
Biden
more
campaign
awake than I
told
am,
me
so
that
you
they're going
need
to be
to slow
zeroing
down
in
the
on the
humor,
Trump connection and
or else
essentially
I'm
saying
not
that
gonna be able to
this
keep up.
attempt to pursue an impeachment inquiry just further demonstrates that House
No
Republicans
problem. Yeah.
are
Thanks for
are
keeping us on in
trying
the
to help former
background.
President Trump and are trying to follow his bidding.
Heather, we heard Representative Matt Gaetz there threatening basically to force a vote to remove McCarthy. We know the concessions Speaker McCarthy made to secure the gavel with many of those far-right members of his conference.
Okay,
Is
so
his
are
speakership
we
in peril?
have we actually seen the
I would
fucking
say if you
hearing
asked
or
Matt
what?
Gaetz, he would
I
say
don't
yes.
understand this.
He said today that McCarthy
They're
wasn't
starting to
living
eat
up
each
to the
other.
contours of that deal. Now we know
They
several
are.
of the agreements that he made with
Hi,
conservatives back in
Paulina.
January after
How
those
are
15
you?
votes.
Good to
But
see
the
you.
full deal
I know.
was
I
never
like this.
released.
I
And
do
depending
like
on who
early
you
morning
ask, you
streams.
ask
Actually,
McCarthy's office, or if you ask some of these
I'm more of a morning
conservative
person.
hardliners like Gates, they'll say that they agreed to different
You were in
things.
the
But
Iron
because no one
Workers
has seen
Union.
actual
It
paper,
was the highest
we
paying job
don't
at the
know
time. I
what
could
this
work in the
handshake
summer and
agreement
pay
that
my
they made
tuition.
was. Now, Congressman Gates
Wow.
says McCarthy is not
That's
living
cool,
up to this,
Jim.
even after the speaker agreed and moved ahead with this impeachment
Yeah.
inquiry. I think the question now is, would McCarthy have the votes if this were launched to survive a challenge to his speakership? Before this, we would have seen Democrats possibly help him out. Now they're privately saying there's no way we're
this
doing
wasn't
that.
even broadcast
we're trying
today.
to impeach
What
the
the hell?
Democratic president.
This better be. They
Laura,
lied
you
to me.
shared with us what the White House sources are saying, but what about other Democrats? Are they at all concerned that this could hurt the political future of the Biden reelection campaign?
No.
Democrats I've talked to
No.
across the House, Senate, campaign said that they're
No.
not concerned at this
We're not.
point due to the lack of evidence. I spoke to one Republican pollster today who actually was conducting a focus group as they were texting me of Trump to Biden voters. And they said
Okay,
that only
listen,
one
are they-
voter in that group
Okay,
knew about
I'm
the
gonna
impeachment inquiry
actually-
announcement, despite the fact that it had
Hold
happened
on,
hours
guys.
prior in the day, that no one cared about Hunter Biden. They cared about the economy. And pollsters like that have told me
Just
that swing voters generally see this as a personal matter, a personal family problem, and that they don't hold it against President Biden. Now, another important piece of final context, Amna, on the motivation for House Republicans is that Republican members were saying as early as September of 2022 that they were going to launch an impeachment inquiry even before they won the
I
House. And
have
spoke to,
the actual
former House
oversight
Republican
committee
Charlie
also
Dent, a
pulled
moderate
up,
that was ostracized by his party and essentially
so
pushed
I
out.
can go
And he
to
said
the
that,
actual
the motivation
committee
for Republicans
YouTube
here
page.
is to muddy the waters and to try to draw a false
He's
equivalency,
really creepy
all
looking.
as people are delivering under oath testimony in the
I know
alleged
this is
criminal,
not. Nothing
alleged
has changed. Yeah.
criminality against Trump in those trials, and
Yeah.
that Republicans are trying essentially to hurt Biden politically.
Another historic day here in Washington. I have a feeling we're going to be covering this quite a bit in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks for joining me here in the studio, our White House correspondent, Laura.
Okay, I don't know if they're going to go, but I
and
do
from
have
Capitol
the other
Hill,
one
Heather Cagle of
ready,
Punchbowl News.
so we
Thank you
can
to
go
you
to
both.
that. If they let us down, don't let
This
us
week,
down,
President Biden
PBS.
faced the opening of an impeachment inquiry in the House of Representatives, and his son faced an indictment on federal gun charges. We turn now to the analysis of Brooks and Capehart.
Oh, I
New
see.
York
Oh,
Times
I
columnist
can't. No,
David
I
Brooks
can't.
And Jonathan Capehart, associate editor
Not doing
for
it.
the Washington
Not
Post.
doing it.
Good to see you both, as always.
Not doing it.
So there are
not
more
doing it.
indicators that the 2024 presidential race could play out in
Not
congressional committee
doing
rooms than
it.
courthouses, more so than in the
Not
early voting
doing
states.
it.
Jonathan,
It's at 7
the
a.m.
fact that Hunter Biden
All
has
right.
now
Well,
been
we'll listen to
indicted
this, I guess.
by federal
I don't want to
prosecutors
not
on
have
this
you
gun
listen.
charge after
Whoops.
his plea deal
Where's
fell
my-
apart.
What
How
happened?
will that impact
Oh.
the Biden campaign?
There it is.
Well,
Sorry.
It'll impact the Biden campaign only in as much as it's the president's son who is facing accountability, unlike the
am I?
person he's probably
Stop
going,
this.
the president's probably going to run against, who will actually be the person in the courtroom, in several courtrooms in 4 jurisdictions
everyone.
around the
Forgive me.
country, while he's also running for president. Look, the president loves his son. I'm sure this is a painful time for him personally. But as the campaign goes on, and assuming this does go to trial, you listen to a lot of legal analysts, they say this
Other
probably
talking
won't go to
heads.
trial. But if it does, the longer this goes on and the president is asked questions about it, he will have to answer. But I think it's incumbent upon us in the press to keep some
Too many
perspective here.
heads. Oh,
The
Jesus.
charges that this president's son's facing is nowhere
Gallons-
near the
gallons of
charges
Botox.
that the former president of the
Do you know
United
how many
States is
rats
facing.
had to die
Well, that's
for
right.
that
Hunter Biden's
Botox?
alleged misdeeds do
For
not
the
compare
amount of
at all
Botox
in
that he
terms of the
uses.
scale and the quantity of Donald Trump's alleged crimes. Still, though, it's an interesting
Ah.
strategy among Republicans to try to exploit this perceived vulnerability and distract from Donald Trump's legal troubles. Do you think it's an effective one?
No, Donald Trump's
David
legal
Brooks,
troubles
do you
are
think
not
that
something
you
we're
should
gonna
drink
ignore.
6
You know,
bourbons
the
at
gun
the
thing
Newark
to me,
airport? Is
it's
that
a
something,
distraction
David,
to
that
me.
you
I'm
should
not gonna
do?
waste 3 neurons on that one. But
And then tweet about
the
it?
influence peddling should be investigated. I don't think there should be an impeachment inquiry about it. But Hunter Biden was in the business of peddling influence. And it's not clear he actually peddled any influence. It's not clear his dad did anything. But it should be looked into. His dad was somewhat involved in some of the conversations, maybe only in small talk, but he was somewhat involved. And so we should know whether Hunter Biden's
Oh, David,
business
are
was a
you really
sham,
you
pretending to
you're
peddle
doing false
influence that he didn't
equivalence
actually
now?
have, or whether there was some
David's so
substance
good
to it.
at
So that,
false
to me, merits
equivalence.
an inquiry.
He's
It does
really
not merit
good at
an
it.
impeachment. And impeachment should be, holy cow. We should have some
He's a
evidence of
fucking
something
dick.
truly
I want
shocking
the shit to
before we
come
take
out
the
on David
extraordinary
Brooks,
step
so
of
he just
obtaining an
goes
impeachment
away.
inquiry, or else we just
In
risk
shame.
cheapening the whole impeachment process.
And Republicans, Jonathan, have failed to produce any evidence of wrongdoing. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman was asked about this inquiry in the halls of the U.S. Senate, and this was his response.
Oh my God, really? Oh my gosh, it's devastating. Ooh, don't do it. Please don't do it.
So setting aside the senator's sartorial choices, I mean, the fact that he made fun of it, he's dismissing it in a cartoonish way. Is that a
I
mistake?
do
Should
love
Democrats
Fetterman.
take this
I love
seriously?
him. I really
yes,
do.
the Democrats absolutely should take this seriously. And I get where the senator is coming from. To David's point, there's no evidence here yet. And if the Republicans were serious, the Oversight Committee under Chairman Comer would be doing a serious investigation instead of a fishing expedition that they're on so far, finding nothing. And so that's why the senator is like, ooh, this is so scary. But on the other hand, impeachment is a big deal. And the American people, whether they know there's evidence or not, are going to say, "Wait, what? He's being impeached."
It's
this
true,
is
right?
terrible.
Easily,
This is
it's
what
just not
happens
the
to
same, is
terrible
it?
people who do terrible things.
Just not the
And
same.
we don't have any evidence of that
What
at
is
all. But the
this?
key thing here is
Fetterman Porter
the senator is
2024.
reacting that way. The White House is not. The White House is absolutely taking this seriously, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
For Kevin McCarthy to greenlight this inquiry, does he now have to
Kevin
follow
McCarthy
this to its
is a
natural
shell.
end? I mean, does he have any off ramp here?
He's just
Oh,
a
yeah, he
shell
does.
of a
First, I want to
person
support any
now.
senatorial use of sarcasm. We don't have enough of that.
Noted.
Yeah, because his caucus is not all the way there. There are a lot of
Yeah,
people who are
they have to do
Republicans who are
both,
saying,
right?
well, impeachment backfired on Republicans.
We have to
when they did
do
the Clinton. It
everything.
sort of
It's almost
backfired
like,
on
what
the
is that
Democrats when they
Ginger
did it to-
Rogers
to
quote?
Trump. This
I
is
had to
stupid.
do everything Fred
And they
did,
can
but
be pretty hard
backwards
right, they
and
can
in
be not hard
heels.
right, but they just look at the history of impeachment
So,
and realize that people don't like this stuff. So we should not.
by
do
the way,
this. And
Ginger
so he has
Rogers
a
is
lot of
like one of my
people,
role
in
models
his
in
caucus
life.
who
So
would be very happy to let this go.
she
About that, it also
impacted me
raises
at a
the
very
question of
early
how
age.
the House Speaker
He's a
is
mollusk.
handling the pressure from the far right wing of his party, not just on impeachment, but on funding
That's a
the
good
government
one,
and
Barry.
the infighting. I mean, there's some extraordinary reporting from inside a House caucus meeting, Republican caucus meeting this week.
Yeah, some F-bombs were dropped in this Republican caucus
He
meeting.
gives good
But,
anus
yeah, the
mouth
pressure
though,
is
because I have a
getting
picture of him
to
where
the
his
speaker,
lips
which
are
is
really
why
pursed.
he's dropping F-bombs. And
Well,
there might not be
I
enough
don't know how he
votes
does it,
in the
but it looks
caucus
like
to
an
actually
anus. I'm sorry.
approve
That's just the way it is.
impeachment. But
It's
there
just the way
aren't
it
enough
is.
votes in the caucus to pass a budget.
I can't. help
And
it.
that's why we are hurtling to a government shutdown. The speaker, I thought,
Al
from the
Franken,
reporting,
yeah.
he thought that, oh, I'll just say that I'm
Franken, yeah.
authorizing
I
an
like
impeachment
Al
inquiry,
Franken.
and that will be enough to satisfy
I
Matt Gaetz
think,
and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we can get on with the business of a
Well,
CR and then get to the point of passing a budget. That is off the table now. And so we're less than, 10 working days before Congress runs out of runway to come up with a budget by October 1st. The government's going to shut down because of this insanity.
What do you make of the situation in which the House Speaker finds himself?
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
Joe,
like being House Speaker
who's
is like
ready to
having
get
a really
their
bad old
Jonathan
like,
Turley
you're,
on?
You're only your happy days the first day you get it.
I love Turley.
So I think that's
He gets
the
me
experience
so
of being
hot.
Speaker.
He gets me so
and it does,
fucking hot.
this Congress came in, and
Give
especially
me
the
that.
Republicans,
Give me
with
that
two words on their mouth.
sexy
regular
little,
order.
like
We're going to do Congress the way it's supposed to be done.
attitude,
We'll have
his
this-
little
the parties,
sass.
committees
Give
will
me
do their
some
work, and it'll
Jonathan
look the way it's supposed
Turley
to. That's
sass
gone.
first thing in the
It's completely
morning.
shambolic.
Yeah.
And so I still think, as they always do, though, and as happened
Yes.
a couple months ago,
Thank
that they will come up with
you.
some
She
sort of
did.
rough
She's
deal
beautiful.
to prevent a government
She's
shutdown, because people know how
beautiful.
terrible that would be politically for them. But it certainly doesn't look like regular order to me.
At the risk of sounding naive, I mean, what does it mean that this Congress
He can
can't
re-enter
pass bills
politics
through the
now.
regular
I mean,
order,
all
which
the
is to
rules
take,
have been
bill
broken.
by
He can
bill, as
come
opposed
back
to
if
doing
his
it
voters
what they
will
call
take him.
omnibus,
Then
amendment,
that's
which is
they
destroy
will
altogether,
take him.
because
So
that really is, to your point, the only way they can get things
I
done
used to
these days.
love.
Yeah, well, this is the history of my life. Like, since I've been covering this, they do these big omnibus things, and so, I'm going to.
Oh yeah, Jonathan Turley.
Mitt Romney, we have the story. Maybe we'll talk about it later.
He's the
when the impeachment
best.
process came to him, he sat there and
He's
he studied the
sassy.
evidence. He
I like
prayed
his
about it. He
sass.
consulted experts. He did
His
things like a member of Congress would do.
Turley brings the
And that norm, like he was probably the only one who did that. And that norm,
Joe, this
especially
has
on
got to
the
be
budget
oomph.
side, really
Nothing.
has the norms of how we
Like
do
literally
budgets has
nothing.
completely broken down.
You've missed
And
nothing.
so we've been at this for decades now.
As we pine for the days
But I'll
of
tell you
yesteryear,
right now.
in the 10 seconds we have left,
What was I
is there
gonna
a way
say?
back?
Yes, there is a way back, and it's called leadership.
I can't
Leadership, particularly
remember
among
what
Republicans.
I was gonna say.
All right, Jonathan Capehart, David Brooks, great to see you all as always.
Great to see you all
Thanks.
here. Really cool. Thanks. Okay, it's time to sing a little while we wait for the impeachment hearings. I'll check the other link. Hold on. Let me check the other link, and I will check the link. I will check the link, and I'll check the link. They're not doing anything yet. Nope. They're not doing anything. Oh, hearing coverage will begin shortly. Yay. Well, there you go. Ooh, sway so cool and I don't know. Gentle, and when she passes, each boy she passes goes. I love that song too. Ooh. Yeah, this is a 5-head. That is a 5-head. The sound is on, just so you know. I don't have that. Ooh, oh. Melissa, I literally thought about bringing the pot in here so that I didn't have to get up to go get it, but then I realized I was going to need. It is not too early for that, GP. It's coming at you, babe. Hold on. But I was going to bring the pot of coffee in, but I don't have the cream, and I wouldn't put the cream. You know what I mean? Like it was a whole complicated thing. So yeah. Yeah, please click the likey button. Dooba dooba doo, dooba dooba doo, dooba 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 doo. I think it is always the right time for a dooba dooba doo. Dooba dooba doo. I just watched that again last night, GP. Oh my god. I love them so much. Katya and Trixie. Oh my god, I fucking love them so much. Yeah, I don't think any of us have enough weed, coffee, sense, stamina, dysfunction. I don't know. We just don't have anything. I'm so sorry if I really am sorry if the picture's a little jumpy. I don't know how to fix that really. Well, maybe I can. Hold on. Ooh. Ooh, Discord. Discord always scares me. I'm gonna be honest. Whoops. Oh no, that's not what I want. Let's see. Let's do that. And then let's do that. What is sunrise? What the fuck is sunrise? Sorry, I'm just making it a little different. Gates's wife should show her birth certificate. Oh, unfortunately, we know where she spawned from. So don't easily. She has a horrible set of parents. Wait, I gotta put that one up. That's a 5-head baby. That's a 5-head baby. Oh my God. So I will say this while we're waiting for this to start. The John Eastman hearing in California is airing, giving sunlight, if you will, to some of the crazed thoughts and feelings of oh really? Raskin is ranking member? Ooh, that's good, Joe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I love his hair, actually. I love his hair. I think that's the best part about him. I love Vivek's hair. I really do. What was I going to say? Shoot. That doesn't matter. It'll come back to me. I know. You want to do all of these things, don't you, Kitty? You want all the things. I understand. You can do it. Come on, you know how to do that. Hi, Kathy. Oh, Eastman hearing. Thank you so much. Today, John Eastman is taking the stand. And I can't fucking wait. I'm sorry, gal. Oh my God. Am I being shadow banned? By the way, I don't think anyone who says they're being shadow banned is really being shadow banned. Can I just say that? I just don't think that's really true. He's a nut job. What time does it start? 7. 10. 7 for you. 10 for the East Coast peeps. Everything in between and outside of that. We even have GP here for a moment. So lucky. Doo. 10 a.m. Pacific. No, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Eastman. Yes, sorry. Eastman starts at 10. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. I love Raskin. Yeah. Jamie Raskin is the fucking bomb. I'll find the Cal Bar. Let me find the Zoom because you can actually view the Zoom of the Eastman hearing. You just can't restream it. You can't take pictures of it. You can't record it. You can't do any of those things. So that's the only conundrum. Oh wait, I wanna. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this out of there? Yeehaw! How am I gonna do this? Every time, how do you ban a shadow? I don't know. I don't know. Turn off the lights. I'm sorry. Sam looked at me like, what are you saying? Every time someone in the chat says they didn't get a notification of a live stream, that just assumes it's a past left wing conspiracy. It's true. It's true. And I'm going to guarantee that none of us are shadow banned. None of us. None of us. Waiting again. Waiting. What's a good waiting song? I don't really know. Oh, but anyway, so Eastman, it's going to shine a lot of light on the bullshit that Eastman did. And it is so clear that he was a very important, yes, exactly. Every time a helicopter or a pile of bricks. Remember that, kids? Yeah, I do. What was I going to say? Oh, so it's shining a lot of light on the crap that Eastman has put together, and it's really clear what his role was in trying to float ideas that were not legal, not based in any fact, and intended to subvert the peaceful transfer of power. So I think it's going to be an amazing outcome. And I do think I can get a transcript, which I would really like to get, because although it will be massive, I think the data inside of it is going to be really interesting to compare to the court cases, that we are going to be watching coming up. So I'm very interested on that. Tina is in that helicopter. Yeah. Every helicopter. If she's not in it, she's got people in it. She's got people in it. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Well, there are shadow ban tests. Search bans is more common than shadow bans. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Eastman is getting debarred. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, literally, his defense attorney yesterday said to John Yoo, who was one of his, easily. It's not even funny. Exactly. Please. Thank you. His witness, John Yoo, who's a terrible person, wrote apparently a memo justifying torture at Gitmo. I mean, he's a bad dude. He's an idiot. He's stupid. He has been the worst, one of the worst witnesses. I don't know. Garland Favorito was pretty bad, but he was a terrible witness. And John Yoo, at one point yesterday in the redirect, the defense attorney said to him, "Why did you agree to be a witness for John Eastman?" And he wasn't asking on it. He wasn't asking so that he could why did you tell me about why you're here today?
Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today.
Here we fucking go.
Without objection, the chair
strap in, kids.
At any time.
Get ready to
first order
barf.
Of business is to welcome the return.
Bye, Spin. Have a good one. We'll see you.
Member to the committee. We want to welcome Ms. Rashid Tlaib from Michigan to the committee. Congresswoman Tlaib has been a member of the House
Yes, debunked.
Congresswoman Tlaib has been a member of the House since 2019.
I couldn't
and before
believe it
that,
when I
she
saw
served 15
him
years
on
in the
there,
Michigan
gal.
House of
I could
Representatives.
not
Ms. Tlaib
believe
is a
it.
familiar face to this committee as she spent her first 2 terms on the Oversight Committee. Congresswoman Tlaib replaces Congresswoman Ballant of
I
Vermont.
know.
And I want to welcome back Congresswoman Tlaib. I now recognize Ranking Member Raskin to welcome Congresswoman Tlaib.
Well, thank you, Chairman Comer, for that very warm welcome extended to our colleague, Rashida Tlaib, the favorite daughter of Michigan and a veteran of this committee. And we're so thrilled and delighted that she's back to join us. I go back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I ask
Comer,
unanimous
Homer, Boner,
consent for
pinstripes.
Representative Jason Smith of the House Ways
Hey,
and
I got
Means
my
Committee to be
pinstripes on
waived on the
today. I'm
committee
Comer, Homer, Boner.
for today's hearing
Comer,
for the
Homer, Boner.
purposes of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered.
Comer, Homer, Boner.
Mr.
Pinstripes.
Chairman, I ask unanimous
I got my
consent that
pinstripes on.
our colleague, Congressman Glenn Ivey from Maryland, be permitted to join the committee and ask questions of the witnesses today.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Oh, this should be good.
Since assuming our Republican majority in January, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee has uncovered a mountain of evidence revealing how Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business
I look like a
schemes.
poodle.
At least 10 times, Joe Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his
10
family
times?
about their business dealings.
Well, that's
He
it.
lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life.
Oh, no,
Let's
that
be
was
clear.
Trump.
There was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets.
Is this my hair?
These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, we uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address.
There you go, Joe.
To date, the
There's
House
the
Oversight
headline.
Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president.
Really?
And raked in over $20 million between
Not to
2014
play
and
Uno.
2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes.
I don't
Now,
know
what
how he
were the
did it.
Bidens selling
I don't know how
to
he's
make all
done
this
it
money?
and maintained any grace.
Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand. And Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling
about
access to their
threatening
public
national
office
security.
for private gain.
Have you heard?
Under
He
the
might have
leadership
sold
of Speaker
documents.
Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry,
love
our
the
investigation is now
captions. They're
focused
my
on whether
favorite.
President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people
Can't
demand
imagine.
and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under
not
this
a hoax,
majority, will not
sweetie. Have
pursue
you read
such witch
Mueller
hunts
Part
based
2?
on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence.
Everyone, just so
Today,
for the
House
late
Oversight
arrivals,
Committee will
I
examine over
lit a
2
candle
dozen
for
pieces
this
of evidence
nonsense.
revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along
He was
with committees on the
trafficked?
Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to
You mean
follow
he
the
was
money
trafficked?
and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans
Yes,
know their public
butterflies, that
offices
all
are
day
not
long.
for sale. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House
Floods
Ways and
his
Means
own.
Committee, for his opening
That's
statement.
right, Marie.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden
Oh,
was
this
not
guy.
just
Oh my
aware
God.
of his son's business dealings, but he was
Dealings.
connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response
So he
to
said
questions
stupid
raised by
shit?
members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, painting
Where's
a
the
disturbing
lie?
picture
Where is the
of
lie?
a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine.
He's an
Shortly after
embarrassment
Joe
to
Biden
Missouri is
returned
what he is.
stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them
His
at
voice.
the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside
They're trying to be serious
Mexican
people in
billionaire
Washington, D.C.,
Carlos
Jim,
Slim
and this is what
in
they're
November of
involved in.
2015. And then
You're right.
in
That's a good call-out.
2016, using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter
There's a
Biden
clip of him
and
arguing
his
with a
business
reporter
associate
yesterday on
to
my
Mexico
timeline.
City.
Go check it out.
Whether it was lunches,
I
phone
do-
calls,
I
White
do
House
hope-
meetings,
I
or
really
official
do.
foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed
There's a
in
winner.
by
There's a
arranging
winner.
access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The
Yes,
Biden
I
family
did.
and their
No, Joe, I was
associates
just
received
saying. I put that on my
millions in payments
timeline.
from
It's the
foreign
funniest
sources,
thing. It's he
including
was
from
owned.
Russia, China,
I'm surprised he has
Ukraine,
like any
Romania.
balls.
In one email, Hunter Biden
It's
even
terrible.
bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company
Hey,
for,
my
quote,
family's from Missouri.
introductions alone. And yet the
But maybe
DOJ
that
wanted to
might
keep
make
the
sense.
spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday
Yeah, I
was
sure
an
hope they
IRS
impeach this
interview
Hunter
with
dude.
James
He sounds
Biden,
like
the
one
president's
bad
brother,
character.
in September of 2022.
Why
The
are we
agency
letting
was
him
barred
do
in the
anything
interview
in
from
government?
asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden
What year was
had his
that?
tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie
Oh, I have a
Wolf
feeling that
said
money
she
didn't
did
make it
not
to the
want any of the
campaign.
agents to look into the allegation. Behind on the
Do you know
board
that
are
what
notes
is it?
Agent
500,000?
Shapley
How much
took
they
from
give
that
him?
meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney Wolf who, in an email we released yesterday, responded to IRS investigators seeking approval for a search warrant with, quote, there should be nothing about political figure
We
one
probably
in here.
are. We're
That
sisters. I
being a
know
reference
it.
by definition
The family
of Joe
brand.
Biden.
Yeah,
The Biden
exactly.
family sold access
Right.
to Joe Biden's power, and the Biden Justice Department protected the Biden brand. We must continue to follow the facts.
You guys are funny. You guys are the best.
I yield to Jim.
This
I
should be
yield to
the
Representative Jordan.
Lolo's
I think
chat
the dumb for you,
show.
and this is a tale as old as time.
Oh no!
Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified. Fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words,
It's not
his
your-
words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and
What's
help
that
them
evidence
with the
of?
pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine.
No,
Fact
they didn't.
number 4,
No, they
Joe
didn't.
Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent
There's
with
other
what the
facts,
confidential
too.
human source
There's some
told the
facts.
FBI,
There's some facts
and the
that
FBI recorded in
Mr.
the
Jordan is
1023
leaving
form,
out.
the same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with
They taught us how to
Burisma.
read body
Devin and I
language in
do
the
feel
quadrants of the
comfortable
eyes. Woo.
with Blue Star strategies
That's
and
cool,
the
Jim.
ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication release yesterday as well. U.S. officials in
Awesome.
Ukraine
Good job, easily.
and in the United States
Art
need to
from
express
chaos.
support
Art
for
from
Burisma
chaos.
and Nikolai Zalsevsky to the highest level decision makers, President of Ukraine, the President's Chief of Staff, and the Prosecutor General. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The Interior Minister confirmed that Zolochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year. Communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric
Exactly,
Sherwin,
Badger. That's such
who
a
was
good.
Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zolochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step.
I don't know. I have to
The
think
final
about that.
step is the Biden Justice
I
Department
need to take a
tries to
picture
sweep
of
it all
this.
under the rug.
That's a good one.
They
Gal.
slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge.
Tweet a lot of
And we learned
junk.
yesterday in the search warrant examining
Biden
Hunter
and
Biden's
the
electronic communications,
beast.
they weren't allowed
Oh,
to
no.
ask about political figure
That's a good one,
one.
though. That's a really good
Political
one.
figure number one is the big guy, is
Little
Joe Biden.
Jimmy's don't touch the floor.
They would have
It's
gotten
a-
away with
it's
it all.
Not a
They would have
lie.
gotten away with it all, except
Not a
for
lie.
two brave whistleblowers.
Little Jimmy's feet
sat in
don't touch the
those seats
floor in
2 months ago and
that
told their story.
chair.
And their story has
Little
stood up.
Jimmy Jordan's
Two
feet
brave
don't touch the
whistleblowers and a
floor
judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen.
chair.
That's why we're
Little
here today.
Jimmy Jordan don't.
That's why
feet
this
don't touch
inquiry
the
is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the
Don't
world, and those are the
touch
facts.
floor.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin of
I
Maryland.
like
for
that
his
too,
opening.
Jim. Man,
Mr.
there's a lot
Chairman,
of
thank
good
you.
song
Before I
prompts
give my
today.
opening statement,
Love
I
it.
have a parliamentary inquiry.
My candle went out.
Given that the committee has not been authorized by the full House to conduct an impeachment inquiry, am I correct in assuming that we're obligated to follow the rules of the House, including Section 370 of the Rules and Manual, which prescribe engaging in personalities towards the president?
At ease.
Have you done that? Have you done that? Did you do that? Do you know what that section is? I don't know. I just go on TV.
Well, considering this is an investigation of Joe Biden, I assume that his name's going to come up.
Right, but the House has not authorized this as an impeachment inquiry, so we're just operating with the general rules. And I think saying that the president lied is considered engaging in a personality. In fact, Section 370 says accusations that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal are unparliamentary. And we're operating with the general rules of the House because the House has not authorized.
The Speaker of the House has authorized the impeachment inquiry. It has been authorized.
Okay. All right.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The ranking member, who wants to be addressed? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I believe changing of the rules must require a vote from the full House of Representatives. The rules of the committee.
The chair overrules a point of order. While articles of impeachment are not directly before this committee, we are looking into the potential wrongdoing of the president. Given the unique nature and subject matter of today's hearing topic, these words will not be ruled out of order. So,
okay.
Ranking Member Ashton, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman. We obviously have an honest disagreement about that. All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. But they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear. This isn't partisan warfare America's today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American.
Where
now,
is
some people
the giant printer?
think
Where
the
is
members of the GOP
giant
caucus aren't
printer?
interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight.
Accelerationists, I think, right?
Madness.
Isn't that what they
A week
call
ago,
it?
Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown,
The
quote,
giant printer.
is the last chance to defund
Winner,
these
Marie,
political
winner.
prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions
God bless
on
his
91
staff.
different felony
Can I just say
and
that?
misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough.
He does
to
have a
keep him
countdown
from having
clock.
to go
Holy
before a
shit.
jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the wicked witch of the
right.
West, Trump's followers
He's
in the
able
House
to take
now
off his-
carry his messages out
his
to the
head
world.
wrap.
Shut down the government.
That's
Shut down the
great.
prosecutions. But the cult master has another
Oh,
command for his followers,
Melissa,
which
you don't
brings us
even
here
know.
today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social
Very
media
nice
account
touch.
and said we should be
Talk
impeaching
about
President
it, Jim.
Biden.
Talk about those
Kevin
flying
McCarthy said
monkeys.
we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion, directly or indirectly. This impeachment inquiry
what?
was a result
For
of
what?
President Trump's
People that
pressure.
don't vote?
So we moved from a Trump-ordered
That's what his
government
base
shutdown
is. They're
to
people
a
who don't
Trump-ordered
vote.
impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits
Because I'm
completely
telling you right now, the
empty-handed
loudest
with
Trump
no
supporters
evidence
don't
of any
vote.
presidential wrongdoing,
They're
no
too
smoking
lazy.
gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump.
He did his
but that's
work.
exactly what has
He
not
did his
happened here
work.
because they don't have the votes, because
I just wanna
dozens
know
of
who's sitting
Republicans
next to Momo.
recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title
Not
of the
me.
hearing is the basis for an
Not
impeachment
me.
inquiry of President Joseph Biden.
I can't do that.
And yet they
I don't
present
have
us
enough to do
no
that.
basis at all today even after 8 months of investigation.
That was
They've
some
invited
serious
3
pushing up.
witnesses to
Okay, I'm
testify.
just saying.
Not
That was,
one of them is an
that was too
eyewitness
much.
to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness.
There was like the
about
Great
any of
Barrier
the
Reef
events
underneath
related to
those puppies.
Ukraine
I'm going to tell
and
you that
Burisma.
right now.
Not
I'm going
one
to
of
give you a
them
secret.
has participated in the 8
She
months of
pushed those
investigation
babies up with fucking
in which our distinguished chairman
rocks
has
of
publicly
Gibraltar.
boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months,
Take a
we've
drink of
gotten
water.
100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury. That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided. And not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden.
There is
We've
definitely
received
a lot of bra puns.
2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation.
Thank
and still,
you,
we found
Senator,
no evidence of wrongdoing by
Representative
President Biden.
Raskins.
If the Republicans had a smoking
Yeah.
gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden.
Such a weird,
All they can
such a
do
weird
is
person.
return
I'm
to
sorry.
the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani
She needs to go back
and
into
Donald
private
Trump
life
launched
and just
5 years ago.
run
The
her,
Burisma
or
conspiracy
maybe not
theory,
run her
a
restaurant. I
fairy
don't
tale
know.
so preposterous
Live off her
that one of its
fame
main authors, Lev
as a
Parnas,
crazy
has now disowned
right-winger.
and repudiated it.
I don't know.
This is the theory that Vice
Lev
President Biden,
Parnas.
global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th
Hi, Mind
post about
Truth.
President
Welcome.
Biden.
Thank
saying,
God we have
"Look,
Republicans out there to
the guy
protect
got
the
bribed
august
and paid people off,
reputation of
and
the
he wouldn't give
executive
$1
from
billion
even the
to
appearance of
Ukraine unless they
impropriety."
quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort, Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it, rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner. Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early
She dropped out of
2016,
high school and flunked her
Republican
GED.
senators
Wow.
Ron Johnson,
I know
Bob
people
Portman,
did
and Mark
vote for
Burke
her.
wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing
I do
corruption
think-
in his
I
country
really- I
and
hate to-
urging him,
no.
quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later,
That's a good
in
question.
2018, as President Trump saw
Do you guys
Biden
think
as
that
a
there should
strong
be a
rival
test for
in
people
the
that to
2020
run for
election,
office at
he
a certain
worked
level?
with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor.
I think that's interesting. I wonder if I can do a poll.
A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man. Giuliani and Parnas searched high and low to find anyone who would endorse their
Lev
contortions
remembers.
about Biden. Their failing crusade culminated in the infamous phone call that then President Trump made to Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which Trump threatened to withhold hundreds of billions of dollars in economic, strategic, and military security assistance to Ukraine unless Zelensky embraced their ridiculous fabrication and falsely advertised to the world that Ukraine was investigating Joe Biden. This shakedown became the basis
All the same
for the first
names keep
House
popping up,
impeachment
Marie.
of President Trump. Giuliani's big lie has been thoroughly debunked by multiple sources. As Congressman Buck, a former chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado, and a member of the House
I just
Freedom
wouldn't
Caucus
want
said, and
to
I
withhold
quote, "There is
anyone
in
the
fact
right
no
to run
evidence
for
that
office,
Shokin was engaged
but I
in
also feel like
investigation of Burisma or that Joe
We're
Biden's
not
role
in
in
a
his firing
traditional
was in any
setting
way
anymore, so there's a
connected to
lot of
charisma.
manipulation.
He continued, what's missing, despite years
I
of
don't know.
investigation,
Lev.
is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice impeached president who's recently been found
Ukraine needed
in
those
court
weapons, yeah.
to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people to making criminal hush money payoffs to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and
I
trying
love
to
him so
overthrow
much.
our presidential election.
This
That
is why
offense in
I reject
2021
people
was
saying
related crimes
all
have resulted
politicians
in
are corrupt.
hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted.
Stop it.
Led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive
man is doing the
bipartisan
work.
vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I
Okay.
wonder how many of my esteemed
Daniel
Republican
Webster over
colleagues
here.
here who all voted against
Sexy.
impeaching Donald
Sexy.
Trump, if they were in
So
the House
smart.
at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime misdemeanor.
Boy,
that
his
has not
stuff
even
is
been
on the
defined
move.
yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of
Yeah.
Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas,
Right, Joe.
the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. attorney and mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these cases. I would like to ask for a vote on that.
My cats
or
got
debate,
scared.
if
Sorry.
you would please, Mr.
This
Chairman.
is great. This is great. Lev wants to do this. Lev wants to do this.
Table? I didn't hear a motion to table.
Comer doesn't know how to run this committee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan. I move to table the motion. There's
He's
a
the
motion
boss.
to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
He's
Is there a
the
second?
fucking boss.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman. This is on the subpoena of the two key figures, Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas.
Key figures for what?
But in your theory about why President Biden should be impeached, I think
This
they're
is going to
peddling
be an
this
informative
lie.
hearing for you, Mr. Raskins, because we're going to present evidence.
What evidence? There's no evidence witness.
Well, just
There's no fact
just
witness.
sit back and let the American people hear the.
Don't you touch
let the
him.
American people.
All
Don't
right.
you fucking
Now look,
touch him.
You've gone over your time. We're going to have a.
There's a motion
We're
to
going to
table
go
on-
by the rules here.
Okay.
Oh,
And I'm glad you brought the box of bank statements. If we had a box of all the foreign money the Bidens took, it would have reached to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So let's just
A
have
point
this
of
hearing.
parliamentary
Let's
inquiry?
No,
Yeah.
listen.
parliamentary
Everybody's going to
inquiry.
get 5 minutes. I'm going to present the witnesses. Everyone's going to get a chance. 5 minutes. I'll let the ranking member go way over time in his open statement.
He
but we
is
are going to abide
over
by the
his
5
skis
minutes.
There's a motion
so
to table on
badly.
the
There's a
floor.
motion on the floor.
on the floor.
Roll call.
There's a non-debatable motion on the floor.
Yep, you're right, Melissa. I'd be like, get your fucking hand off of me. Key figures for
Will
what?
the clerk,
Hi, Siegfried. Hi.
will the clerk get prepared for the roll call? Mr. Raskins made a motion, and then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table, and was seconded.
Winner, Joe. Winner. If they
So
had
the
a box
vote
of money
will now
received by
be
Biden
on
that
the
reached the
motion
ceiling,
to
it would be in the
table.
room.
Mr. Raskins' motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani,
And Lev Parnas.
and Les Parnas. Will the clerk take the
This is
roll?
so much. Everyone's saying hi.
No,
so
neither Mr.
pretty.
Giuliani nor
Yay.
Mr. Parnas is in jail now.
Nate,
He's not. Actually, he's off home release. Comer is very bad at this. You're right, Oomph.
this is the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
What?
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Mr.
Yep.
Grothman. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Higgins.
Hi, Muskie.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs.
Yep.
Mr. Biggs
Hi,
votes
Pepper.
aye. Ms. Mace. Ms.
What?
Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
Badly.
Mr.
Very
Donalds.
good.
Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Armstrong.
I think so.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry.
I think so.
Mr. Timmons.
Oh, all the best dumbasses.
Mr. Timmons votes
Yeah.
aye. Mr. Burchett. Mr. Burchett votes yes. Miss Green. Miss Green votes aye. Miss McLean.
Oh my God, they
Miss
really
McLean
do
votes
have the
aye.
best.
Miss Bobert.
Only the best people.
Miss
Oh
Bobert
God.
votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Luna. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye.
I hope
Mr.
I have
Langworthy.
another weed thing plugged
Mr.
in. That's
Langworthy
all I
votes
have to
aye.
say.
Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye.
Yes.
Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Miss Norton.
No.
Miss Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly.
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Nay.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes nay. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Ume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter. Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown.
I have extra
Ms.
weed
Brown
just in
votes no.
case.
Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost.
No.
Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee.
Mhm.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
Mhm.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett. No. Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes nay. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman.
He almost
Mr.
said
Chairman
no.
votes yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Gosar is not recorded. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
How has Mr. Fallon been recorded?
Mr. Fallon is not recorded. Mr. Fallon votes yes.
Yeah, right? Can the clerk have a seat, please? Flower's not doing it easily. Yeah, you're gonna raise it
Regular
up a
order,
notch.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna
Chairman
double
requests for
barrel.
Regular order.
We're seeking regular order, Mr. Chairman.
We have members en route to vote.
You have members
How is
en
Mr.
route?
Palmer
Well,
recorded?
tough shit.
Mr. Palmer is not yet recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
I don't know. I have to get a look at him.
Motion to close the vote.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Chairman. How is my vote recorded?
That's my
Has Ms.
vote
Green been
recorded.
recorded?
Ms. Green is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons.
Very- She's
not
just
recorded.
wasting time so
Timmons
more
is voted
assholes
aye.
can get in the room. She is wasting time so that they can get more
Ms.
assholes
Bobert has
in the
voted
room.
aye.
This is such bullshit.
Chairman.
Oh, how in the world does anyone
Yes.
vote for a fucking
Chair represents
Republican.
Am I
If
recording?
you consider voting
Mr. Fallon
Republican,
is voted
you're an
aye.
idiot and you've been fooled by a bunch
Mr.
of
Chairman,
time and money wasters
Parliamentary inquiry.
wasting
Mr. Cleveland,
our
there is a
money
motion to close the vote,
doing
and it
this
was
kind of
properly seconded.
nonsense.
There is,
How
will the clerk
shameful.
call the roll?
Be ashamed of yourselves if you're voting for
Mr.
these
Chairman,
assholes.
on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 19.
The motion passes to table the Raskins motion. Now, I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses who each bring experience and expertise to today's hearing. I'd first like to welcome Professor Jonathan Turley, who is the Shapiro Chair for Public Interest Law at George Washington University Law School. Professor Turley is a nationally recognized legal scholar who has published work in areas ranging from constitutional law to
Jonathan
legal
Turley
theory.
is an idiot.
Next, we have Ms. Eileen O'Connor, who is a former Assistant Attorney General at the United States Department of Justice Tax Division. As former Assistant Attorney General for DOJ Tax
I don't
for
think
6 years,
people are
Ms. O'Connor
stupid,
supervised DOJ
but they're
litigation
being
of
stupid,
civil,
right?
criminal, trial,
Like I don't want to insult them, but I'm saying how?
Next, we have Mr.
Explain
Bruce
it to
Dubinsky,
me.
who is the founder of Dubinsky
Explain to
Consulting,
me
a
how
forensic
this
accountant.
can.
Mr.
How
Dubinsky has
you
accumulated over 40
justify
years
this?
of financial, investigative, and dispute
How do you
consulting
justify
experience. Served as an expert witness over 100 times and has testified in over 80 trials, including trials involving criminal and civil financial fraud. Lastly, we have Professor Michael Gearhart, who serves as the Burton Craig Distinguished
that
Professor
woman?
of at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Professor Gearhart has been a law professor for more than 30 years. He's the author of 7 books and has written more than 100 law
Good one,
review
easily.
articles and dozens of op-eds in the nation's leading news publication. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise the right hand.
All right. Brainwashed, yeah.
Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give
Yes.
is the truth, the whole
Right,
truth,
Pepper.
and nothing
Thank
but
you.
the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all
Yeah.
answered in the affirmative.
That's true.
Thank
This
you all.
is
You
what
may
you
be
said
seated.
first. You
We
do it by
appreciate
watching
you all being
this
here today and look
and not
forward to your
hearing about
testimony.
procedure.
Let me remind the witnesses we have read
You
your
do
written
want to
statements and they
insult
will
them
appear
all.
in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the
I know,
microphone in front of
GP,
you so
you're
that it
right.
is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When
But
the
they
red light
don't.
comes on, your
It's
5
not
minutes
good
is
for. I mean,
expired. We
I'm
would
a
ask that you
stockbroker. I
please
could
wrap
explain
up
to them
your
why
testimony.
their
I now
theories are
recognize
actually
Professor
not
Turley to begin
helpful
his
to the
opening
stock
statement.
market.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. It's an honor to appear before you today and to talk about
But their
what
taxes
is
went up. Melissa, I
undoubtedly
can
the
point
most
to an
weighty
article where
constitutional
the
decision
Trump tax
that you have
change
under Article
raised
1,
taxes on the
other
middle
than the
class.
declaration of war.
I can
and
point
that
to the
is
math.
potential impeachment of a president of the United States. It was roughly 25 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings with other experts in the impeachment of President William Clinton. It was 4 years
I'm
ago.
so
that
sorry. I
appeared
mean, that's
in
kind
the
of what
impeachment
I'm also
proceedings,
turning my
for President
thoughts to
Donald
is how you bring
Trump.
families.
And then it
back
was just
together.
3 years
Anyway,
ago
I'll shut up.
that another impeachment occurred without any hearings at all. The shortening intervals between impeachments should be a cause of concern and circumspection for all the members on both sides. And I want to emphasize what it is that we're here today for. This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish. But I also do believe that the House has passed the threshold for an impeachment inquiry into the conduct of President Biden. Having said that, I want to just address 3 inescapable facts that led me to that conclusion. First, President Biden has indeed spoken falsely about these foreign deals. The Washington Post and other newspapers have noted that some of his past comments are demonstrably untrue. Second, President Biden was the focus of a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme. And then finally, President Biden may have benefited from millions of dollars as a part of that scheme.
May.
Now, those facts should
I
not
may
be
have too.
taken out of context. They're merely allegations, and they should not become presumptions of impeachable conduct. Indeed, as I've said in past impeachments, self-dealing is a difficult issue under the impeachment clause. The framers sought to avoid ambiguous standards. That's one of the reasons that perfidy was rejected. While it may not sit well with many, President Biden and other presidents can be dishonest, can even lie to the American people, and that would not constitute
Melissa,
an
here's
impeachable
one. This
offense.
is the
Indeed,
Brookings Institute
most presidents
preliminary
have lied to the
analysis of the Trump tax plan.
That's
It
why
doesn't
I've
get
not
into the
liked any
tax raising, but it also
since
talks about
James
the
Madison.
reduction in revenues and the long-term
dishonesty
implications of
alone
it.
is not impeachable.
So
And so what I lay out in my testimony
that's a good
are what I
place to
call
start.
guardrails or best practices. Those are designed to protect this process.
Oh,
Frankly, a number of the things I lay
I'm so
out
sorry,
benefit President
Melissa.
Biden, as I say in my testimony. Because presidential impeachment shouldn't be a
Joe.
closed question. It shouldn't be a rush to judgment. And you should avoid the type of confirmation bias that can occur in this process. This is, as people say, a political process, but it is also a constitutional process.
I will.
Influence peddling is a form of corruption. The United States has signed treaties to combat
We'll do that
this
someday.
form of corruption around the world. And that is also an inescapable
Jim?
fact. We need to find
I still love
answers
that one.
as to some of these questions.
Oh, wait, sorry.
I'm running out of time, so I'd like to make one last observation, if I may. These are constitutional moments that demand the best from each of us to transcend the politics and passions of our time. It calls for something that's difficult. It calls for solemnity and clarity for members. We have become a nation addicted to rage, and we can fuel that. This body is a powerful teacher, as Brandeis said, and you can teach that.
The
Or you can
university
teach
said that?
respect for
I'm
this
just kidding.
process. It begins here and now.
I know there's a person.
We can disagree with each other without hating each other. These are important issues, and I think they're close issues. And I think some of these
You know what you
issues
could do, Jonathan?
really do
Not
gravitate in favor.
falsely accuse people.
So I would simply say
How
that this
about
is a moment where members and citizens can stand together without prejudging the evidence. And I thank you for the honor of appearing before you today.
Thank you, Professor Shirley. Ms. O'Connor.
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
Tom,
Ranking
hi.
Member, members of the committee. The chairman invited me to share my thoughts on the conduct of the tax investigation into Hunter Biden.
Morning,
I make my
Tom.
comments on my own behalf as a private citizen and not on behalf of any person with whom or group with which I might be or have been affiliated. When I learned that experienced IRS special agents had felt compelled to report to Congress about the obstruction of their criminal tax investigation,
Wait.
I felt compelled too, to share my understanding of how things are supposed to work with people who have no reason to appreciate how disturbing the whistleblower's allegations are. Without context and a frame of reference, it's difficult to know sometimes how seriously to take things.
Wait, is
In
this
October 2022
is this just a
meeting of the
concerned
Hunter
citizen?
Biden prosecution team, U.S. Attorney Weiss admitted it was not his decision whether to bring charges the investigation had
Are you
proven
kidding
should be
me?
brought.
Is
This
this
directly contradicted Attorney General Garland's sworn
she
testimony
serious?
6 months earlier. This was the final straw. After more than 3 years of having his investigation
Is she
stymied, but
serious?
nonetheless having proven substantial criminal charges, Supervisory Special Agent Shapley realized he had to come forward.
Is
In
this
fact, he had
serious?
come forward before, internally within the
Oh,
IRS,
he used to be in
using the
DOJ?
procedures developed for that purpose. He had complained up his chain of command as early as June 2020 about the obstruction he was encountering.
I used to
but
work
there
at
had been
a
no response.
stockbroker. That doesn't
Once
mean I go
Shapley
on the
had taken
floor of
steps
the
to come forward to
exchange.
Congress, Special Agent Joseph Ziegler did the same. It was not the whistleblower's testimony, however, but what followed that
Hi,
compelled me to write.
J31C.
My first Wall
Welcome.
Street
Good
Journal
to see
article
you.
was called Throw Hunter Biden's Plea Deal in the Trash.
Exactly.
Given the substance of the whistleblower's
Exactly.
testimony, the plea deal Weiss had worked out with Biden was a miscarriage of justice. After that commentary was published, I heard from many people who were similarly appalled at the unfolding injustice. Many were knowledgeable and experienced
Oh,
tax
okay.
professionals. Perhaps the most commonly commented on aspect of the handling of the Hunter Biden matter was
That
that
one,
Weiss had
Marie.
permitted the statute of limitations to
Former
expire on
Assistant Attorney
prosecuting
General.
provable offenses. This was appalling. It is not insignificant that the plea agreement was announced on June 20. Let's review what came just before. On August 19, it became known that IRS employees were going to let Congress know
Interesting,
about the
Joe.
obstruction they were encountering.
Very interesting.
Later, Shapley and Ziegler sat for hours of sworn and subscribed testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee staff.
knows?
It was expected that the committee would make the testimony public. It did. On June 22, U.S. Attorney Weiss, with his June 20 announcement of a plea deal, beat the publication of the whistleblower's testimony
Your
by the
mom's
skin
now a
of his
Democrat.
teeth.
My dad has
2
not voted in the
days.
general for the last
If the
two
whistleblowers
elections.
had not come forward, would Weiss have brought any charges at all?
Right.
My second Wall Street Journal commentary was published on July 25. It was called "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." Given what Shapley and Ziegler testified they had proven, and
They
the
had
charges the
proven?
tax
They
division
didn't testify
reportedly
that
had
they proved
authorized,
anything,
the
bitch.
plea deal represented
They didn't
serious
testify that they
injustice, not
proved
only to law
anything,
enforcement,
bitch.
but also to people who have been caught up in this system and have suffered the consequences the law provides. I received a great deal of positive feedback on this commentary too. People understand that for laws to
Yep.
be respected, they must be enforced. The nature of any investigation is the following of leads.
Well, we
That didn't
decided,
happen here. This
J31C,
team was
that
not permitted to search the
Hunter
guest house
should
of
be
Joe Biden's
impeached.
Delaware mansion
So it's
and
really
Hunter Biden's
pretty
storage
unanimous
facility in
over
Virginia,
here on this
to interview
side.
family members
Yeah,
and business
we pretty much
associates,
think
to
Hunter should
examine
be
Hunter Biden's
impeached.
abandoned laptop. By November 2019, the FBI had confirmed the
For
devices
Humper
were Hunter's
Liberty?
and the contents were authentic. But the Hunter Biden investigation must not be viewed in
She is a
isolation.
former
Rather,
DOJ,
as
like
part of a broad
assistant attorney
landscape of
general in
corruption.
some division,
Don't
according
forget
to
that a full year
who was
after that,
listening.
in October 2020,
Thankfully,
FBI
Mamas for
officials were
Liberty.
telling Twitter that the laptop was Russian
Mamas for Liberty.
disinformation. The whistleblowers tell us that the tax investigation of Hunter Biden was an offshoot of an investigation already underway into an online pornography platform. That is how investigations develop. Agents follow wherever the leads take them.
If she
And when they take
doesn't
them in the
like
direction of a new
you,
investigation,
then
they
you'll
open one.
take a pill.
Question. If U.S. Attorney Weiss had been in charge of that pornography investigation, would he have blocked the
Pornography?
investigation into Hunter
What the
Biden's
fuck?
tax crimes?
What are
I
we
think
doing?
that
What are we talking about?
Thank you. So Connor, Mr. Dubinsky.
Good
Oh,
morning,
ran the
Chairman
tax
Comer,
division at
Ranking Member
DOJ.
Raskin,
Thank you, Oomph.
distinguished members of this committee,
you so much.
guests, and my
He
fellow
was-
citizens.
Oomph was
Thank you for this
listening.
opportunity
Yay.
to testify today. First,
Yep.
at the outset, let me state unequivocally
Ooh,
in
wow.
no uncertain
Well, that's
terms
not very long.
that I agreed to testify today,
That's not
not
very
because I have a political agenda or axe to grind, because I do not.
Oh, really?
Rather,
Okay.
I agreed to testify in this proceeding
We really
in order to
believe
help
you.
this committee and the American people gain a better understanding of how frauds are committed, how complex business arrangements,
Advised
sometimes
Trump in
using limited
2016.
liability companies,
Interesting.
sometimes those being shell companies, are used in frauds,
Mhm.
and how money is moved by fraudsters.
Well, guess
to
what? We're going to see
facilitate
it
the
again.
conduct of illicit
'cause
activity.
Marge is on this
Let me
committee,
be clear, I'm not
J31C, so
prejudging
we're
the
going to
facts
see
that have
those
emerged
pictures
to date
again.
with regard to the Biden family
Get ready
and
for some
associates
junk.
businesses and the money they received that had
He
its origins from foreign sources.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not here today
I
to even
appreciate that.
suggest
I
that there was
appreciate it very
corruption,
much.
fraud, or
This
any
is the
wrongdoing.
smartest chat
In
on
my
the internet.
opinion, more information needs to be
Oh, are
gathered
they in
and
there?
assessed before I would make such an
Jesus.
assessment.
Losers.
I'm
They
here
don't have
today
anywhere
to
else
lend
to
my
go.
expertise to answer
You
questions that
understand
this
that.
committee
The
may
corner
have
doesn't
while
open
they
until
advance this
later, so they don't
investigation
have
and
anywhere
gather more
else to
facts
go.
about the business dealings surrounding the Biden family and associates businesses. Throughout my 40-year career as a certified public accountant, a forensic accountant, and a certified fraud examiner, I've worked tirelessly to uncover the truth when it comes to cases involving allegations of fraud, corruption, and wrongdoing. I've investigated some of the world's largest frauds, including have investigated and testified in the criminal case for the United States Department of Justice on the Bernie Madoff Ponzi, the
I
world's
know. I
largest
want to
Ponzi.
see what's going on.
I've worked on cases like the Enron case,
I'm needing
the
some. I'm
International
needing some
Brotherhood of
basic,
Teamsters election corruption
basic
cases,
instinct right
as
about
well
now.
as some of the United States' largest cases of tax fraud, to name a few. As the age-old proverb goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. As a fraud investigator, when I see smoke, I immediately look for the fire.
I think we all
The
are.
critical question facing
Now
the
we
American
all
people
are.
today is whether behind the smokescreen clouding the Biden family and associates businesses, was there or is there a fire? And if there was or is a fire, how big is that fire? Why were members of the Biden family and close business associates receiving millions of dollars of payments from foreign entities and
Because they
individuals?
made too much money.
What services, if any, were being
Do you have a
provided?
problem with
What was the
executive
substance of
pay?
the
I
alleged
think that's
services
a
being
great
provided?
thing.
Was the money being paid for a fair amount commensurate with those services? where political
That's
favors
not
being
the way
traded
it
and
works.
disguised as services.
What do you get paid, bitch?
These are the questions that, as a forensic accountant, I routinely am asked to answer when I'm hired to investigate
Now get a source.
allegations of corruption and fraud. There's a great deal of evidence that has been collected to date by this committee and others trying to answer these very questions. However, much more information is still needed in order to be able to answer these questions and make a final determination as to whether or not the Biden family and its associates' businesses were involved in any improper or illicit activities, and importantly, whether those activities, if any, were connected to President Joe Biden or then Vice President Biden. In my experience, fraudsters purposely create a labyrinth of limited liability companies to create an opaque network of entities that are then used to hide improper conduct. In many instances, these complex business arrangements are typically centered around illicit activities and involve moving money around the globe in a manner designed to avoid the detection of the underlying illegal activity,
The basis
as well as the
for an
movement
impeachment
of the money
inquiry.
tied to that illegal
Oh,
activity.
I see. Okay.
Gone are the days,
Well, that makes it
for the
better.
most part, when suitcases full of currency or gold bars are exchanged as payment in the conduct of illegal activities. Today, more sophisticated methods are employed to obfuscate the true nature of such illegal activities and to hide the movement of money. The importance of following the trail of money is a critical component of any fraud investigation. The term shell company has its origins in the world of business and finance. The term shell, as you would note, implies that the company is like an empty shell, lacking substance or real activity. Shell companies typically have no employees, no offices, no real operating businesses. They use P.O. boxes for mailing addresses. While I will note shell companies can be used for legitimate business activities,
come
more
on
often than
now.
not,
Are you-
they're associated with fraudulent activities.
Somebody
like tax
signed this
evasion,
guy up for the
money laundering,
corruption unit
hiding of
because
assets, and
apparently
other
he really wants to
illicit
take it all
practices.
down.
It takes a heavy lift to pull the covers back on these shell companies to determine who the true beneficial owners are, where the money went, and to expose the true sham nature of their existence. However, through the use of legal subpoenas and proper investigative methods and a great deal of persistence, fraud investigations can and do expose the identity of the wizards behind these curtains and the extent of their
He
illicit
really
activities.
does. J316.
In closing, let me underscore the importance of conducting a
bars.
thorough, independent, and unbiased investigation of the matter before us today before you reach any conclusions. The American people deserve to know the truth. The rigor and discipline of a well-planned and executed investigation should not be subverted by political
We should talk
motivations
to
or
him about his
aspirations.
friends.
To do so would critically undermine the integrity of any such investigation.
Isn't that
and any
presuming guilt
conclusions
before
reached.
innocence?
Thank you again for this opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to
For
answering your
example,
questions.
20,000
Thank
pages.
you very much, Professor Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member as well and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the honor and the privilege to be able to appear before you today to talk about the basis for an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. I think a good place to begin is with the Federalist Papers. And in the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton warned of the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. He foresaw that impeachment may, and now I quote, agitate the passions of the whole community and to divide it into parties more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In many cases, it will connect itself with pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the relative strength of the parties than by demonstrations of innocence or guilt.
Gerhardt? I don't know.
I think Alexander Hamilton knew what he was talking about.
Whip it.
And I think what he
Ooh,
said may
a lot of
well
blue
describe
tie, blue suit
the
going
current
on.
set of proceedings. One thing I might add to all of that is that the framers designed an impeachment process to follow or comply with several safeguards. And it's important that we keep these safeguards in mind as these proceedings go on. The first is the necessity for credible evidence of the commission of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. There is not, at least not that I've yet heard, such credible evidence.
Oh my
Let
God,
me
there's a
give
lot
you
going
an
on there.
example of what I fear is
he
similar to
touching?
the current proceedings. Hunter Biden is arrested for speeding in a car owned by his father, and the police go after the father. I don't think that's how the law should work. I don't think that's how impeachment should work. Well, I respect members of this committee enormously. Believe me, I'm just a law professor and citizen. And I come here with great awe when I speak to
Or
an
he's
important
pulling
body
the
like
badge.
this.
I don't know.
But I listened to
I don't
Congressman
know.
Jordan, whom I respect a great deal, when he said there are 4 facts. Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Hunter Biden
Not
was not
anymore.
qualified. So far, by the way, nothing about President Biden. Third, there were executives who asked Hunter Biden for help. Again, not yet any proof about any kind of complicity
Or
of President
do.
Biden. And lastly, Joe
Or
Biden
go
gave the
ahead
speech.
and do it.
If that's what exists as a basis for this inquiry, it is not sufficient. I say that with all respect, and I think that is part of the
Right?
problem.
They were. They
I
really
think,
were.
and many Americans think
They didn't
may
even like
exist with respect to
pinkberry
these
yogurt.
proceedings. A second
Okay, they
safeguard
wouldn't even let
is the
those
Fifth Amendment
open.
due process clause. It requires fundamental fairness, and I think in these proceedings, something has happened to President Biden that was said to have happened to President Trump in
He's
2019.
not professional.
And that is the burden has flipped to President Biden to prove his innocence.
What?
Any further
Excuse me?
investigation is being done to ensure that Mr. Biden has to prove his innocence rather than the committee being able to connect the dots
Excuse
in a
me?
convincing and persuasive way. It's not me you have to persuade. It's the American people whose trust you deserve and whose trust you have to maintain. A third principle is judicial review. And here I would just remind the
My
committee
tummy is bigger
about
than yours.
the Supreme Court's decision in Trump
It
versus
is.
Mazars.
My
The
balls are
court
cool. My
said
balls are
about this
fresh.
committee that in fact it has to conduct an investigation for a legitimate
Move
purpose.
goalposts and accusing
A
Biden of
fishing
taking a bribe,
expedition
alleged secret
is
plots based
not
on
a
easily
legitimate
explained
purpose.
emails
Moreover, the court in Trump versus Mazars
and repeated already
said
disproven
that it is
allegations.
not
He
a
is, in
legitimate
short,
purpose
not a reliable
for
voice
the
of
House or
criticism
House
against the
committee
president.
to be conducting
Oh,
the
yes,
function of law enforcement. And I heard
Yeah.
many references here
Yeah.
to criminal misbehavior, to whether or not somebody should be thrown in
Right?
jail.
Guilty till proven innocent. Yeah,
Criticisms
that's how
of
it goes.
prosecutor Mr. Weiss.
Fresh
That
balls.
sounds to
Fresh
me
balls.
like
Fresh balls.
an
Fresh
attempt
balls.
to really
Fresh balls.
substitute for
Well, we are going to
the
talk about the
proper
men's
legitimate
fupas.
proceedings of the
It's going to
House.
come up. It's
Two other
not off the
safeguards real
table.
quickly.
Get it?
One is that
Not off the
these
table.
proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus more than they are by principle. And a final safeguard is for the House, the full House,
Hi, Spot
to
Man.
authorize an impeachment inquiry.
It's the
That does
Samuel
not
Ash
come from
Distinguished
me.
Professor of Constitutional
That comes from
Law.
Speaker McCarthy.
Really? How
He
embarrassing.
said there should be the full House's approval.
This is
It also
embarrassing.
comes from Mr. Trump's Justice Department, who said there must be a committee must be authorized by the full
Oh,
House.
wait, sorry.
That has not happened here. My concern is with the
Manscaped.
Constitution.
No.
That's what my devotion is to.
I am.
And I hope all of us understand that there's nothing more
No, he's
serious
not. He's a
in
bad
honoring
one.
our Constitution and following the design the
Yeah.
framers gave us.
They are.
Gentleman's time has expired. I do want to state the fact in 2019, the DC District Court judge ruled a vote of the full House was not required to commence an impeachment inquiry. Now we're going to begin the question and answer phase. We have 47 members here today that are going to ask questions, so we're going to abide by the 5 minutes. I will begin, followed by Ranking Member Raskins. This week, the Oversight Committee issued another bank subpoena
we're gonna
targeting
need more
specific wires
coffee and
originating
things.
from Beijing. Most of our bank subpoenas have been for Biden family associates accounts, resulting in thousands of pages of bank records. We've identified these bank accounts based on suspicious activity reports filed with the Treasury Department after being flagged
Bearded
by the
crafter
banks.
videos.
The bank records
Beard
obtained this week
craft.
showed that on August 2nd, 2019, Jonathan Lee and Miss Tang Ling in Beijing sent Hunter Biden $250,000 listing Joe Biden's home address in
Julia!
Wilmington, Delaware. The
Yeah.
wire stated it was for a personal investment.
Yeah.
A second wire showed that on July 26, 2019, Miss Wang Xin
Children
sent
don't matter
$10,000
either.
listing Joe Biden's home address in Wellington, Delaware. The 10,000 wire said it was a loan to beneficiary. Now let's talk about the $250,000 personal investment. Sure looks like Jonathan Lee was making a substantial investment in the Bidens months after Joe Biden announced his run for the presidency in April 2019. Now, who is Jonathan Lee? During Devin Archer's interview with the Oversight Committee, he explained how Vice President Biden developed a relationship with Jonathan Lee. Vice President Biden had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing. He talked with him on the phone and even wrote a college recommendation letter for Mr. Lee's children. Hunter Biden even met with Jonathan Lee after flying
that
on
was
Air
weird.
Force Two
Gal
to
did that before
Beijing
he said it.
with Joe Biden. The Beijing Bidens cultivated a relationship
Whoa.
with Jonathan Lee and other Chinese nationals for one reason and one reason only: to access their wealth. As we all know, the Bidens had nothing to sell except the brand, which was Joe Biden. Hunter Biden sold the brand well, making the Biden family millions from China and elsewhere. While Joe Biden
Straight
was
out
vice
of Kremlin.
president, Hunter Biden became an investor in a Chinese
Straight
investment
out of
fund
Kremlin.
with Jonathan Lee
Waste
and
of
owned a percentage
taxpayers'
of
money.
BHR Partners through one of his many LLCs.
Oh,
This was a
Siegfried.
political problem for his dad, the big guy, who was running for president.
I did that with my
In
dad,
October
Siegfried.
2019,
It was
2
worth
months
it.
after the
It was
Beijing
worth
wires,
it. I
Hunter
didn't speak
Biden's
to him for
lawyer
about
claimed he
5
served
years.
only as a member of the board of directors in an unpaid position. This was Hunter Biden's lawyer. She was in an unpaid position. Abby Lowell now claims the money is a documented loan from a private individual. Now, these wire statements are very concerning. The Biden's defenders' justification for the money isn't consistent with what we know from the suspicious activity reports from Treasury. Mr. Dubinsky, I'm very skeptical of Abby Lowell's statement that the $250,000 payment from Jonathan Lee and another woman was a loan, because the wire states it was a personal investment. We've also reviewed documents at Treasury that don't support
Whatever.
Mr. Lowell's theory.
Have you
In your
seen Hunter's
experience,
coke habit?
Are international loans
It's
of this amount
intense.
supported by documentation?
I'm going to
such
tell
as
you, none of
loan
that money
terms,
got
interest
to
rates, and
Joe.
repayment
Okay,
schedule?
can we just?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they typically would be. You would see that. You would see documents setting forth the interest rates, terms of repayments,
Absolutely.
all of those.
Absolutely. So would it be important to review Hunter Biden's bank records and see if Hunter Biden paid back the money to Jonathan Lee, or if he sent the money to someone else, I don't know, using a cashier's check, for example?
Well, as somebody mentioned earlier, it's very important to follow the money.
Absolutely.
And that's very important in this situation.
Thank you. Professor Turley, we all know what this payment's really for. It's for influence peddling and selling the Biden brand. Now, to date, we have shown that the Biden family and their companies received more than $15 million without
Here's the
providing any known
article Gal
legitimate
is
services
referring
between
to.
2014
Thank you,
and
Gal, for
2019.
sharing this.
If you include the business associates and their
Appreciate
companies,
it.
they've received over $24 million. Based on evidence we've developed so far, what are some of the potential laws we should be analyzing during our impeachment inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually lay out what are the most
Oh, whoops.
obvious potential articles of impeachment without saying that those have been established, but the ones that I recommend for the committee to focus on. And one of the things I recommend is that the committee actually start by looking at potential crimes, because I've said that in the past two impeachments, that it's a
Exactly. That none of that money got to Joe.
for the reasons I laid out. It gives a very high
hello?
standard for impeachment, quite frankly, higher than it's binding. I've said in the last two impeachments, you can't impeach for non-criminal conduct. So I suggest starting there. But as I talk about in my testimony, bribery, obstruction, conspiracy,
Yeah, they're impeaching
abuse
Hunter.
of power, those have
It's
all been
embarrassing.
raised in past impeachments. Abuse of power is
I don't
the
know, good
article
one.
that is
We should have that
very,
one.
very common. It
Yeah,
tends to be a
thanks, Gal.
catch-all. And it is the one that I've always been a little bit uncomfortable with, which is why I suggest you end there rather than start there, because that's the article that brings in a lot of non-criminal conduct. And frankly, I think that you need to focus.
Oh wait, that was
as
a
much as
baby
you
voice,
can
and I'm
on
gonna
the
get
evidence and
killed by
whether
the
you can
pinkies for
establish
my
these
baby
connections.
voice.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now
It's actually my
recognizes Mr.
tired
Raskin
voice,
from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, has there been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
But why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and in fact say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership, is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that with Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer.
Oh my God, I
he said, the
remember.
narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further. And he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first case, in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge.
Oh, I think he, because he just got off of house arrest. He got released from house arrest, I believe, and so he is, and he's launching his book. So I think he's focusing on the book launch, I would imagine. I haven't heard from him, but I think that's
against the union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against
calling the actual
Donald
witnesses.
Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out, switch the names or switch the political parties and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos to be an impeachable event or not? To your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden
I think he's really anxious to be out of his apartment, or out of his house. I don't know where he lives, actually.
In the bipartisan vote,
I assume everybody in New York
also just might
lives in
add,
apartments.
with all due respect, I heard the phrase
I don't even
Biden
think,
family.
maybe he doesn't
many
even
years
live in
ago.
New York.
But that's.
I don't even know where he
I don't know
was,
who the
actually.
Biden family is.
Now that I think
I
about
don't know
it.
who's being referenced.
He never
when
told us
people
where he
talk
was.
about
He
the
might be
Biden
in
family.
Florida.
Thank
Actually,
you,
I think
Professor
he's in
Gerhardt.
Florida. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas' July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and the rest of the committee into the official
letter.
record of this proceeding.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith from Missouri, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This guy's an idiot.
It's amazing to be sitting in your committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Yesterday, we had a committee to release over 700 pages of documents that came from the 2 IRS whistleblowers.
Yeah, right.
Based
Exactly.
on the
Good
last
idea.
oversight hearing when they presented before
Lev
this
knows.
committee,
Lev knows.
where members, both Republican and Democrat, asked for additional information, and they provided it, and we brought it forward. What was interesting is the other side of the aisle actually mentioned Trump a whole lot more than they ever mentioned Biden. And it's happening over here too. So I think it's kind of consistent both in the Ways and Means Committee and in the Oversight Committee. But Ms. Connor, my question is yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee voted to release additional information provided, like I said, by Gary Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. One of the documents
Isn't that
shows
illegal?
that Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf ordered investigators not to pursue leads into possible campaign finance violations. We know that over $2 million of Hunter Biden's tax liabilities were paid off.
Well,
by
let's
a
talk about who
big
paid Kavanaugh's
Democrat
bills.
Party
Can we talk
donor
about
and
Kavanaugh?
Hollywood lawyer
Who paid Kavanaugh's
who's
bills?
named Kevin Morris. James Biden, the president's brother, told investigators he did not know how Hunter Biden even knew this individual, but was later asked to thank him for the payment, quote, on behalf of the family. The Biden family. The family. So how would such payments that essentially pushed under the rug the president's son's tax problems, at least for 1 year,
there you go,
be considered a
Bill Barr
campaign
tried.
finance violation on part of the Biden campaign?
Thank you for the question. I have no idea. I thought you were going to ask me, why would Leslie Wolf say, don't look into that? And I think the answer to that probably is that if it's a campaign contribution, then it implicates political person number one. And that apparently is a big barrier that had been created throughout this entire investigation.
What?
And as far as
By
it being
whom?
a campaign contribution,
Be
that $2 million
specific, Ms.
actually
O'Connor.
was intended to satisfy
Be
the
very
liabilities
specific.
for 2 years of Hunter Biden's late filed and unpaid taxes.
Is it unusual for
Oh
an
my God,
assistant
what was that
prosecutor to
face?
say, don't look at this individual, this person's off limits?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, that is how investigations develop. The agents follow the leads wherever they take them. And in this case, a legitimate investigation was being done of money that was being paid. And for the assistant U.S. attorney who is orchestrating the investigation to say, don't look at that anymore, I think the reason is related to another instruction of hers that she didn't want to get public integrity involved. And that tells us that she was looking beyond Hunter Biden and into a person whose activities would be subject to public integrity at DOJ.
One thing
But
that I
maybe
want to
she
ask,
didn't. She
since
decided that it
works
wasn't
tax
a public
division for
integrity
DOJ,
issue.
if
Is
Kevin
that
Morris
possible?
gave a gift of $2 million to help pay off Hunter
Bye,
Biden's
Jim.
debts, who has to report that on their
Best of
taxes?
luck.
Does Mr. Morris
Lots of
have to
love.
report it,
Be
or
safe.
does Hunter Biden?
Well, as I understand it, the parties are claiming that it's a loan and that Hunter Biden will pay it back between 2025 and
Would that have to be
2027.
reported on any tax records?
If it's a loan, no.
Yeah.
But
No.
I haven't seen any of the documentation of that loan. And
Well, then you
that is
don't
what
know.
I'm sure Mr.
Then you
Dubinsky
have
can
no
tell you
idea,
that
bitch.
calling something a loan is one way to claim that it's not taxable income.
No,
So one quick
sweetheart,
question.
that's not actually it.
We uncovered yesterday that the Biden family and associates received over $20 million from 23 different countries that they had business ties
Okay.
to or
Have
communications
you met
with.
Mr. Trump?
And they also had over 20 shell
Yeah.
LLCs
Millionaires
where they
suck.
would transfer money in and out. If you were still
It's
sitting in your office in
818.
DOJ's tax
It's
division, would this
818.
web of entities and activities
Yum.
concern you?
Yummy.
I would make sure that my prosecutors were
Oh no,
concerned
it's not
about
10
it.
yet. No, it's an
Thank
hour
you.
and 40 minutes.
Thank you,
gal.
Chair. Now
Hour and
recognize Ms.
40.
Norton from the District of Columbia.
Yeah, I
Thank
thought
you,
that's
Mr. Chairman. Professor
Yeah.
Gerhardt, pleased to have you with us today. In your testimony, you referenced Alexander Hamilton's warning about the dangers of trivializing impeachment
move that
through
clock,
petty
please.
partisanship. Let me ask you, Mr. Gerhardt, do you think that initiating
It's like
an
8:20.
impeachment inquiry against President Biden without any evidence of wrongdoing by the
Oh,
president
he is? Oh, I didn't even know
meets
that.
any basic standard of proof.
Right?
Not credible
How about
proof at
that?
all, in my opinion. And in fact, I think one thing to keep in mind about a hearing like this or any kind
Sort
of
of.
anything that calls itself an impeachment inquiry is the critical importance of building public trust. And that gets built in part on the basis of credible evidence.
Well, Professor Gerhard,
New York.
what is the risk to our Constitution and even for the rule of law if
I'm
impeachments
surprised they got a witness.
are
I guess they
initiated without any
do,
evidence
by right.
of wrongdoing by a president?
They trivialize impeachment.
Oh, thank you for
They
moving.
trivialize the Constitution, and they ride
Where's
roughshod
Dick
over
guy?
the rule of law.
Where's Balls guy?
Nothing good comes from
He was sitting on his
abusing
phone.
of power, whether it's done by a president or by Congress.
Balls guy was sitting on
Professor
his phone.
Gerhard, do you believe that initiating an impeachment inquiry without any evidence of wrongdoing
Is
by
stupid?
president
Would you agree that's
is
stupid?
consistent with the rule, with the view that impeachment is a grave and solemn duty?
Impeachment is a grave and solemn duty. All the more reason
Running
why all
against
evidence,
Mark Kelly
for
or
example,
whatever.
relating to Burisma
Is that
ought to be
who
heard
she's running
and
against?
considered. That would actually
She's
add
never gonna
credibility
win. She's a
to
nut.
what the committee's doing.
I would be remiss if I did not add that it is incredible that we are holding this sham hearing 2 days before the government will shut down. Instead of this hearing,
Carolyn
we could
Wren
be
is
discussing how to fund
dangerous.
the government. Or we could discuss
crazy.
my bill to exempt from federal government shutdowns the federal and independent agencies that are exclusively or primarily federally funded, but have jurisdiction over local DC's civil and
Grabberman.
criminal
You just like
justice
hearing him
matters.
say
Or
Grabberman.
we could be discussing
She is. She's always
how
on
we
Bannon.
are going to provide back pay
Carolyn Wren's
to federal
bad.
contract workers if
She'd have to
Republicans
stop being
unfortunately
governor,
do
though.
push us into a
Wait, who are we
shutdown.
talking about?
Instead,
Oh, right.
we are holding this sham hearing. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr.
Mark
Raskin.
Lamb. Oh my God.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Norton, for that. Mr. Comer referred to a
I know. I do
2019
too.
wire to
I
Hunter
appreciate
Biden
that.
while President
It's
Biden
one of the
was
things I
not in
like about
office.
you is that you
He
can
was a
appreciate a
private citizen,
good,
so of course was
a
Hunter
good
Biden.
turn
Hunter
of
Biden
phrase.
has never held public office. Mr. Smith referenced a DOJ email from 2020 during the Trump administration.
Yeah.
So
6 of one,
Professor
half dozen
Gerhard,
the other.
well, I mean, what do you make of the idea of impeaching a president while he's in office for something that his son did or may have received when the president wasn't in office?
It's not consistent with the American legal system. Just imagine if the names are switched. Just imagine if this is Jared Kushner.
Well,
one of President Trump's
We don't have to imagine.
Mr. Smith talked about $20 million that he thought Hunter Biden had received and put in the names of different family members. I think the Washington Post has debunked that as recently as this weekend, saying it was like 8 or 9 million. But let's say it were 20 million. That's 1% of the $2 billion that was brought back by Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia to a company that Jared Kushner created the day after the Trump administration ended. But assuming there were no other evidence, would it be fair to attribute that $2 billion that Jared Kushner pocketed with the $25 million management fee every year that Jared Kushner pocketed? Would it be fair to attribute all of that to Donald Trump because it's his son-in-law?
No, not without any evidence actually showing the president knew it.
Literally.
Yeah. So,
or approved it.
Because the principle of American law is that people are responsible for their own conduct and not the conduct of their adult children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And to the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you. Professor Gerhard, it wasn't just a speech. He leveraged $1 billion of American tax money. He did so at a time when our government was supportive of the prosecutor. Here's what our government said. The Assistant Secretary of State, We have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government written to the prosecutor general, who Joe Biden leverages our money to get fired. The United States fully supports your efforts to fight corruption, she further wrote. The Interagency Policy Committee said this on October 1st, 2015. The IPC recommends moving forward with a third loan guarantee to Ukraine in the near term. And even after Joe Biden gives the speech on December 9th, the European Commission said, their report said the anti-corruption benchmark is deemed to have been achieved for Ukraine. But the most telling evidence is what his business partner said. Devin Archer, when we deposed him under oath just 2 months ago, said this. Here's the question. The request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from their prosecutor. You know what Mr. Archer's response was? That's correct. Next question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? He called his dad. That's what we're investigating. That's one of the three things Professor Turley talked about, the influence peddling scheme. I want to go to those three things, Professor Turley. False statements, influence peddling scheme, and Joe Biden might have benefited. Let's do the third one first. Is a benefit to your family, can a benefit to your family be a benefit to you?
It is. There's been a repeated statements that you need to show that President Biden accepted direct money in order for this to constitute a benefit, even under criminal cases that deal with bribery, extortion, the Hobbs Act. The courts actually have rejected it. They've said that money going to family members is in fact a benefit. And I don't really see any legal basis for that. Obviously, the strongest case is if you have a direct payment. But this idea that you can have millions going to a politician's family and that's not a benefit, I think is pretty fallacious.
That is going to
How
happen.
about the false claims thing?
That
In
is
your
definitely
written
going to
testimony,
happen.
you said to the extent that the president has used the White House, I think this is a little broader. To the extent the president used the White House staff to maintain false claims or resist disclosures, it can fit into the type of Nixonian abuse of power model. We know all kinds of false statements have been made by the White House. Joe Biden's made them. Said it was a lousy question when they asked him, have you ever been involved, talk to anyone of your son's business partners? We know that was false. Ron Klain said the president's confident son didn't break the law. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. What do you think about all those false statements from the White House and this abuse of power issue?
Well, the involvement of White House staff and executive branch staff has been really one of the tripwires that we saw in Nixon, to some extent even in Clinton. The degree to which you enlist support for a false narrative or to obstruct Congress can go into things like abuse of power. One of the things that I suggested is that if you look at past impeachment inquiries, and once again, this is an inquiry to find evidence. You're not voting on articles of impeachment. Those allegations tend to develop last, and you look at what you have found.
Yeah. How about the Attorney General? I'm concerned about statements he made. March 1st, 2023, in front of the Senate, he was asked a question about Mr. Weiss's investigation. He said this in response to Senator Grassley. Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. Last week, the Attorney General told us that Weiss had the authority because I promised him he would have the authority if he asked it. That seems to me to be something different. It's what he said to the Senate. He's got full authority, no problem. Last week, he told the House Judiciary Committee he had authority because I promised if he come talk to me, I would give him the authority that I already told the Senate he had.
That's
you see
it.
a concern there with false statements
there's no
coming
conflict
from the
between what he
Biden
said
Justice
and what he did.
Well, there is a concern. You don't have to prejudge the evidence to say that obviously this is part of the inquiry. And what I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is, would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes, that there is a basis to look at the president's conduct without prejudging whether that it qualifies at the beginning of that inquiry as an article of impeachment.
And let's be clear, you don't need a full vote of the House to proceed in an impeachment inquiry phase of our constitutional duty to do oversight. In fact, the Democrats did it. 4 years ago, I was in an impeachment deposition run by Adam Schiff in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and I went to the floor. So I'm in an impeachment deposition, and I went to the floor to vote on opening an impeachment inquiry. They did the same darn thing because you have that authority as a Congress when the Speaker of the House makes that designation.
the Speaker Nancy Pelosi did in fact initiate the impeachment. In some cases, then you have a later vote. I've said in my testimony, I consider that the best practice to have a vote of the House. But the court that was referenced earlier looked at this and said that the Constitution does not require a resolution. Actually said if you look at all the impeachments, often there wasn't a resolution. That doesn't mean it's not a good practice.
Often,
But
how
the
many
Constitution
times?
itself does not
She
require
enjoys
such
gym
a
time.
resolution.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Might
Time to
get
track
my
chair. Now I
gym
recognize Mr.
time
Lynch from
in.
Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
First of all, I do want to agree with the chairman
give
that
you some
the witnesses we have here
numbers.
today do bring an
She
awful lot
does.
of experience and expertise
pathetic.
to the issue. But what they don't bring is facts, right? They don't bring evidence. None
Did
of
you
you are
move
able
your
to really
thing, baby?
elucidate or illustrate actions by the president with respect to this inquiry. Ms. O'Connor, I do want to ask one clarification. You mentioned in your oral testimony that you had written a commentary entitled "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." That was
It moves the
you'd go to
juices
prison for
of
what
my
Hunter Biden did.
constitutional.
Isn't that
That's exactly right. I was
lust
cutting down words
for
to stay within
power.
my 5
But
minutes.
you realize, yeah. That's an important word though that you left out though,
It
right?
is. I regretted
So,
it
so the
immediately.
article, just for the record, and I like to enter into the record unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
The article, Ms. O'Connor, is you'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did. I think that's an
Exactly.
important word. Yeah.
It
Okay.
is.
Thank
yes.
you.
I did not delete it intentionally, only in
Reclaiming my
service
time.
of time.
Reclaiming my time.
You deleted it intentionally, you stupid
So,
cunt.
When I walked into this hearing room, my first question was, "Where's
welcome
Rudy?
back.
Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy Giuliani?" You know, this is supposed to be an inquiry on the facts.
I love the guy
against
next to him. I
president
can't remember
for-
his name, but I love
for
him.
potentially an impeachment, articles of impeachment. And the one person who was an agent of President Trump was sent to Ukraine to dig up some dirt, find some dirt on Joe Biden.
In the service of time,
It's
I
like you said
intentionally
to the
obscured which Biden was being discussed.
Election officials
you
in
know.
Georgia, find me 11,780 votes.
Oopsie.
Find me some dirt on Joe Biden.
Oh,
And we
Jerry
don't have
Connolly,
him here.
thank you so
We're
much.
not
Gosh,
allowed
I'm
to
terrible
ask
at
him
that.
questions.
He's so great. I love Jerry
and
Connolly. Thanks,
Professor
Jeffrey
Gerhardt,
Lindsay.
would it not be helpful to have a
Obfuscation
factual
tools.
witness here who
He
was
is the
and
best.
let me just read from this
He
is
is the
an excerpt of the call between Mr. Trump and President Zelensky. He says,
Oh, that's right.
Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General and Rudy would be great. And then, so he's actually placing Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine with the imprimatur of authority for the president.
Ooh, imprimatur. Oh, everybody drink.
It seems obvious that he should be.
I love that. I'm that.
Yeah, you would think so.
Getting all
we
hot and
heard
bothered.
a lot of allegations.
Imprimatur.
I've heard about
Oh my God.
emails from Hunter Biden from China. Hunter Biden cashed in. The IRS interview with James Biden. And I hear a lot about the Biden family, but look, this is an impeachment inquiry about President Biden, and I would try to discern what the allegations are for the president because they're non-existent at this point. Is there a reason? The other question is why hasn't Rudy Giuliani, if he's such a key witness and was on the ground on this and had direct authority from the president, why isn't he here? And I think, and Mr. Professor Gerhardt, maybe you could elucidate on this. Rudy Giuliani also lost 60 cases. He brought 60 cases across the United States with respect to the big lie.
Gal,
He was the midwife for the big
I'm going
lie.
to send you a tweet.
He brought 60 cases and lost them all for lack of evidence.
What?
Then, so that I believe hurts his
I
credibility.
just
does it
sent
not?
a tweet to you to the
It does.
DM
His
room,
credibility
gal.
has been hurt in a number of different ways.
Oh my God.
Right. He also made allegations against
I
Dominion
know.
voting
So
machines.
good.
And now he's being sued by them because he falsely declared that those
Word
machines
to his
were
mother.
unfairly
No, he
helping
can't afford
President
to be
Biden.
there. You're right.
Isn't that right?
That's right.
Wouldn't that
Ridiculous.
also lead to a drop in
But he's
credibility
funny.
on behalf of
He's
of
funny at
Mr.
least.
Giuliani's
I
testimony?
mean, I agree with you.
Connolly's
and
gonna
I would
fall
just
back
add
in that chair.
Because Mr. Giuliani's
My
a
nose
lawyer,
is running. I
he
think
has
it's
to
like
abide by and comply
allergies or
with
something.
the rules of professional
Is there
conduct.
pollen at
And
this
he's in
time of
trouble
year? I
because
guess
he
it's
has it.
seasonal change. Huh?
All right.
Gentlemen,
My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Professor Turley, thank you so much for the materials that you provided to this committee. Your legal analysis is first off incredible in its historic foundations, but also its
I
legal
know, right?
descriptions
Thank
of
you,
the
Melissa. I'm like,
aspects
please
of
don't fall backwards.
how do you conduct an impeachment investigation? What are the standards for an impeachment
Although that would be
investigation?
really funny. I'm
And
not
taking,
gonna
as
lie,
you
that would be
relate
super
in that
funny.
memo, some of the public facts that you're aware of and comparing them to congressional authority and oversight responsibilities. I think it really does help the overall discussion, and I think it gives validity.
Really? Okay, good. I mean, I
to,
don't know. I think it must be just like change
the
of season
need
kind of
for
thing,
this
but
committee
it's
to
been
move
bad.
forward on an investigation as you look to
I mean,
historically
my
what's
eyes are
happened
watering,
before.
my nose
You made
runs.
some
It's
comments
weird.
in your
I don't
opening
sneeze
statement
or anything.
about your description that I think
That
are
I know
important
of.
to focus on in trying to guide our investigation. You said
Yeah,
that it's not
his aides
criminal
would
for a
catch
president or
him
vice
if he
president
fell
to lie.
backwards. You're right.
You also said that it's not criminal that Hunter Biden received someone paying the child of a vice president for doing nothing isn't necessarily criminal. Those are my words, not yours. But you did take that next leap that using your office,
Let me
taking
find that.
official actions to benefit individuals or third parties to induce them to financially benefit your family would be a crime. Would it not, Professor?
What?
It is. That's if you take a look at some of the treaties and sources that I cited, the United States has for years combated influence peddling as a prototypical form of public corruption. And much influence peddling follows that pattern. Many people now accept that what Hunter Biden
Oh no!
did was rather raw and
no.
open
Okay, I'll
influence
find it.
peddling. So the only question is,
They'll take a break and I'll find
was
it at
the
the break.
president involved in that? And I'm not prejudging
let's storm the Capitol.
but there's an argument
Good
that
idea.
now that you hear that they were just selling the illusion of access. The fact is, you have to ask yourself one question: how do you know? How even if you accept that selling the illusion of access is not misconduct, how do you know it was an illusion?
Well, and that's where I'm going to go next, because there's also another concerning aspect of President Joe Biden's actions as vice president, for which there is
Stu
currently
Peters.
an active criminal investigation,
Stu
and that
Peters.
is his misuse of classified documents. There has been appointed by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General, a special prosecutor for the purposes of investigating the federal crimes that could have arisen as a result from this president's
Brian, how's
misuse
this flow?
of
And his
classified
hustle.
documents. The fact that he had them at the Penn Biden Center for
I'm Jonathan
Diplomacy and
Turley,
Global
and I'm here
Engagement
to say
and the Wilmington, Delaware
Biden
private
did
residence
everything,
of President Joe Biden,
and
as well
Trump
as
is
other matters of my arrest
okay.
from it, places where there were other people. One of those other people happens to be Hunter Biden. Now, this committee, in its scope of this investigation, indicates
thank you,
that
thank you.
these
Jonathan
classified
Turley's
materials
rap.
are also relevant because, for
And it
example,
would
the
be that
Oversight
good.
Committee has requested information regarding the classified materials discovered in the president's home where his son has resided during the time period relevant to the investigation
They are.
and personal office. The White
They
House
are.
has not provided this information.
Not
Obviously,
like, you know,
his son was
in the
receiving
bathrooms
payments
at
from
Mar-a-Lago
Romania,
or
Russia,
in the ballroom
Ukraine,
at Mar-a-Lago.
China. If there are in those documents,
Or in
documents that
Saudi
relate to,
Arabia.
for example, the prosecutor in Ukraine, or Burisma itself,
man,
or
isn't
other
it-
aspects of Ukraine, or any of the parties or individuals, obviously, that were making payments to Hunter Biden, that would be relevant, wouldn't it?
It would be relevant. One of the things I
What about
address in my
Jared?
testimony is I say that
He went to
the
Jared.
most concerning line for me in this inquiry
He
is
should have gone to
pre-office
Jared.
conduct. And what I say is that there should be a type of rebuttable presumption
It is
against
unbelievable.
bringing
You're
in
absolutely
pre-office
correct.
conduct. But there is precedent.
You know what
for
I
it
like,
when
though?
it
Can I say
forms-
one
Well,
nice
and this,
thing?
he was in office at the time because he
Yes,
wouldn't have had access
thank
to
you.
classified documents. These are not things that he did as a
But
private citizen.
GP, hear me
He
out.
had these documents given to him. I
Jonathan
want to ask you,
Turley's
now,
brown
in
tie
his scope as both
is
senator
giving me
and
life
as
right
vice
now.
president,
And that is the
there's been
nicest
a lot
thing I
of
can say
talk
about
that
him is that I
perhaps the
really am
president
enjoying
inadvertently
his
ended up with these
brown
documents.
tie.
Now, first off, there's an unbelievable number of documents. He's clearly
I
a
mean,
classified document hoarder, and he clearly was
My
mishandling
mom taught
them.
me to be nice. Say
Can't you
something
infer
nice if you
intent
can.
by knowledge of the law? Here, the President
What do you
Biden knows how to handle classified documents and what mishandling is.
Does
Wouldn't
Trump?
that be attributed to his intent?
Well, that
No.
can all go to
Can
a
it be
question
lined
of
up? No.
establishing intent. And in all these cases, you obviously don't have a confession. I'm not too sure if the documents matter will become relevant to an impeachment inquiry. I've said earlier
this is
that
actually
the issue
accurate.
that concerned me about the documents is that
It's true.
they ended up being distributed to different sources. It appears that they went to different locations, and there are accounts of being in the president's home. The question is, were they divided and why? But it's not clear to me whether that would amount to an impeachable offense or not.
Right, you have to make that nexus, which I
Mr.
have
Chairman.
step. I've seen some
Watch
of these
me make
documents
it
as the
with
chairman
Trump,
of
bitch.
the Intelligence Committee. I can tell you they are of the highest level of concern and threat to national security. I think we do have to get to the bottom of why was he taking these and what was he doing with them. I'll yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Chairman, I have
Conley
a
from Virginia
unanimous
for
consent
5 minutes.
motion. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent motion. I ask unanimous consent to introduce page 131 of the transcript.
Please let
of
that be
Devin Archer's
Goldman.
testimony, where the question is asked, but he did not provide the Burisma executives
Sexy
with
Goldman.
actual
Please
access
let
to
it be
his
him.
father.
Dan Goldman.
The access to his father
Love.
was an illusion of access.
Gentlemen's out of order. You'll have time in your 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia
I
for
love
5
you,
minutes.
Dan Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He is so incredibly.
The clock's ticking, Mr. Conley.
What's the objection based
Mr.
on?
Goldman's taking your time, Mr. Conley.
What?
You have
Wait, what happened?
your turn to distract. Yeah,
Oh,
you're
wait.
taking time away
Spot
from
man.
the
David!
Distract.
Yes, they
deflect.
did. They forgot all about Jared.
Hold on to those 2 words.
Yes. Good
Distract
job, Tom.
and deflect.
I missed
Because I
those.
think
Oh my
this
God,
is
how did I
all
miss
about.
those?
Look over
Still
here,
brownies.
not over there. So, Professor Gerhardt, when I've heard concern about branding. So, shouldn't we
Branded.
be concerned about all those Biden towers all over the world where foreign partnerships were formed and influence was used here in the United States? I've seen these towers in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Turkey. I even saw one in Chicago. Shouldn't that be a source of concern of this committee in terms of influence, both foreign and domestic, when President Biden became president?
If there were such things as Biden buildings,
Well, was there anyone who did have them?
I think we all know who had.
Well, could you tell us? Because
Well,
just give
I
me
think-
the name,
I
Professor
think
Gerhardt.
we're talking about Mr. Trump.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, when President Biden appointed his son to manage U.S. foreign policy, both in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East peace,
Yeah.
by the way, his son who couldn't qualify for getting a
Clearance.
security clearance, but President Biden apparently granted it to Hunter anyhow. And then after leaving the White House, getting a $2 billion deal, because we're told by Mr. Dubinsky, follow the money, especially foreign money. Shouldn't that be of concern to us that maybe a sweetheart deal occurred with the blessing of the president with foreign money? And shouldn't we look into Hunter Biden for that, given the fact that he had handled Middle East peace in the White House?
It should have been a concern with President Trump and his son-in-law.
Oh, Trump, I got that wrong again. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I'm looking at. I heard again. I think it was Professor Turley talking about because he's not prejudging, of course, but he's just suggesting that maybe we want to look into criminal activity like obstruction, fraud, and abuse of power. So let's take fraud. So shouldn't we be concerned that a New York judge just found President Biden's organization committed fraud every year for the last 10 or 15 years, and that
under the Martin Law in New York, that Biden
This is
organization is now subject to dismemberment and dismantlement because of the fraudulent activity. Shouldn't that be of concern to us?
That should be of concern with respect to Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump again. And in this case, we're not speculating. A judge actually made that ruling?
Yes, sir.
I love it. I so love
Should we be concerned about the personal? I mean, while we're at it, since we're loading on, shouldn't we be concerned about the personal behavior of the president? For example, President Trump or President Biden being found guilty of sexual assault and defamation associated with that activity, again in a civil court, in this case in New York?
We should be concerned as it relates to Mr. Trump.
Hi, Ass.
With Mr. Trump.
Yay. Hi, Ass. How are you?
I just think that one of the reasons we're here is because somebody has been indicted in 4 different locales on 4 different sets of
I remember that. I do remember that.
with, I think, 81,
I actually
91
remember that.
actual counts, and has been found guilty in 2 civil proceedings, one on involving sexual
he's popular.
behavior and one on actual corporate fraudulent
I know,
activity. And we don't want to talk about any of that.
Mr.
We
Trump
want to
again?
speculate about discredited testimony from discredited witnesses like Rudy Giuliani, whom we're afraid to subpoena. That's what this is all about. This isn't about our need to defend Joe Biden. This is about their need to make sure we get off topic, that we no longer talk about the pending criminal trials of the former president of the United States
And the
if
leader of their
anything's worthy of
party.
examination.
And the leader
that
of their
is,
party.
not this.
That
I
you
yield
need to
back.
add that.
Chair,
here.
now recognize Mr. Donald from
Point of
Florida
order,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Point of order.
Point of order. Down here. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Donald for
A point
5
of
minutes.
order.
You'll have 5 minutes. You'll
It's not
have
my
all
5 minutes.
the time.
Point of
No,
order.
you're out of
Goldman, I
order.
love
You're out of
you.
order, Mr. Goldman.
I have
When
I
your
love
time
you.
is,
I
I would
love
like to
Chair
introduce something
you.
by
recognizes
unanimous
Mr. Donald for
Mr.
5 minutes.
Goldman,
Is it being
I
introduced?
Chair
love you.
recognizes Mr. Donalds for 5 minutes. Byron, it's your
Chairman,
time.
the rules require you
Thank
to
you, Mr.
recognize.
Chairman.
No.
Yes, for a point of order, they absolutely do.
Chair recognizes
rule
Mr.
on
Donald.
the motion.
And as
You've
Mr.
already
Donald's
made
time
two
ticking
Don't
to
get
order.
kicked out,
Mr.
man.
Donald's
Don't
time
get
is not
kicked
going
out.
to take. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I request this clock be set back to 5 minutes.
Set
so we
the
can.
clock back to 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a parliamentary inquiry then? Are we not to make points of order on either side during?
You keep speaking about no evidence. Why don't you all just listen? And
I'm trying to introduce evidence.
You've already introduced. You've already had your
Is it in?
share of evidence.
Are you
Now,
admitting
Mr.
it?
Mr. Donald.
Whoa, Comer
5
is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Mr.
This isn't
Dubinsky,
real.
I want to come to you quickly.
This is
a lot
not
of talk
real.
about evidence. On the screens in the room, we have an organizational chart from the IRS investigative team that was looking into the business practices of Hunter Biden and his associates. This org chart is from 2014. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, when my former life, I was in community banking, and I'm comfortable
Oh, really?
with
You were a
looking at
bank teller?
organizational charts.
Is
When
that
I
what it
first
was,
saw this
Byron?
chart,
Tell
the
us
first
what
thing
you
I
were.
thought about
Come
was a
on.
real estate holding
'Cause I
company
know
or
what
a
community
developer.
banking
And this
is.
is not to
Tell
demean
me what you
developers in the
were.
great East State of America, but
Come on,
developers typically have
Come on.
multiple
Come on.
companies that float with various business interests and business lines. But the funny thing is that in the business dealings of Hunter Biden, there is no real estate, none at all. So, Mr. Dubinsky, in your professional experience, looking at this organizational chart of business structure, what do you see here?
Yeah.
I see a very complicated structure of entities that are interrelated and would give me concern. If I were an investigator, I would want to know what's going on in these entities, who's behind them, how's the money
Well,
moving
then
between
you're going to
them,
be
and
busy
what is the
because there's a
substance
lot
of
of
the
entities
transaction?
that
What's
have a
really
much
going on
more
Mr.
complicated
Dubinsky, do you think
chart
it's
than
in
that
the
one.
interest of this committee that is now in an inquiry phase to actually find out all of the flow of money between these entities and what the
Mhm.
purpose was?
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. For my colleagues
Yeah,
on the other side, we're
let's
going to start
do it.
talking evidence now.
Let's do
This
it.
is now a slide of the organizational chart of the Hunter Biden business companies and with associates from
It's
2018
complicated. It's
from the
just
same IRS
complicated.
investigators who were
So
broke down the
complicated.
business structure in 2014. Does this slide cause you the same
I'd look at the
concern,
rest
Mr.
of
Dubinsky?
it.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about some more.
And
Actually,
read the
one point I want to make on
footnotes.
this. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
and I know it's kind of small, so I would love to submit. I will submit all this for the record.
Where's the-
I would love my
where's-
colleagues on the other
what?
side
A
to see
chart's
this.
evidence.
In
And check the
2014,
sources. Yeah.
one of the key owners was Devin Archer, who did testify and who was
And
under
said
deposition
what?
under oath
What'd he
by
say, honey?
the Oversight Committee.
What did he
In
say?
2018,
What'd he
Devin
say?
Archer is no longer listed, but his wife Krista Archer is now listed. Mr. Dubinsky,
Okay.
when you see a situation where ownership interest moves from one spouse to the other, is that a concern of some level of fraud potentially?
No.
I would call it a red flag. That's something I would look at and again, try to get to the bottom of what happened there. Was it just transferred? Was there money behind it? What was going on?
Okay, thank you. Next slide.
You're right.
Now, this is to a text message. This is a text message.
Yeah, exactly.
Between,
Charlie.
It's going to
Charlie
Naomi
and
Biden. That's
It's
what this
Always
one is.
Sunny.
Hold on, let me get my stuff back. Here we go. Sorry. This is the WhatsApp text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. In this text message, it clearly says, anyway, we can talk later, but you've been drawn into something purely for the purpose of protecting dad.
What's that mean?
This is between Hunter Biden and Jim Biden.
So what?
Last time I checked, the father of Jim Biden and Joe Biden is now passed away. So I'm assuming this is Hunter Biden saying to Jim Biden, the president's brother, that you've been brought in this for the sole purpose of protecting dad. Miss O'Connor,
Brought into what?
do you think
Drawn
that
into
this text
what?
message would lead this committee to
Drawn
get further
into what?
information about the business dealings of Hunter Biden and how that actually links to Jim Biden, the president's brother, and why they are so concerned with protecting dad, aka Joe Biden, aka the president of the United States?
He's not. He wasn't the
Yes.
president of the United
Thank you.
Was
Next
he the
slide,
president of the United States then? I don't.
This
I
is a
don't
text
think
message
he
between Hunter Biden
Was he
and
president
Naomi
then?
Biden.
Oh no, I don't. No, he
And
sure
this one's a
wasn't.
famous one. Everybody knows this one.
Sure wasn't.
This is the famous one that says, I hope you all do what I did and pay for everything for this entire family for 30 years. It's really hard. But don't worry, unlike Pop, I won't make you give me half your salary. Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this in a potential money laundering operation or a potential pay-for-play operation, would you be looking for information related to money going from son to father?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Thank you. Next slide.
Oops. Sorry.
Oh, this is a fun one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is from 2018. This is
Oh,
about
he
4
still
months
wasn't
before
president.
Joe Biden launched his campaign for president of the
No,
United States.
actually, it's not.
December 2018.
But that's okay.
The highlight is this is a text message between Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was in a bad way, by the way. He was really strung out. He lost a bunch of money. He needed help. Jim Biden says, this can work. You need a safe harbor. I can work with your father alone. It'll probably take several months and everybody can read the text. Miss O'Connor, Mr. Dubinsky, if you saw a text message like this between the president's brother and the president's son, wouldn't
He
you
was
be
in
concerned
crisis.
about them trying to give plausible deniability for the president of the United States to not have any knowledge of
It's
said
just
business
like
dealings?
it's not. It's
worth-
Gentlemen's time's expired, but
pieces
please
of
answer the
items
question.
It's
without
worth
like
investigating.
any context.
Mr. Dubinsky?
I would
Yeah,
agree.
of course
I would
they will.
investigate this.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Christian Morte.
How is
Mr.
this
Goldman, I
under
will
the
give
speech
you
and
an
debate
opportunity to
clause when it
quickly
is an
recognize-
official hearing
recognize
of
you for your
Congress?
point of order.
I do
I
not
just
think
want
official
to,
hearings of
make
Congress
sure
should
that
be.
page 131 of the transcript of the Devin Archer interview is entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Turley, Hunter Biden's a private citizen, not a federal official, right?
I love this guy too.
Yes, sir.
God, I love the
A
Democrats.
special counsel investigating Hunter Biden recently indicted him for various illegal acts. I'm sure you're aware of this indictment. I have it in my hands. But nowhere in Hunter Biden's indictment is there any allegation of Joe Biden having committed any wrongdoing, right?
That's correct, sir.
Not a parking ticket, not a moving violation, not a library fine, not a high crime or misdemeanor. In fact, on page 19 of your witness statement that you submitted, you said, quote, the current record does not establish
Democrats
any
read.
crime, let alone an impeachable offense. Now let's further explore what's been established about Joe Biden.
All these
The
dummies
Hill
using,
reports Senator Marco Rubio, quote, noted that House Republicans are discussing a special impeachment inquiry to obtain evidence of criminal behavior that they have not been able to dig up through the House Oversight Committee. And Rubio warned that setting up a special impeachment counsel without strong evidence of a crime could trivialize the process. Now, sir, Senator Rubio is a Republican, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about whether this evidence that Mr. Rubio was referring to exists. Our colleague Ken Buck, a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, said the
throw up
following
those
regarding
comments again,
evidence
shall we?
linking President Biden to an alleged crime. Quote, that doesn't exist right now. Now, sir, Ken Buck is a Republican, correct?
Yes, sir.
Senator Mitt Romney of Utah said, quote, there hasn't been any allegation yet, any conduct which reaches the constitutional standard for impeachment. And sir, Mitt Romney is a Republican as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me turn to another
right?
topic here.
That's
Ms. O'Connor.
Poor judgment.
Here I have
Last time I checked, poor judgment
a
wasn't a
poster
real crime,
of an
but
entry
it could
from
be,
your
I guess.
professional LinkedIn account. There's your picture. And it says Law Office of Eileen J. O'Connor. We printed here what you posted roughly 1 week ago. It says, quote, the Biden administration is promoting and enabling the invasion. That's what your post says, right?
Yes, it does.
And it further goes on to say, if this doesn't stop quickly, then the entire USA will be invaded with millions of military-aged men from many different countries who are ready to cause total havoc while getting paid $2,200 a month in welfare to do so.
Did I write that?
You reposted it, and it says it is an engineered death spiral. Now, let me show you another posting that you put up on your professional
May I
LinkedIn
respond?
account.
Nope,
May I
you can't.
respond? If
No,
there's-
You
no,
can
it's his
respond
time.
when I'm
It's
done.
his time,
when I'm
bitch.
done with
It's
my
his time,
question.
bitch.
Ma'am,
It's his time,
demolition
bitch.
of the
Can you
United
please put
States
this
It's his
up?
time, bitch. It's his
Ma'am,
time.
This is another
You need to
posting
shut
from your
up.
professional LinkedIn account. It says announcing Michigan telethon to raise funds for 16 alternate electors who crooked Dana Nessel wants to jail. Now, ma'am, that's your professional LinkedIn account, right?
It is.
Now, let me turn to you, Mr. Turley. Professor Turley, in 2006, you wrote an op-ed in The Guardian entitled, quote, Stop Persecuting Polygamists. There, you likened polygamists to, quote, persecuted minorities, and you said polygamy is, quote, a practice with
Where's
deep
that
and
picture
good
of
faith
Elmo?
religious meaning. Isn't that what you said?
I represented the sister wives, a family, in challenging a polygamy
The
prosecution.
answer is yes. You've been crusading for legalizing polygamy for years. In fact, in an op-ed in the USA Today, you said that a Utah polygamist named Tom Green, who was also convicted of pedophilia for raping his 13-year-old stepdaughter, should not have been charged with polygamy. Now, Mr. Chairman,
Can I
we're
respond,
counting.
sir? Because that's not, can I respond? Because it's not entirely accurate. I actually criticized him. What I was dealing with was the
did you?
constitutionality of what is called morals legislation.
Don't.
And I admit I'm pretty libertarian.
Was
but
Tom
the
Green
idea is
convicted of
whether- the idea is
pedophilia and
whether the
rape?
Government can
Was he
impose a
convicted
moral
of
code on
pedophilia and rape? The answer is yes. Mr. Chairman, we're counting down
Yes,
the
he
hours
did.
until a government shutdown, and here we have a hearing where we have one witness who defended a polygamist
Get out
who
your
was
magical
convicted of
underwear.
pedophilia and rape.
Get out your
and we have
magic
another
underwear.
witness with,
Get out your
with LinkedIn
magic
accounts with
underwear.
extreme views
Hey,
posted.
where's your magic underwear?
I think that unfortunately this speaks to the credibility of the witnesses and the credibility of this impeachment inquiry. I yield back.
Point of order. Point of order, right away.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs. What's your point?
Mr. Chairman,
Mic drop.
when a member of the committee impugns the integrity of a witness, is
Where'd it
it
go? Oh, there it is.
against the rules to allow those
He
witnesses
is.
to respond to
He's got a
that
No, Mr.
malicious
Biggs, he can't.
statement?
I'm quoting the.
I'm asking. I'm not asking you.
Nope.
I'm asking the chairman.
Nope.
I've asked for a ruling on that.
Nope, maybe more. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, he can use his own time to question any witness he
That
wants.
show big love.
I was recognized on a point of order.
Point of order.
That's hilarious.
What's your point? I mean,
My point is that
I'd
the
ask
way
for
we,
a
the
ruling
way
on my
we have,
point of order
the way we've
first.
always proceeded,
I'd
Mr.
ask for
Chairman,
my ruling on my point of
Mr. Chairman, in
I'd
order
ask
to
for a
rehabilitate,
ruling on my point of
Mr.
order
Chairman,
first.
Okay,
point of
here's the ruling. The witnesses have the opportunity to address that during the line of questioning. If Mr. Turley wants to address that
Is there
during
a
another
reason
member's
you
line of
made?
questioning, then he's more than welcome to do that. Remind everyone we're on our 5-minute clock, and now the chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Oh,
Thank
Nancy.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Nancy's
In
regretting life right
2019,
now.
Representative Raskin didn't think a House vote was needed for an actual impeachment inquiry. And to quote Representative Raskin, he said in 2019, there's no formal constitutional or statutory or even the House rule for how an impeachment inquiry is to begin. And so it means different things to different people.
So
I don't want to hear another word from the left or anyone across the other side of the aisle
Fuck
about
off,
impeachment
Nancy.
inquiry. This is complete and total hypocrisy this morning. Today, we're going to bring the facts. Today, we are going to bring the evidence.
You're not bringing
In
any evidence.
2017, the Joe Biden family teamed up with Chinese company
You're not bringing any
CEFC to make
evidence.
millions off of granting access to Joe Biden. Hunter even arranged for Joe Biden to share office space with the CCP-aligned company CEFC. My Democrat colleagues say none of this is relevant because Joe Biden wasn't vice president while his family did these shady deals. Turns out that's complete and total bullshit. It's a lie. Hunter Biden referred to access to his father as the keys to his family's
deep
only
throating
asset.
this.
Those
She's
words
deep
are going
throating
to come
the
back
GOP.
and haunt Hunter Biden.
She's deep throating
and his
MAGA.
family forever. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released an
Any
FBI
moment
memo
now.
on the
It's
interview they
it's
had with
this is
Tony
the self-help
Bobulinski,
book
a
of
former
congressional
Biden
hearings.
partner in crime.
That's what
I'll
I'm
read a bit of that
experiencing
right now. The work conducted by CEFC, Gilead, Walker, Hunter Biden, James
my
Biden,
thing.
and Yee over the preceding
That's
2
right.
years was discussed in detail. In particular, CEFC was
Right?
closing significant investment deals in Poland, Kazakhstan, Romania, Oman, and the Middle East during
Sybil,
this period
thank
of
you.
time.
Hello.
Period of time is in reference to the years
Walmart,
2015 and 2016, when guess what?
Walmart,
Joe
Sybil.
Biden was vice president.
Grifters.
As an aside, Rob Walker in previous testimony also
They are.
confirmed that Joe Biden attended a meeting with the head of CEFC. So now we know CEFC was working with the Biden family while Joe Biden was vice president. And I'll continue reading from Tony Bobulinski's report.
Oh, well, let's get Bobulinski in here too. Come on, let's put that bitch under oath.
Because Joe Biden
Thank
was
you,
still vice
GP.
president during this time period. There is a concern it would be improper for
Have a
payments to be made to
wonderful
Hunter Biden
evening,
and James
I bet.
Biden by
Talk to you
CEFC
soon.
due to its
See you
close
tomorrow night.
affiliation with the Chinese government. Hunter Biden and James Biden both wanted to be compensated for the assistance they had provided to CEFC's ventures. In particular, they believe CEFC owed them money for the benefits that accrued to CEFC through its use of the
Lots
Biden
of
family name
love
to
for
advance their business
GP.
dealings. The Bidens,
Lots of love,
coincidentally, were
Ina.
paid over $1 million by CCP-affiliated Chinese company CEFC
Gotta give
shortly
you one more.
after Joe Biden left office as vice president. Now we know why, because it was back pay. I'm going to
Enjoy
show
the show.
another image. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Gongwen Dong, an agent of CEFC. Hunter says, my uncle will be here with his brother in all caps, who would like to say hello to the chairman. He goes on, Jim's brother, if he's coming, wants to say hello. His uncle's brother. I wonder who that could be. I can't quite figure it out. Hunter puts brother in all caps, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. But since I'm not always dealing with geniuses, and Washington, D.C. has been illustrated today, I'll spell it out.
Wow,
The
she's really
brother
become
of
such
Hunter-
a cunt.
Hunter's uncle, Jim,
Bye for now,
is
GP.
Joe Biden. Why was Hunter so secretive about his father? I'm going to tell you why. It's because Joe Biden didn't want the American people to know he and his family were getting paid millions and millions of dollars from a company closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. CEFC knew paying Biden family
might
members
be.
was bad, so they covered it up.
Might be.
Hunter knew Joe Biden hanging out with CCP businessmen would be a bad look, so he tried to pull a genius move on us with this whole my uncle's brother bullshit. We already
Wow,
know
she
the
just can't
president
stop
took bribes
swearing
from Burisma. I
in the
also want
halls
to
of
add
Congress.
betraying
I don't know.
your
You know what? I'm
country
like the queen
is
of not
treason.
getting dressed for, you know,
Mr. Chairman, I ask
fancy
unanimous
for work. I
consent to enter into
hated
the
getting
record
like
this
in
text
suits
message
and
between
shit.
Hunter Biden and Gongwen Dong.
But I'm going to tell
and
you
the
right
FBI
now,
memo
there's something
regarding
about
their
being
interview
in
with
the
Tony
halls of Congress
Bobulinski,
where you do
showing
feel
Joe
like
Biden's connections to
there's a
CFC
certain
during
level
his
of
vice presidency.
gravitas. You
Without
know?
objection, so ordered.
Professor
Or
Turley, we got
gravamen.
30 seconds. In your experience in reviewing cases of fraud, do people who are conducting legitimate business usually go through these efforts and hoops to keep their foreign entanglements hidden?
Yes, the issue with influence
The issue?
peddling is that It can, in some circumstances, be legal, but it's not something that necessarily is made public. The public does not buy into the idea that you can sell your family brand if it's influence peddling. So what happens with influence peddling is that you often have the commission of crimes that conceal it. And to take steps
No,
so that
I
it's
don't
not
think that's what
public.
she
that
said.
may include, but it's not
I
necessarily
think she
the reason
pronounced it
in this
correctly,
case, but it
but I
may
don't
include
know.
the failure to pay taxes, the failure to register as a
She
foreign
went through
agent.
it kind of fast.
And part of the purpose
So
of
she
an
might have
inquiry
been
is to see if there is a linkage between those acts
being an
and, more
asshole.
importantly, a linkage to the president. Can I briefly respond to the
No.
earlier attack? You may have additional questions. I don't want to take your time.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's over time, but we'll
Yeah.
work
So,
with you on
fuck
that
off.
because I do think you need to respond to
Oh,
that
fuck
ridiculous statement. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna.
He needs to
for 5
respond
minutes.
to his own statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Curley, you testified or in your written statement about best practices for the House. And you say that it's not legally required for the House to vote to have an impeachment inquiry, but it is a best practice. Could you explain why you think it is a best practice for the House to have that vote?
Certainly. I think that what the courts have said is it's not required, as you noted.
Wait, what?
So it's not a condition for the initiation of an inquiry. I just think it
reading
is
the thing
a good
he wrote.
practice. Whether it occurs
Is that an
after
issue?
the initiation, I think still a vote of the entire House brings the solemnity and the weight to the decision. And
Oh,
I do
girl.
think it's
Let's talk
one
about
of the best
solemnity.
practices
Okay.
that I
Let's
suggested
just
in my
discuss that for a
And
moment.
what would it mean if the votes weren't there? I mean, hypothetically, if they had a vote and 10 or 20 people voted for it, I mean, you're a student of constitutional history. What would that say? I mean, why is it important in your view as a best practice to have majority support for something like this?
I think that the public expects members to take this process seriously, and part of that is to go on the record whether you believe there's grounds for an inquiry. So I think that in terms of the best practices, that gives, I think, the weight of the House to the efforts, and so that's the reason I criticized the move of Speaker Pelosi.
And it would give you pause if there was a vote which said that the House didn't think that there should be an inquiry, right? I mean, you would give that weight as a constitutional scholar, correct? I mean,
if the House as a body said that there should not be an inquiry, then clearly that has, on the merits of the inquiry, that has some weight.
So it would be your recommendation to Speaker McCarthy today to bring up that vote, correct, for a House inquiry?
I've always said that I thought it was a best practice.
And your recommendation to him today, I mean, he's listening, I'm sure his staff are, would be bring that vote to the House floor?
I always think it's a good idea to bring it.
Move
and
that
it would be
bus.
your testimony based on what you've said that if that vote failed, that should
I
have
don't
some
always like
real consideration
Ro-Khanna,
in
but
whether we
today I
go
do.
forward with this. I mean, let's put members on the road. Because my view is they don't have the votes. I think it's going to be a very lopsided vote against it. And that's why they're not bringing it to the floor.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Let me ask you this. You also said that I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. And I want to be careful because you said it, you think it supports an inquiry, but not the articles of impeachment themselves. So I want to be precise in what
Thank
you've said.
you.
Can you
Never believe
explain
anyone who says
to
I've
the
always
committee and
said.
the country why you believe that the current evidence does not support the articles of impeachment today?
Well, at the moment, these are allegations, and there is some credible evidence there that
Oh, is there?
is the
Where is
basis
it?
of the allegation.
What is it?
But I understand
What is
that,
it?
and I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning
What-
what
what's
you,
the
you don't
evidence?
think today, if you were going to vote, if this was the case, you would vote no, correct?
On this evidence, certainly, because the inquiry.
Okay, and
Yeah.
my
Thank you.
question is, if someone said to you, okay,
I
Mr.
love
Curley, why are you
Ro-Khanna
voting
now.
not to impeach
Now I
President
love
Biden
him.
based on this evidence? Where do you think the evidence is lacking? Where does it not rise to the level where you think it needs to be? What are the places that you think is missing?
Well, I said in my testimony that the key here that the committee has to drill down
Seems
on
like
is
Tim
whether
Cass,
they can
doesn't it?
establish a linkage with the influence peddling, which is a form of corruption, and the president, whether he had knowledge, whether he participated, whether he encouraged it. We simply don't know. And we don't even know if this was an illusion or not. But you can find the answers to that. I mean, the back end of these financial transactions, which I have read is where the committee's going, may shed light on that. But without that type of nexus, then no, I don't.
And currently, it's your testimony that nexus has not been established, correct?
No, I think that's the purpose of the inquiry. Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with have you read Ken Buck's op-ed in the Washington Post, where he basically was one of the Republicans, which is why I think it'd be a lopsided vote against an inquiry, saying that that evidence doesn't exist?
I did, and I respect members of both parties that can stand alone. He has his reasons for that.
No, you don't.
I personally
He's not standing
think that
alone,
the
sweetheart.
threshold for an inquiry has been surpassed.
He's not alone.
That you have a duty to inquire as to these allegations, but that's not presupposing what you're going to find.
Just to summarize, then, it's your formal recommendation to the Speaker to have a vote on the inquiry, and it is also your testimony today that today you would vote no on impeachment on the current evidence.
When Speaker Pelosi took this step, I gave the same advice, that I think it's a best practice to go to the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Ms.
job.
McLean from Michigan
Rokana.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representing
and before I start with
today.
my line of questioning, I just want to make two comments. First, to Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy.
What's Hunter Biden running for?
If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? And we can prove it. But don't you also agree with me, if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy. That's number one.
But that's
number
What?
two.
Whoa, what the hell is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
because
Number
there's no
two,
evidence
I'm
of-
amazed at, and I love the fact that Trump lives rent free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful
No, he
thing.
actually
even though
tried
we're
to
here talking
overturn
about
the
the
fucking
impeachment
transfer of
inquiry
power.
of
Who is
Joe
this
Biden.
cunt?
With that said, I want to talk about the damning
Mrs.
evidence of Joe
McLean.
Biden's role in his family's business schemes.
You
in
don't have
Romania.
any evidence of that.
While Joe Biden was president, he was directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden delivered an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden. The Romanian president visited with the then Vice President Biden at the White House
All right.
to discuss anti-corruption efforts,
Okay.
right?
All
Got
right.
a theme of corruption,
There we
anti-corruption,
go.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, and
Okay.
the subject of a criminal probe. He's
Okay.
a subject of a criminal probe
Okay.
and prosecution for corruption
Oh
and
my-
bribery in Romania.
Oh my gosh.
This
okay.
committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family received money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt.
Russian or
Gabriel
Romanian?
Popovich.
Wait, was he Russian
5
or
weeks
Romanian?
after the Romanian president visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker LLC. Now, this LLC is directly
I'm putting this to
operated
dance,
by
interpretive
Hunter's
dance.
known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts,
These are just
that we
facts.
found through the
Hard,
investigation.
cold, beautiful
In November
facts.
2015 and again in
Oh,
March
welcome back, Kathy.
2016,
No,
Hunter Biden,
we're on to something
who
else.
is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally,
flag.
over $1 million flows
million
to the Bidens.
dollars.
Not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together.
Yes.
Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made. Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that ironically,
These payments
What's
ended
happening?
shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence.
Oh my God.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent
Don't
to
you
enter into
see?
the record the
Can't you
Oversight
see
Committee's
it?
May 10,
Can't
2023
you see
second
it
bank
all?
records
Isn't that
memorandum
ironic?
showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Yeah, it's a
Without
test
objection
print
to order.
page.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden
Aren't you
is
done
touting
yet?
anti-corruption
Isn't she done?
efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed
Is
by
this-
a corrupt Romanian oligarch. Interesting. In direct violation of FARA, Hunter Biden
FARA?
meets with the U.S. ambassador to
FARA.
Romania.
Wait,
while
was he
being paid
was
by
he a member
Gabriel
of the
Popovich.
administration? Was
What
Hunter
was
Biden a member
Biden
of the
selling to
administration?
Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? I'd still like to see a contract of that. Professor Turley, I know I'm
I think your
almost out
5
of
minutes
time,
is
but
up.
you've previously said that Hunter
It's
Biden
up.
could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures
I guess so.
does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying.
Oh,
on
baby.
the part
We
of
can
Hunter
talk
Biden.
about, let's talk about.
The failure to
let's
register
talk
as
about,
an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily
let's
the
talk about
motivation
Paul
behind it. The
Manafort.
question is, should he have registered as a
How about
foreign
that?
agent during the
This is a
course
great
of
new
this
character.
conduct?
I know, right?
And it just seems to be
Mrs.
looking at the Paul
McLean. Oh,
Manafort
Mrs.
indictment
McLean.
that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system.
It
With that, I yield
was. It
back.
was
May I ask
excellent
unanimous
time
consent
usage.
to enter Ms. McLean's chart into the record?
Yeah,
Without
right.
objection
Don't bring
to
up
order.
FARA.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did not plan to, but I'd like to follow up on the gentlewoman's comments and assertions
Oh, I love
about
Mr.
Romania
Mafume.
and Hunter Biden.
You're amazing. I love
and
how
the
they
fact
all have
that
the clock.
He worked for a Romanian executive facing corruption charges. The problem with that is that Rudy Giuliani also worked for that person and a former FBI director. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent that a New York Times piece entitled "Giuliani is Drawing Attention to Hunter Biden's Work in Romania, but There's a Problem" be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go
Bringing
back to this
facts.
Burisma theory because it seems to me that if that's what's triggered all of this, and we are sitting here now wasting precious time while the country is about to shut down, and it's all found its genesis with Rudy Giuliani, that we ought to have Rudy Giuliani here. Now, I know there was a motion made earlier. I'd like to disaggregate that motion without mentioning the other person's name and offer a motion again that Rudy Giuliani be required to come before this committee. Is there a second? And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that the clock be paused while the...
Pause the clock.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grover.
Motion to table.
Motion made to table by Mr. Grover. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Fox. So I guess we'll have a vote on
This is
Mr.
dumb.
Groffman's motion to table Mr. Mafume's motion.
This is about Giuliani, right?
We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor say
I'd like a
aye.
recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Aye. All those
Chairman, I
opposed,
request
no.
recorded.
No.
He's requested a recorded
In the
vote.
opinion of the chair, the motion as it dies.
I'd request a recorded vote now.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk
So fucking rude.
please get ready to
They
have a
can't-
recorded vote?
they
Another
cannot
motion by the minority party.
Behave like normal humans. They're like petulant children who have to they have to speak over people in order to.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer.
Rawr, rawr, you're gonna need a bigger boat.
There's a motion for a
my
temporary recess.
text.
Is there a second?
Tone
Motion second.
is Roy Scheider
all those
saying
in
Mr. Chairman,
favor,
there's
give
already a
a
motion
vote.
on the floor. There's already a motion on the floor.
If
I'd like
it's
a
at
recorded
12
vote.
o'clock, we would give them a bat.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Here's a motion and it's mine.
All right, with the clerk, please report. Call the roll. Will the clerk call the roll?
To be clear, this is on the motion to table Mr. Mfume's motion for unanimous consent to call Rudy Giuliani as a witness before the Oversight Committee. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Oh, they let her sit down. That's nice.
Mr. Palmer votes
Finally.
aye. Mr. Higgins.
Rudy Kaludi.
Mr. Higgins
Cootie
votes
poo-poo.
aye.
Palmer
Mr.
is
Sessions.
That's all, folks.
Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, what are we voting on?
This is a motion by Mr. Groffman to
What are we voting on?
table the motion by
Bober doesn't
Mr.
know what you're voting
Mifune
on. She was busy
to
feeling herself up.
subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
Got it. Doesn't seem to have a lot to do with this. I'll vote aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. Latourner.
Oh, Mace. I'm sorry.
Mr. Latourner
Mace
votes
didn't know what they were
aye.
voting on.
Mr. Fallon.
These people are not serious people. They're terrible people.
Mr. Donalds.
That's just terrible. Sick
Mr.
of this.
Armstrong.
Sick of this shit.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry.
No.
Mr. Timmons.
No.
Mr. Burchett. Ms. Green. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Fry.
Ms. Bober.
Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna.
Mr. Fry votes aye.
Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson.
Welcome to the circus.
Mr. Burleson
of the
votes
day.
aye. Mr. Raskin.
They want
Mr.
the
Raskin votes
government
no.
shut down,
Ms. Norton.
and that's what this is all about.
Ms. Norton votes no.
The
Mr.
more
Lynch.
the chaos, the more
Mr. Lynch
the
votes
delay.
no. Mr. Connolly.
And then they'll get the chaos
Mr.
that they
Krishnamurthy.
wanted.
Mr. Khanna.
This is all
Mr.
a
Mfume.
show.
Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Right.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Mission accomplished.
Ms.
Mission accomplished.
Ocasio-Cortez votes nay.
Mission
Ms. Porter.
accomplished.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no.
Hmm.
Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez.
Where's Corey?
Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown.
It would
Ms.
help if
Stansbury.
the Democrats were able to be
Ms.
in the room.
Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia.
That would be
Mr.
helpful.
Garcia votes no.
No.
Mr. Frost.
No. I
Mr.
can't believe my
Frost
candle
votes
went
no.
out.
Ms. Lee.
Maddening.
Ms. Lee votes no.
Maddening.
Mr.
Come on, Candle.
Kassar.
You can do it.
Mr. Kassar votes
come on,
no.
Let's do it.
Ms.
There's really
Crockett.
No.
nothing to it.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib.
Is
Ms.
she?
Tlaib
That's
votes
disappointing. That's disappointing. I liked
Chairman.
her. I sent her a message
Chairman
when
votes
she
aye.
won. I
How
was
is
like,
Mr.
"Oh,
Fallon
my
from
family's from
Texas
Missouri, and I'm
Mr.
just know
Chairman
that they
votes
would be
aye.
so proud that you were."
Mr. Fallon
Voted
is not yet
in.
recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Mr. Langworthy from New York recorded?
Mr. Langworthy is not recorded. Mr. Langworthy votes aye.
How is Mr. Timmons from South Carolina recorded?
Mr. Timmons is not yet recorded. Mr. Timmons votes aye.
How is Mr. Gosar from Arizona recorded?
He's pooping.
Mr. Gosar is not
Mr.
recorded.
Gosar is pooping.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Connolly is not yet recorded. Mr. Connolly votes no.
Oh boy.
Mr. Krishnamurthy is not yet recorded. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no.
How is Mr. Armstrong recorded?
Mr. Armstrong is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Bitch.
Ms. Mace is recorded
She's
as voting
fucking
aye.
a chaos
Mr.
agent.
Donalds from Florida
What do they
recorded?
have on Nancy Mace?
Mr. Donalds is
what do
not
they
yet
have on
recorded.
that bitch? What do they have?
Mr. Donalds votes yes.
Madam Clerk, how am I
Any other-
recorded?
Oh,
Oh, have I been recorded? Madam Clerk, it's Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin, you are recorded as voting no.
Good. Use it against them. Use it against them.
Mr. Gomez, you're recorded as voting no.
How am I recorded? Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, how am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is recorded as voting no.
I love this. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Brown is not yet recorded. Ms. Brown votes no.
Will the
No,
clerk please tally the votes?
no. We're doing the same thing you're doing, bitch. We're going to do the same thing you're doing. Drink coffee. Drink coffee.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 18.
The motion to table passes. Mr. Bafume, you're recognized for your final 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reclaim my time and I ask the question, where in the world is Rudy Giuliani? That's how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. And this committee is afraid to bring him before us and put him on the record. Shame. And the question was raised, what does this have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Professor Gerhardt, in your testimony, you said in every impeachment inquiry, beforehand, the House has identified some credible evidence
It
of
was a
wrongdoing
motion to
committed by a
table.
targeted president.
That
Is
was a
that
motion
correct?
to table.
Yes, sir.
Professor Gerhardt, are impeachment inquiries typically utilized as a frontline tool to go fishing or for the first time go seeking evidence?
No, sir.
Professor Gerhardt, would you say that House Republicans have made an unprecedented overreach of congressional power?
It strikes me that it is. Yes.
And Mr. Gerhardt, would you say
On
it's
the
fair
record.
to assume that the extreme MAGA Republicans in particular have misused, if not abused, committee's resources and the taxpayer
There are
dollars
good
in this
politicians.
prolonged investigation that has
There are
gone
people
on for
doing the
almost
work.
a year, subpoenaing
They all
documents,
happen to
having
be
hearings,
Democrats, but
providing boxes of
there are
evidence,
people doing the work.
and no wrongdoing?
Sir, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure who the MAGA Republicans are. So.
I can point them out to you.
Yeah. They're pretty much all there.
Now,
Mr. Chairman.
here's
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that
Mr.
the
Higgins.
gentleman please point out the Republicans he's referring to. He said he could.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Ladies and gentlemen, this clock is showing what's happening to our country while we debate
Oh, no, yeah,
over
it
and
was-
over
they-
and over again.
They
Not any
immediately
wrongdoing
motioned to
by
table.
President Biden, but
Move
trying
to
to link
table.
what his son may or may not have done to him. People are going to be hurt when this time runs out. This is not the Wizard of Oz when all of a sudden she turns over the hourglass while the Wicked Witch is standing there. These are children. These are women. These are military officers and soldiers and civilians. These are law enforcement officers. These are senior citizens looking for paychecks for Social Security. Why in the hell are we playing this game? And why don't we be honest? If it were so important, it could wait. This is what is important. Protecting this government and protecting the people who pay taxes here. But we want to play games with all of this. So where is Rudy Giuliani right now? I'd like to know. And I'd like to know why we can't bring him before this committee like we've brought these witnesses and everybody else. I yield back my time to the ranking member.
Well, I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Baltimore for his
We're
passionate
in a
and lucid
complete
comments here.
shit show.
And I appreciate the fact that you introduced a motion to subpoena Giuliani before I'd introduced a motion to subpoena Giuliani and Lev Parnas. And Lev Parnas wrote us a long letter saying that all of this is based on a fraud, a tissue of fraud. He went all over the world with Rudy Giuliani looking to find
Is he
dirt.
alleging the China money was a fraud?
Are you asking me to yield? Are you asking me to yield? I'm happy to yield for a second. What is your question, Mr. Chairman?
What fraud are you?
Well, you I've introduced in the record, in case you haven't read it yet, the letter that Lev Parnas wrote to you and to me. In it, he called upon you to call off this wild goose chase.
Because of China money that the Bidens have received?
No, because all of this is based on the Burisma conspiracy.
The China money's based on the Burisma.
Well, I've seen a lot of China money.
Mr. Mafume's
Where's
time
the China
has
money?
expired. Someone can yield now to Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is not a game. This is very serious
this cunt.
business.
Rapture
And I think
faster.
At the end,
Rapture
it will
faster.
be proven to the American people that this is serious business.
Look at the person
we
behind
need to get
her.
on with it. We need
How
to have
shameful.
the other side to stop playing games. Miss O'Connor,
I don't
in
know.
a column published in the Wall
I
Street
don't know what
Journal,
just happened.
you stated that the typical timidity of IRS criminal tax lawyers in recommending prosecution is, quote, common knowledge in the tax enforcement community, end quote. Can you explain where this timidity comes from?
I don't know the source of it. Thank you for the question. But it is
BS.
common knowledge in
Totally
the
BS.
tax enforcement
It's
community. The
just
tax division
a
is
mess.
required to authorize any criminal tax charges that are
Comer's
going to be
doing a
brought
great job.
in order to inform itself.
Yes, she is.
The
Yes,
special
she
agent
is.
report is provided to the tax division. Before it gets to the tax division, IRS criminal tax attorneys review it. They are
And then what
because
happens?
I'm sorry, having trouble answering this, but
Let me
why?
give you some more guidance.
Okay.
So
I actually
before
can.
bringing charges, IRS criminal lawyers, as you're alluding to, provide advisory views in a special agent report. Is that correct?
Right. And they are advisory only. And the IRS, as any prosecutor is very determined to have a very high conviction rate. So they want to be very, very careful.
They
that
don't
if
want to
they
be
bring
right?
a case, they will win it.
All right. So can you describe a typical special agent report and the special agent report specific to Hunter Biden's case?
Oh, did she
Certainly,
review
the
it?
whistleblowers have testified that nearly 1,000 pages were provided in the special agent
Did she-
report
did she
to
review
the
all
tax
of it?
division.
Did
That
she?
special agent report
Did she?
consisted not only of a discussion of
Did she
what they
read
had
it?
discovered,
Did she
but
read it?
also every bit of evidence that they found that supported each element of each crime for each year
Anybody?
for which they were recommending charges.
Okay, let me follow up again, please. More than a year after DOJ's tax division received this report, the division created a 99-page memorandum supporting the
Hunter is
recommended
now
charges. Is that
president.
correct?
I might be wrong about how long it took the tax division. I've seen other information suggesting it was a much shorter period of time.
But they did do that.
I understand that the tax division did produce a 99-page memo authorizing all the charges the special agents had recommended.
Thank you. So, Ms. O'Connor, you said DOJ's tax division recommended
BRB.
6 felonies and 5 misdemeanors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Hunter Biden was only initially charged with 2 counts of willful failure to pay federal income taxes as part of the plea deal. Is that correct?
Right, for just 2 years.
And these are misdemeanors.
Right.
Okay. But the maximum penalty for these charges is a fine of $25,000 as well as up to 1 year in federal prison. Is that correct?
Or both.
Or both. Yet Hunter Biden owed more than $100,000 in both 2017 and 2018. Correct?
That's what the criminal information alleged. I think that's a ballpark figure.
Okay. Based on the answers you just provided, it's extremely difficult to believe that an individual who is not the son of the sitting U.S. president would be treated this way. We're told the Department of Justice treats all citizens equally under the law. But based on the evidence this committee has presented, that is not what what happened in Delaware. Based on your experience, would you agree that that's not what happened in Delaware?
Exactly. And it was particularly galling because just in the next state in New Jersey, a mechanic was being sentenced to 2 years for having not paid like $100,000 in taxes.
So In this case, there was not equal justice under the law being proposed.
Absolutely not.
Totally unequal justice. That is not what this country stands for. We want everybody being treated the same under the law, and my colleagues should feel the same way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Good lady yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Lev Parnas, who Mr. Raskin's continues to refer to. It's actually a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. It's Lev Parnas sentenced to 20 months in prison for campaign finance, wire fraud, and false statement offenses.
Yeah, he worked with
Not objection to order. Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, it has been repeated, and I would also like to repeat that the allegations being presented by the majority are extremely serious. And the prospect of impeachment is also a gravely serious matter, which has been echoed by our witnesses today.
That's not.
And any serious impeachment investigation or inquiry relies on firsthand sworn testimony of witnesses to high crimes or misdemeanors.
Oh,
Today,
I'm
the
sorry,
Republican
I'm
majority has called in
behind.
3
Boom had a
witnesses to
comment
advance their
that's probably
case.
now like.
Mr. Turley, I have a simple question for you. In your testimony today, are you presenting any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
No, I'm not.
No, you are not. Ms. O'Connor, you are the second Republican witness here today. Have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States? Thank you. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, as the third and final Republican witness in this hearing, have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
And Professor Gerhardt, given that you are the minority witness, I assume the same, correct?
I'm not a fact witness, correct.
Thank you. And to clarify, 2 individuals presented today who do have firsthand accounts surrounding the progeny of these allegations are being blocked from testifying by the Republican majority.
Right.
And I want to explain why this is important. Members of Congress, all of us in this hearing, are not under oath, as we are presently covered by the speech and debate clause. Isn't that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And the speech and debate clause covers all statements by a member of Congress, whether they are factual or not. There are only 4 people in this room that are presently under oath in their testimony. And those are the 4 witnesses here today. Is that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And so the direct testimony of the 4 individual witnesses here today are the bona fide words that this committee must use in order to proceed or substantiate an investigation. And I want to emphasize why that's important. Earlier today, one of our colleagues, a gentleman from Florida, presented up on this screen something that appeared to be a screenshot of a text message containing or insinuating an explosive allegation. That screenshot of what appeared to be a text message was a fabricated image. It was a fabricated image. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was the staff of the committee, but it was not the actual direct screenshot from that phone. And in fact, I would like to submit to the committee the actual full context from the Ziegler affidavit number 1, exhibit 402, of the full text of that exchange. Do I have permission from the chair? Importantly, what was brought out from that fabricated image excluded critical context that changed the underlying meaning and allegation that was presented up on that screen by this committee and by members of this committee. Now, they are well within their right to do that because they are covered by the speech and debate clause. This was not submitted by a material or fact witness under oath. That was not submitted by a material or fact witness under oath. The impeachment inquiry, any impeachment inquiry, regardless of party, is an extremely serious matter. Professor Gerhardt, in the impeachment inquiry into President Clinton, were there key fact witnesses that were presented during those proceedings?
They were not in the House.
Mm-hmm. In the Senate, were there any?
There were.
There were in the Senate. Now, in the impeachment, in the impeachment investigations with respect to President Trump, were there key material fact witnesses in the House?
Yes, ma'am.
Great song,
There were.
by the way.
Are there any key material fact witnesses here today?
No, ma'am.
None. And so we are wasting our time. When we talk about a threshold of an impeachment inquiry, was there a House floor vote that had a majority of members of Congress that opened an impeachment inquiry into President Clinton?
There was.
There was. Was there a full House floor vote opening an impeachment inquiry into President Trump?
In 2019.
Is there one here for this one?
Not for this one.
There is not one here for this one. This is an embarrassment. An embarrassment to the time and people.
I
of
agree,
this country.
Spotman.
And I would ask that the chair and I would ask that this committee elevate to the promise of our duties here and comport ourselves with the consistency and practice that is required of our seats and our duty and our oath to our responsibilities here. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goffman for 5 minutes from Wisconsin.
Okay, I'm concerned about the seriousness of these allegations. And what bothers me a little is that I'm beginning to think Americans are.
Oh,
are
this
beginning to
guy,
think
I
this
fucking hate this
behavior
guy.
by
I
the
troll
Biden
him
family
on
is
Twitter
wrong.
all the time. I troll him mercilessly on Twitter. He's such an easy mark.
Politician. They're going to look at the news with regard
I hate
to
this guy.
Senator Menendez
He's
the
so
last couple
awful.
weeks, and they're just going to say this is how it works.
He's the worst.
I don't think it's the way it works. I think this is this corruption that appears to be. We have all sorts of smoke, maybe not fire, but all sorts of smoke.
You have
is
zero
almost an
fire,
historic
baby.
low for our
You don't even have
and it
some
deserves
smoke.
a strong response.
You've got
from
zero
this body.
smoke. I wonder if this is going to be okay over here.
Look at Senator Menendez's latest indictment. There's no tolerance for putting yourself before your constituents, unless it's
Have you met George Santos? I don't know. Have you?
I applaud my
have you
Democrat
met-
colleagues who
have-
asked Senator
have you met
Menendez
George
to
Santos?
resign. We know how that
Mr.
ends.
Grossman?
There'll be a new Democrat to replace
Mr. Grossman? He always
but
has
here
a
we're talking
sausage in
about
his
the
hand.
presidency.
Look how tiny his hands are.
If the
Oh,
response
he's
is,
terribly
well, Hunter
racist.
Biden wasn't
Growth
like
man.
a politician, I have
He's
to
gross
know
man.
just what was Hunter Biden selling.
He's
You
terrible.
can't become
He's a terrible
numb to
person.
these facts. The allegations are
He's a
extraordinary.
terrible
In
person.
fact, I'm not aware of these type of allegations where we have a sitting president accused of bribery, accused of taking
Oh,
payments.
girl,
whether
wait
it
till
be
I tell you
directly or
about
through his
Trump.
family.
Oh my God, you're gonna
And
die.
these are not empty allegations.
You're gonna need
You can't have
you're gonna
evidence.
need
Just look
some
at what's come in
vapors.
just the
You're
past
gonna have the
couple of days.
vapors after I tell you about
Is
Trump.
President Biden compromised? It's particularly relevant
Why
because
is
of
Marilyn Manson
um,
sitting behind him? No, I'm just kidding.
interaction
Sorry.
between our country and Ukraine.
I'm getting mean now.
Interaction between our country.
I'm getting to hour 3 and
doesn't
I'm
look
mean.
good. And the facts demand we continue to investigate. Mr. Turley, I want you to really discuss how historic this really is.
Yeah, please do.
What do you think is the most? What do you think is the most concerning piece of evidence that you
There
heard
is
of
no
today?
evidence. Say it,
I think
Jonathan.
the most concerning, obviously, you have to start with the bribery allegation that was the subject of the FD 1023. Now, I say in
which
the
is just an
testimony that you
allegation.
have to only take that so far because you have a lot of information about a secondhand account. But when you put it into the context of this labyrinth of accounts and companies used to transfer money,
When you
and you
take
have the
circumstantial
statements of Hunter
evidence,
Biden,
you
that's
can
what
say
makes
things.
this a credible inquiry. And the question
It's
is,
circumstantial.
did the president know? Did he encourage this type of corruption? And the key here, once again, which is what I stressed in the testimony,
I mean,
is you have to
granted, Hunter's
begin
a
with
tool,
the
but,
recognition that what Hunter Biden and
have
his
you met
associates were
nepotism?
doing
I mean, nepotism
was
is a thing,
corrupt.
unfortunately.
That's
Let's
what
end
influence
nepotism.
peddling
That's a great
is.
idea.
It's a form of corruption that our country globally has combated.
Let's do that.
Now, the only question is for an inquiry is whether that body of corruption, which it is, also encompass the actions or the knowledge of the President of the United States. The only way you will be able to
Was he
get that
president?
information is to follow this evidence. And what I suggest is you do so without any prejudice. You do so without any assumptions. In fact, I hope that the president will be able to show that there is no such.
Why would he have to show that?
But you won't get those answers until you
the prosecution
ask
has to
these
prove
questions.
their case.
So we're really obligated to have this inquiry.
I believe it's your duty to determine if the president is involved in what is a known form of corruption.
But
And
you
that's
don't
what I
have any
believe
evidence of
has
the
already been
corruption.
described. I believe many people have accepted that this was influence peddling in its rawest
Many people
form.
have accepted.
Okay, could you
Many people have
elaborate for
accepted.
us the
Who are
impact
these
bribery
people?
of a public official can have on the execution of their duties? And how about if it was the president? You explain why the American public ought to care about this.
He just said.
Well,
it,
Alexander
idiot.
Hamilton talked about impeachment in Federalist 65 as a violation of the public trust. And that's really what this ultimately goes to. I'm hoping that there's not much disagreement that public corruption falls within an impeachable offense, because if it does not, then it makes a mockery of what the framers were talking about.
Let's talk about making a
during the
mockery of what the framers were talking
impeachment,
about,
Michael and I
Jonathan. Can we talk about
testified,
that for a minute?
And there was a lot of,
How about,
I think, good
enabling
faith
a traitor?
discussion between us and the other experts as to the executive
Where's
function
Jonathan's
theory
indictment?
and what constitutes an impeachable offense.
Or was he
I
not
would
like
hope
cool enough
that
to
it would be agreed that if a
crime with
nexus
them?
was established with the president, that he participated in the corruption of influence peddling, that it would be a potential impeachable offense, or it would be the basis of an
We
impeachment.
have millions of dollars.
Yes, I'd like to
flowing the
impeach
Biden
Mr.
family.
Turley,
That's
since he also is not a
proven
member of government.
overwhelmingly. Are you aware of any precedent in
Shut the
this
fuck
country
up. That's right.
where there's been any case of bribery and corruption of a public official or of a president of this magnitude? I mean, is there any historical precedent?
Yeah, let me
in
tell
this
you about the
country, Ron?
last president.
Gentlemen's time's expired,
Strap
but
in,
please answer
girl,
the question,
because this is
Mr.
going to be a
Certainly,
ride and a half.
This
Oof.
has the assumption,
Yeah.
as the ranking member
Criming,
has
criming,
contested the degree to which the all of this money went to the Biden family members. That has to be, as the ranking member said, it has to be established. But no, in terms of
Because
the figures,
usually when you make
I've
a
been
lot of
critic
money, you
influence
don't give any
peddling
money
by
to your
both Republicans
family.
and Democrats for
That's
3 decades. I've been
I
writing
guess
about
that's
this
the
a
way
long time.
this guy runs his
Influence
life.
peddling
Is that
the
if you make a
favorite
lot of
form
money,
corruption in
the
Washington,
last thing you
And
do
it's a-
is give
and
any
the
money
city
to
is
your
awash
family
with it.
members.
But have I seen anything of this size and
I
complexity?
mean, let him eat cake.
No.
Am I right?
Just as an observer, no. But we still need to know the scope of this and whether all of these financial transfers link the president in any regard. And I'm not going
They
to assume
probably
that
don't.
it does.
Mr. Chairman, of the unanimous,
Chair now
I'm gonna
recognizes
guess.
Mr.
I'm gonna guess they don't.
unanimous consent motion just to introduce October
Dan
2020
Goldman?
article in Politico, where Mikola Zlochevsky, who was the source of the FD 1023 that Mr. Turley just referenced, stated that neither he nor anyone else from Burisma ever had any contact with Vice President Biden or people working for him during Hunter Biden's engagement.
Without objection to order, Chair now
Boom.
recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we sit here just 2 days away from a complete government shutdown, House Republicans want to distract the American public from their funding failure with a baseless impeachment inquiry lacking facts and foundation. This preventable shutdown threatens the livelihood of millions of federal workers,
I guess.
small business owners, seniors, and
Homer's
veterans,
tired.
all of whom live in
He's
the districts
exhausted.
of every member on this committee. In my home state of Ohio, nearly 60,000 federal workers will either be furloughed or forced to work without pay. I cannot overstate the impact this Republican shutdown will have on mothers and babies receiving WIC. In Ohio, there are 180,000 women, children, and infants whose benefits will be at risk. And in case that statistic isn't sinking in, let me just paint the picture for you. A new mother in Cleveland is trying to buy infant formula for her baby at the grocery store next week, only to discover that she has no WIC benefits to access. She cannot pay. If Speaker McCarthy and our Republican colleagues continue to value their egos over the well-being of American families, stories like this will become a terrifying reality for millions. Yet, House Republicans continue to prioritize political warfare over people's welfare. The Speaker seems committed to promoting political gains and protecting people's benefits over protecting people's benefits. Americans and our economy are being held hostage to the demands of the most extreme members of his party. It is painfully clear that Speaker McCarthy has once again handed control of the People's House to MAGA extremists. Rather than work with Democrats to get us out of the mess they created, Republicans
on
are
his Twitter.
tripping over themselves, trying to distract and deflect the American people with this shameful show. The Department of Justice
good.
and the FBI under former President Trump spent five long years looking into these Republican conspiracy theories and debunked them repeatedly. So now, in a vain attempt to deflect from the chaos and confusion they are causing, House Republicans want to dig them up yet again. So, Professor Gerhardt, what would you say is the primary flaw in the House Republicans' claims about President Biden?
Well, I suppose I could say a lot, but the problem is that the dots are not connected. The name that's been repeated most often in this hearing is Hunter Biden, not President Biden. And the point of an impeachment inquiry is not about a president's son. It has to be about the president himself. And I don't think those dots have been connected. There have been lots of assumptions, lots of accusations, but not evidence.
Thank you. These falsehoods about President Biden didn't change the will of the people in November 2020, yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are at it again, holding another hearing on baseless allegations, looking for facts that just don't exist.
This is why
Instead of
you
fulfilling our
can
duty
never
to
say
govern,
to
my
me,
colleagues
all
threaten a government
politicians
shutdown,
are
dangerous for
whatever.
most and
You can't
disastrous
say
for
that.
our most vulnerable communities. So
They're
with
very
that, Mr.
smart,
Chairman,
hardworking
I will
people
yield my time to
on the
ranking
Democrat
member.
side. Thank you, Rep. Brown. Yes,
And then, but I
thank
would
you.
urge you to yield to Mr. Goldman.
Calm,
yield to Mr.
intelligent,
Goldman.
rational
Thank you
thinking.
very much. I thank my colleague. Ms. O'Connor, I believe you testified before that the 99-page DOJ tax memo gave a full authorization for the charges. Is that your testimony?
That is what the whistleblowers reported.
Actually, the whistleblowers reported that it was a discretion finding. And since you worked in the DOJ tax division, I'm sure you understand that there is full authorization, there is discretion, and there is declination. And when they give a discretion determination, that is because there are serious holes and flaws, and they leave it to the discretion
More
of the
strong,
U.S.
smart
attorney
women in
whether
Congress,
or not they
please.
want to
Yes,
charge it.
thank you.
Isn't that correct?
No, not at all. Discretion is not based on holes and flaws. It's based on the ability of that particular district to prosecute that case. And in fact, that 99-page
the
memo is
ability?
referred
What do you
to
mean the
several
ability?
times in the testimony.
Excuse me.
And
What do you mean?
yet
Reclaim
only
your
the one
time.
time did it mention discretion. All the other times it did not mention discretion at all. And
So you're
that's-
disputing that it's
Gentleman's time has
disputing that it's
expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disturbed about what I've heard here today. There's a saying among country lawyers that if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table.
Hey, there
When
we
you can't pound the table,
go.
I guess
Wealthy
some of my
white men. I
Democratic
know,
colleagues
right?
choose to
Hi,
pound the
Brenda.
That was
Good to
inexcusable.
see you.
What just happened in this committee, attacking the witnesses personally instead of addressing the merits of the evidence being presented, indicates
Evidence?
to me
There's no evidence.
that my Democratic
You don't have
colleagues
any
know the
evidence,
evidence
babes.
is becoming
You don't have any
increasingly
evidence.
conclusive. It reminds me of a line from a movie, A Few Good Men, Jack Nicholson. You can't handle the truth. The evidence will either convict or acquit in any criminal proceeding or civil
Good
proceeding.
morning.
If there's no wrongdoing, the evidence or the lack of evidence will support that conclusion. The problem of the suspicion of wrongdoing is compounded by the withholding of evidence, the misrepresentation of the evidence in
Ben
hand,
Wilcox.
and the obstruction of
I
an
just got a
investigation
really
denying
interesting
access to information
comment.
that would be or could be evidence.
Ben Wilcox
At
is
this
not
point,
a
there's
fan
a
of
growing
Lolo.
public perception,
So I'm just
and
going to
it's
show
reflected in
you
the
Ben
polls, Mr. Chairman,
Wilcox.
that President
Oops.
Biden, his son Hunter,
Ben
other family
Wilcox,
members,
you
and
truly
business
suck.
associates were engaged
You
in
need
some form of
professional
criminal
help.
activity.
Okay, so he's actually not
It is
wrong.
the
Ben,
responsibility
if you're
of
watching,
this committee
you're not
to
wrong.
pursue the truth.
I actually
and
am
report it
under
to the
care of
American people.
professional help, and sometimes
I'm not sure
I
that's
do
what's
suck.
happening on the other side.
I
with my
mean, don't we
colleagues. It is
all?
vitally
Don't we all?
important that our efforts be conducted
I
openly,
don't know.
without prejudice, with no other agenda other than arriving at the truth,
Yeah.
regardless of our
Yeah.
politics.
Yeah.
It is vitally important. As Professor Turley has pointed out,
Quoting
we
McQuarterson
don't
over here as an
undertake
appointment, but
an
down his neighbor's
an
job this
inquiry
afternoon.
lightly. This has profound implications for the future of this country and our
We got
ability to govern
fans.
ourselves.
We got fans.
We have
We
seen
got
repeatedly
fans.
obstructive efforts,
I'm gonna like
obstruction
that comment.
efforts to deny
I'm
this
gonna like
committee
it.
access
Ben,
to
you're
information
so
that's
right.
material to this investigation.
You're
I
not
want to ask
wrong.
Professor Turley a question. In your view, could the promise of foreign access to any official,
We all need
government official, whether
professional
it's the vice president or anybody else, that only materially benefited a family member, could that be influenced by
Yes, and as I point out in the testimony, courts have found
Have
that
you met
various
my
benefits
imaginary
to family
friend?
members
Oh, wait,
can
they're
be
over
attributed as a
here.
benefit to the principal. That has included everything from throwing a golf contest in favor of a son of a politician to paying for gifts. In
Wait,
fact, I was
what?
lead
Oh, wait, I have
counsel in
the
the
perfect
last
thing for this. Hold on
Porteous
just a minute.
trial, in the last impeachment trial for
Hold
a
on
judge. And
this. Hold on.
that
I'm
was
gonna
the trial
ruin
in the
my
U.S.
hair, but I
Senate.
don't care. I'm
My
gonna do
client,
it for you
Judge
guys
Porteous,
because I love
was
you.
accused, among other things, of benefits going to
Because
his
I love
family.
you so much.
And so
I'm gonna
there's
ruin my
certainly precedent,
professional
not only
image.
in criminal cases, but in impeachment cases for making that necessary.
Okay, I want to be more
This is the only
specific.
way I can watch this now.
If
I'm sorry.
Vice President Biden used his office to influence
Mhm.
domestic or foreign policy
Did
for
he?
the financial benefit of his son,
You did?
even though Vice President Biden may never have received a dime,
What?
but it resulted
Wait, what?
in millions of dollars
Of what?
going to his son or
Why?
his brother or
Did
other
Jared
family
get the
members
$2
or
billion
business
because he's cute?
associates,
What happened?
and used his office to influence either domestic or foreign policy for their
What?
benefit. Could that be a
don't
violation
know.
of the public trust?
No.
Absolutely. In fact,
Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe.
perhaps the
I mean, but have you
most
met Mr.
quintessential
Trump?
violation of the public trust because you're not acting.
Let
in
me
public
tell you about
interest.
Mr. Trump.
It's a
okay?
form of
Let
public
me tell
corruption
you.
that this government,
That's
this country, has declared as corrupt in other countries around the world.
wait. Here we go.
Sir, I don't want to jump on
kinda
your
hard
time
to,
because I
like,
know
see.
you all have important things to do, but I would like to respond
I
to
would
the
like to
attack that you
respond
mentioned.
to the
You may do
attack.
so.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to explain what that attack dealt with,
Oh, wait,
nothing
here we
else
go.
for members
Hold
of the
on.
committee than for my three children
Oh,
here
yeah.
who may be a little surprised by what they just heard.
What?
As they, I think, know, I've spent my life challenging what
What?
is called morals legislation. What the
You did?
Democratic member attacked me for are laws that
Where's the
dictate to
other hand?
others how they should live their lives.
Now I
Some
have
of
too
those
many
laws
hands.
have been used against gay and lesbian couples. They've been used against minorities. The individual that the
Here we
member
go.
described,
Yes.
I condemn. I represented
Kinda
the
hard to
sister
see.
wives in the case challenging that law on the basis
hold on.
of individual rights. The trial court ruled in our favor and struck down that law the first time that type of law had ever been struck down. The 10th Circuit later dismissed on technical grounds. But I just want to end with one other thing, and that is it's not going to make a difference. You know, this has become a pattern of witnesses, whistleblowers, FBI agents, journalists being attacked in Congress. It won't make any difference. It won't change the constitutional standard. It won't negate any evidence that you have. But at some point, you've got to say enough. You know, that we have to have something The public has something in Congress to look to have faith. And I have to tell you, it's not that I think that absurd attack meant
Or
any
are
difference
you
to my
clutching your
children.
pearls? Are you
people
clutching your
that are
pearls? Oh,
watching.
the
It makes
Illuminati.
a
Yeah.
difference to our process.
Illuminati hands is back.
Witnesses should not have to.
Mr. Chairman, I just, I hate
What I
to
do
interrupt
for you
Professor Turley,
guys
but
is
could
just
our witness get
amazing.
equal time then? Because we're over a minute over.
Has your
Chairman, I
witness-
think gentleman's
know.
time has
I
expired.
don't
He
know.
responded to the false allegations by your members, and I
Mhm.
apologize for how you all been treated. I apologize to the American people watching this hearing for the
Hi,
parliamentary
Lipro. Sorry I
stunts
missed you come
that the other
in.
side has pulled. I think people in America
Jared
care
is
about
better
public
known.
corruption.
Polygamy.
The title of this hearing is an
Polygamy.
impeachment inquiry. And I think that Mr. Turley's done a good job explaining the basis for why we
Yes,
need
he
to
is.
take
I think it is
impeachment
George
inquiry
Mason.
and move forward. We have led this
I think
investigation.
he is at George Mason.
And now we need the impeachment inquiry
I mean,
status as we move
don't
forward
we
to
all?
get the information that we have been obstructed by this administration and by this family. And that's what the purpose of this hearing is. Don't create another false narrative.
I
With
don't
that, the
know.
chair recognizes
Thank you.
I don't know
Gomez
that
from
you're
California.
false. With that, Chairman, I
Mr. Chairman,
do
what
something.
obstruction were you referring to
Okay,
there?
Miss Stansberry from New Mexico. Mr. Gomez was next on the thing.
this is
Miss
so
Stansberry.
ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Donald Trump for calling this hearing today. As it demonstrates the House GOP and Donald Trump's
Spicy.
continued attacks on our institutions and on our democracy, and the House GOP's complete inability to govern
Yep,
in a
I
serious
agree with
manner.
you, Lipro.
As they're holding this hearing, as we see just 2 days before a potential devastating government shutdown, and the fact that most Republican members on this committee didn't even bother to show up for the hearing this morning. Their own star witness said right here in this committee this morning that he doesn't even believe that there's enough evidence to meet the standards needed for impeachment. And in doing this, our colleagues across the aisle are making a mockery of this institution and of our Constitution, peddling in conspiracy theories, peddling the conspiracy
Don't
theories
tell me
that
both
Rudy
parties are the
Giuliani
same.
and
Don't tell
Donald
me
Trump
both parties are the same.
themselves
Ever.
tried to
Ever.
get the American people to
Ever.
believe,
They're
and
not.
which Donald Trump's DOJ
If you think that, you're
debunked.
not paying attention.
It's
sorry.
outrageous.
Sorry, not sorry.
So let's be clear about what this hearing actually is. It's an effort to undermine our democracy, to diminish
It's
Donald
really
Trump's
ludicrous.
own two
So
impeachments.
ludicrous. Come on
His
now.
first
This is not serious
impeachment for
people.
trying to illegally bribe a foreign government to help him with his campaign, and the second for a deadly insurrection in the halls of this
Oh,
Capitol
Lipro.
after he asked his followers
So
to
sorry.
tear through the halls of Congress.
I don't
which
know
they
what
did
where
with
what
zip
state
ties,
she's from.
looking
I'm
to
not sure what
execute
state she's
the
from,
former
but
vice
I like her.
president. And we know that Donald Trump has called for this impeachment inquiry because we have the direct evidence from his own social. You can see it right here. He says, impeach the bum. And we also know that he's been
Oh, New Mexico.
directly
Okay. Thank
coordinating
you.
with
Thanks,
members
Melissa.
of this committee, as reported by the New York Times. Right here, a member of this committee has been briefing Donald Trump on this
Thank
inquiry.
you. Thanks, J3.
We also know that if Donald Trump doesn't get his way, he
Her
wants
hair
his
is gorgeous,
loyalists
by the way. I
to
know that's
shut
not
down the
it, but
government. How do we know
like
that?
her hair.
Because he posted it right here on his social media.
She is
And his
spicy. I love it.
loyalists in
I love
this
spicy
committee
ladies.
who are doing his bidding for him today retweeted it. And in
Bitch.
fact, it actually says right here that the reason why they want to defund the government and impeach is because this is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me.
Oh.
So, folks, this is not a serious inquiry. This is not a serious hearing. In fact, the witnesses here don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. Their own members don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. In fact, they refuse to hold a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives because they didn't have enough Republican members who would vote for it.
lose. Yeah,
That's why we're here
yeah,
today.
yeah.
It's outrageous. So what is this hearing actually about? It's a campaign strategy. It's a misuse of official resources. It is this committee and loyalists of Donald Trump doing his bidding to bolster his chances of winning back the White House and securing their majority in the next election. And in the process, to diminish the name of impeachment, which is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, which we take an oath to uphold, and to make Donald Trump's crimes, including his 2 impeachments and his 91 criminal indictment counts, look like they're not serious crimes.
This is why, man.
When you think about it, it's chilling.
The Democrat,
it's truly chilling. It's another attack on our democracy and our institutions.
Really wonderful.
It's another attack on fair and free
generation
elections.
of politicians.
And the use of
I think there's some real
to try to carry it
in
out.
the House.
So I just want to say,
I'm excited.
I think it's obvious who the grand puppet master is here. He tweeted about it on his own social. And we see the long arm, but little hands of Mr. Donald Trump, whose
I don't know, but coming to a show near you.
And this sham impeachment. But we know that the American people are smart, that they're not going to be fooled by what's happening here today. And especially
which one of the minority judiciary
as they shut
committee
the government
members
down
will
in 2 days with catastrophic impacts
will
for
run
our
against
communities.
Joe?
And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Turley, Professor.
Hate
We're
this
going to
guy.
be moving quickly here. Let us retract from the absurdities of 21st century Twitter. Let's go back to 1787. Shall we? Article 2, Section 4. The President,
There you
Vice
go.
President, and all civil
Kathy,
officers
little hands.
of the United
Little
States shall
hands.
be removed from office
Little
on
tiny
impeachment
hands.
for and conviction of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. High crimes and misdemeanors is not and never has been limited to indictable criminality. Mr. Turley, Professor, please tell us briefly, sir, what was the actual meaning in
Maybe
1787 of
1791. I
high
don't know.
crimes and
1787, 91, whatever.
Well, this has been a matter
cares?
of obviously robust debate for many decades. What we do know is that there were various terms that were offered and were rejected. The most famous being maladministration.
He loves this.
And James
He loves
Madison
this
was
speech.
uncomfortable with that.
He loves
But
this
they were also
lecture.
uncomfortable with limiting
This is his
it to like
favorite
treason
law
and
school
bribery.
lecture.
Exactly. It was never designed to be limited by writ of statute. Was it, Professor? Would Madison argue that quote unquote betrayal of trust to foreign powers is an impeachable offense?
There are references into
Do you have any
that
evidence
type
of that?
betrayal of trust.
Can
but
you
also,
show
if you
the
take a look
evidence?
at past impeachments, they have
Can you show
gone
the
to a
evidence?
violation of public trust, including
Lugging
the
up a
use
hill
of
in the
office
woods.
To perpetuate false accounts or to obstruct
Higgins, the
this
disgraced
body.
sheriff.
Agreed. So impeachment
Writ of
is a
statute. What's that?
is a mechanism of our congressional authority. It's not a criminal proceeding, is it, Professor?
No, it's not.
It's not. What I've said previously is that I happen to believe you should start with the criminal code and look at things that would be crimes for others because those resonate the most in terms.
And those criminal code violations would be revealed through the investigative effort of the congressional endeavor to inquire
prove something that didn't happen.
into impeachable offenses like this hearing. Would you
Oh,
agree?
Higgins.
That's right. This is
Moving
power.
quickly. There's one
No,
of the
I think
gentlemen
he said
said
writ
there's
of
no
statute.
credibility to this
I don't
evidence.
think
Let me
he
say,
misheard
as
it.
an investigator, there's perhaps no category of evidence that's more credible than bank records. And bank records is what we're working with. The House Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, Ways and Means Committee are investigating highly suspicious money transactions from foreign powers through shell companies to Biden family members. There's nothing more credible in an investigative effort, good sir, than bank records. I'm going to
Really?
read
Actually,
from an
I
email
think those don't show you much of anything.
Assistant United States Attorney
I mean, they
Wolf,
show you money movement,
released
but you
by the
don't have
House
any
Committee on Ways
context
and
for the
Means
money
yesterday,
movement.
identified as Exhibit 202 of the IRS whistleblower investigation. This email shows Ms. Wolf prohibiting the
Diana.
investigation
Yes, we
team
are.
from looking into political figure
We're just
one.
talking
Let me
for the sake of
clarify
hearing
that
ourselves
during that
talk and wasting
investigation,
time.
political figure one
Chaos.
was a pseudonym agreed upon by
Chaos
the
is-
investigative team, the FBI, the DOJ, and IRS investigators.
Joe had different.
Political figure one
Joe
is
had
not a pseudonym
pseudonyms.
created
Can you
by
imagine
Republicans or
a lifelong
Democrats.
politician having
Political figure
pseudonyms?
one is
Good
President Biden.
morning, good
Is Joe
morning,
Biden.
Diana. Art music.
Leslie Wolf, as a priority, someone needs to redraft attachment B. There should be nothing about political figure one in here. This is a response to an email delivered by Joshua Wilson, FBI agent.
Yes. Oh
that said,
boy.
please see the attached draft for Blue
Oh,
Star
so
Search
furious.
Warrant. Blue Star Strategies
So furious.
is a longtime Democrat lobbying firm that Hunter Biden used to put pressure on
John
U.S.
Barrett.
government officials to end the investigation and protect
That's a
Burisma.
good one,
The Department of
That's a good
Justice was
one.
investigating Blue Star
Great
for these
reference.
activities and allowed to retroactively register as a
Gannon,
foreign
he
agent.
wept too.
Today, no one has been held accountable at Blue Star. That happened during 2020,
Smartest
just months
chat
before
on
your
the fucking
presidential
internet.
election.
Everybody
America.
brings like
You should be very
fucking receipts.
concerned
What
about
about
this.
Oh,
Mr.
his
Turley,
move, his
based
motion
upon
to
the
bring
constitutional
in
parameters, the House of
Rudy
Representatives.
Rudy
Do
Khalid.
you agree that our Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, and Ways and Means Committee should
It's a
be
good one.
judiciously investigating reasonable suspicion of
He's
impeachable
drooling.
actions by President Joe Biden?
I do. That I think it is your duty to get answers to these questions and to see if the president was involved in what I think is a confirmed corrupt influence
A
peddling.
confirmed? How is
Thank
it
you, Mr.
confirmed,
Chairman.
sir?
My time has
How is
expired.
it
I yield.
confirmed? How is it confirmed, sir?
Chair now recognize Ms.
How is it
Garcia of
confirmed?
California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just begin by recapping for the American people what we've seen so far today. My Democratic colleagues have done a great job of showing that there's absolutely zero evidence linking President Joe Biden to any wrongdoing. Zero, none. This hearing is a complete waste of time 2 days before a MAGA government shutdown. And we also know that Hunter Biden never held any sort of public office. And there is
Confirmed by
no
what?
evidence that he ever influenced any kind of policy in the White House. There's no evidence that he and his father's finances were ever linked. And we've spoken to many witnesses to prove that. And in fact, none of the witnesses here actually have any direct evidence that there's any sort of wrongdoing. And that was repeated
Whoa.
here by these witnesses. So instead, we're back
They're
to
not
falling
watching
on
this.
MAGA
Oh my
conspiracy
God,
theories
no.
of Rudy Giuliani
They
parroting
can't handle
over and
this.
over again.
They're going to wait
This
for
farce is
Bannon
all
to,
about House
to
Republicans trying to
vomit it up
re-elect
again
their beloved leader,
in
Donald Trump.
convenient little sound
And what I
bites.
want to know is why we're not actually investigating real family corruption. They want to attack President Biden's family, who actually never worked in the White House, which is incredibly hypocritical. Yet we have not yet talked about these guys that actually worked in the White House. And in fact, I want to talk about Jared Kushner, who's right over here. We know that Jared Kushner, who's Donald Trump's son-in-law, was given enormous power in the White House. When Jared joined the White House, he was so unfit and unqualified and with so many conflicts of interest, he couldn't even get a security clearance. His father-in-law, Donald Trump, had to intervene, overriding national security officials. We also know that just months after Jared left the White House, the Saudi royal family gave him $2 billion with the B into the Kushner hedge fund. And right now, Jared is pocketing an additional $25 million a year in fees.
It is.
This is a man who was put at the head of Middle East policy in the White House. We know he personally intervened to give the Saudis a $110 billion arms deal.
Let's talk about Khashoggi.
That was opposed by folks all across the government. He supported the Saudis with their brutal war in Yemen, even after they murdered Jamal Khashoggi, a journalist, of course, who was an American resident. The Saudi crown prince bragged to other heads of state that Kushner, and I quote, was in his pocket. Even Trump's first Secretary of State complained that this is inappropriate. Now, Jared delivered for the Saudis over and over again, and he was rewarded. Even advisors to the crown prince advised against the $2 billion hedge fund investment, yet he went forward anyways. So we know that Jared Kushner, a senior White House aide and Donald Trump's son-in-law, was doing favors for a foreign government. Now, this is actually an enormous family scandal that this committee should be investigating. And I think Chris Christie put it well when he said that the grift from this family, the Trump crime family, in my opinion, is breathtaking. You also need to take my word for it. But this is actually what our committee chairman actually said about the Kushners. I'm just quoting our chairman. I have been vocal that I think what Kushner did crossed the line of ethics. Now, Mr. Chairman, I completely agree that the Kushners crossed the line of ethics, and I want to know what we're going to do about it and when that hearing is actually going to be here in front of us. See, if we're not too busy, maybe next week during the Republican MAGA shutdown, we can actually have a hearing with Jared Kushner, which is clearly in a very corrupt arms deal here, a deal around his investment firm. And the chairman can also be involved in that since he also thinks there's problems. Now, we do know today that we're not here because of any wrongdoing of President Biden, but because it's all part of Donald Trump's campaign. And his most extreme allies, including some members of this committee, are now retaliating. In fact, some members have been trying to impeach the president since day one.
Perry.
Now,
Where
this
is Rick
a tweet
Perry?
here. I'm going to read it. It says, 2 years ago, I introduced articles to impeach Joe Biden on his first full day in office. We will impeach Biden, bolded with an exclamation point. And you see the actual resolution here. So we have the receipts to prove it. There really is no reason why. They don't care why they want to impeach the president, but they've been trying to do it now for years. Here you have, of course, a member of this oversight committee posting about introducing articles of impeachment on President Biden's very first day in office. And now the Speaker of the House is empowering these people in a desperate attempt to keep his job. Ultimately, the person pulling the strings here is Donald Trump, a dangerous man facing federal and state indictments who's out for revenge. And he's
I
been
really
doing
want
this
to know.
his whole
I really
career.
want to hear from
And I want to
him.
show you a second tweet, again by a member of this committee.
He is fantastic. I'm telling you, all the Democrats, the House
They are
Democrats,
trying to expunge
are
Donald
so
Trump's
fucking
impeachment, as you can
talented.
see here, which is also unconstitutional.
talented.
I'm going to read this tweet. Expunge the wrongful Trump impeachments. Impeach criminal Biden. These are political stunts to appeal to an extremist base, and they seize control of this conference.
Yeah.
We don't act, they'll threaten our democracy again. This impeachment is a farce with no evidence, and with that,
They
I
are
yield back.
threatening our
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add to the gentleman's remarks that Jared Kushner was a key player in the historic
Is this a
Abraham
point of
Accord.
order?
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
where's the point of order? You got time there, Jordan?
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from
Bitch.
Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Gerhardt, you had been asked a question earlier that I heard a quick reply to, and the answer to the question was about the timing of a government shutdown and an impeachment. You quickly responded, never. Do you want to revise or extend that remark about
Is that Pete
timing
Sessions? I
of
thought he
a
was
government
dead.
shutdown and an impeachment
I thought
occurring
Pete
at about the
Sessions was
same
dead.
time?
Really?
You said
No, I had him
never.
Kissingered. I had him in my
I
Kissinger
understand
file.
the question, and if you're talking about 2019,
I am.
there was not a shutdown.
There was not. There's not now.
I understand, but
There's not now. So the people on this side are simply taking advantage of your answer. In fact, the indictment, the impeachment,
Oh,
Donald
God,
Trump was
Eastman.
December
Yeah.
18th,
I got to put that on. Hold on.
2019.
I'm going to
And
do it, but
then
I'm going
the
to turn it
president
down.
signed the funding of the government
So I'm not going to
December
play it.
21st, 2019.
This is why it drives me
3
crazy.
days later.
Yes.
So the question that you were asked, perhaps you responded to correctly.
Oh,
never.
sorry, Siegfried.
But in fact, there is a nexus
Not
that
on yet?
suggests
Ah,
that
Joe with
people
the
on this side
follow
of
Joe
the-
too
of
for
the
funny
dais
updates on
are
the
taken
Eastman
wrong way.
hearing
Second,
because he has great.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't know, Joe. I don't
also
know if you're
find that
doing.
some
live
of our
tweeting.
members are talking about baseless
funny.
accusations of a government shutdown.
All right, I gotta find.
All
You know where I'm
have
going to
to
go?
do
I'm
is
going to go to Joe Dempsey's
Google Ohio
Twitter
to
and
apply
find the
it
Zoom
for
link.
WIC, which was the
Yeah.
supposition brought up,
That's what
can
I'm
be
doing.
gathered in all 88 Ohio counties. It is run by the state of Ohio, not the federal government. I think that we need to be careful when we make
Do we need to be
accusations
careful?
here.
Is that
Thank you
is
very
that
much.
something
Ms.
you think we
O'Connor,
should do?
You
Okay.
have a
Interesting.
history of understanding
Interesting
tax
theory.
implications and inside the Department of Justice. These are serious matters, and when they
Would you
deal,
yield to the gentleman?
I will
Gentlewoman
not.
from Ohio?
I will not.
Just there.
Excuse
me?
The
Hold
implications
on, I'll put it in
of
J3
this
Wednesday. I'll do
endeavor
that.
we
I
are
got it
attempting
wrong
to
last
understand
time.
is
I understand. I'm
decision-making
so sorry.
inside the
I love you,
Department of
Joe.
Justice. And that inside
Poor Joe.
the decision making, we've already heard back a number of times how the Department of Justice
did not
I just
move
want to make sure I get it
forward
right.
in
Don't, Joe,
compliance,
just
I
don't,
believe,
don't,
to
don't,
their
don't.
job.
Help me, Joe.
To make a determination whether the facts would or should be taken further. With President Clinton, the FBI
I want to
went
make
and
sure.
actually
I
interviewed
wanna
the
make
president
sure.
and vice president about these matters
Okay.
and other people in the White House. And President Clinton lost his law license over that, and it ended up that there was an impeachment from the House side.
That's Joe.
Can you please
on
talk
Twitter.
about what should be done
He's good.
from
He's
normal
funny.
and regular Department of Justice officials to see whether this has occurred and whether we are entitled to ask questions about that investigation from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the DOJ?
Thank you, Mr. Sessions. I think you're more than entitled. I think that you're obligated to look into the allegations that the
Obligated?
whistleblowers
Really?
have brought. The whistleblowers were very detailed in the investigative steps that they took,
No.
in those that they wanted to take but were prevented from taking, but would have taken in any other investigation. We don't have a window into where the roadblock was thrown. We don't know who threw it.
Would you think it would be proper for this committee to bring those individuals and to properly vet them about that? Or is that the duty of the Department of Justice through the Federal Bureau of Investigation to get that done?
Well, I think it's your obligation.
No, I don't want to miss it either.
We know that the whistleblowers tried to remedy the obstruction from within the Internal Revenue Service and got no backup at all. They were left out to dry.
Does that include asking for metadata that might have supported any other investigation like this?
Absolutely. For example, the WhatsApp message where Hunter Biden says that he's sitting next to his father and is in the process of shaking down a Chinese businessman.
Excuse
The
me,
agents wanted to
shaking
find out
down?
whether
Were
that
you
was a
there,
true
bitch?
statement, and they could have
Were
found
you
out,
there, bitch?
but they were denied the authority to pursue that.
By
cunt.
what authority?
You
We don't
fucking
know
lying
exactly.
cunt.
All we know from the testimony is
Oh,
that they,
I'm sorry.
they
That
would
makes me
request search
mad.
warrants. They would
So,
be
Mr.
told-
Chairman, let the record reflect this as an inquiry for us to make a determination. Mr. Chairman, I'd also
Absolutely.
unanimously
Without objection to order.
placed into the record the articles which I had previously provided to this committee in testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
Without objection
another
to order.
unanimous consent motion. I'd like to offer a press release from the same Southern District of New York that you introduced for Lev Parnas that's entitled Devin Archer sentenced to a year and a day in prison for the fraudulent issuance and sale of more than $60 million of bonds.
Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's business partner and best friend.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Without
your
objection
star
to order.
witness. Yes,
Chair-
your star witness.
Your star
Chair
witness. Yeah.
recognizes Mr. Gomez from California for 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things I want to kind of stress is that from the very beginning of this Congress, the Republicans had one thing in mind. Let's get Joe Biden, right? Let's get Joe Biden and let's find the evidence that showed he did something wrong. But when the evidence didn't exist, they would make up facts or they would exaggerate to an extent that it was like, honestly, mind-boggling. And I want to focus on one part first. The Republicans keep pointing out 20 shell companies of the Biden family. These are actually 20 shell companies of Hunter Biden.
It is.
Okay, so anytime they say the Biden family, they're really saying Hunter Biden because there hasn't been a connection between Joe Biden and these companies. To an extent, do we have the slides up? Go. First slide is, that's not the slide, but I'll show it. So there's an article from Washington Post, August 17, 2023, and it says how Republicans overhype the findings of the Hunter Biden probe. And it's specifically when it comes to these 20 shell companies, as they call them. They were actually, they were overhyped, and they gave them 3 Pinocchios. Mr. Chairman, I would like to unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Style.
Without objection to order.
I'm trying to figure out where he's from.
Next. so they keep focusing on these 20 companies. And then the Ways and Means Committee reveals 700 pages yesterday. It was really dramatic, right? They used Section 6103 to get these returns, and they say, "Hey, we're gonna show that they did something wrong." The chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Adrian Smith, who also serves on this committee or sits on this committee, when asked a simple question, they pointed out that this actually the WhatsApp message of Hunter Biden allegedly was sent in 2017 when Joe Biden wasn't even president, when Joe Biden wasn't even running for president. So unanimous consent to enter another article by Yahoo News. NBC reporter destroys GOP lawmakers' evidence against Joe Biden without even trying.
Without objection to order.
Thank you so much. So let's dig into these 20 businesses. Oh, 20 companies. That's a lot of companies for an average American like myself. You know, I got a W-2. You know, I filed my income taxes. My wife and I have simple returns. But when it came to President Trump, how many companies did he have? Anybody want to take a guess? Ms. O'Connor, how many companies did Mr. Trump have?
I have no idea the number, but I know they all did.
You're so welcome. Thank you,
Diana.
So good to
I
see you.
reclaim my time. See, you can't even answer a simple question, right? He had over 500
Will the gentleman yield?
companies. No, I will not.
Huh?
He also had over 500 companies. Over 500 companies. I looked at the tax returns. Why? Because I was on the Ways and Means Committee, and I got to actually
He's
dig
from
into
California.
it.
I just don't know
Over
what district
500
he's from.
companies. Actually, between 517
I'll figure it out.
to 543.
I hope he's not. I mean, that's the scary thing is that
And
I don't
Republicans had
know.
no
if,
concern
I mean,
about
Adam Schiff is my representative,
They were structured
actually.
away. They were almost like a set
But
of Russian
I don't know where
nesting
Gomez
dolls.
is from.
Each
Oh,
one
34th
hiding the
Congressional
existence
District.
and who controlled the others. But did the Republicans bring it up?
Thank you,
No. Did they have any
Melissa,
concerns?
coming
No.
in hot with
But what
the
happened
4
last
1
week or
1.
this week?
Yeah, I know.
Let's
He's
take a
Los
guess.
Angeles. I just don't know
A
what part
judge
because it's
said
all there's
that,
a lot of parts.
President Trump
Hold on.
committed
I'm gonna
fraud,
figure it out.
business fraud, for
Where's
inflating the
34th
value
district?
of his net worth and his companies. But when it comes to the Republicans, they have no problem with that. Right? They don't have no problem. They don't want to dig into that. When Trump controlled these 517 companies, when it came
Let me
to
see where it.
Hunter Biden controlling 20, we see a direct line to Joe Biden. So that's what the problem is that they're cherry picking.
Let's see where
facts to connect it to Joe Biden, and when they don't have facts, they make it up,
he's
as they
more
did
like
earlier today when they put
he's
up
like
tweets
east
or,
of Los
or text
Angeles, in
messages
the
that were
eastern
not
part of
connected.
Los Angeles.
So
So
the
it
point is,
includes like
everything they're doing is to muddy the waters.
what is that?
And
It's like
I think it's
downtown
disgraceful.
and
Because when it comes to a president that committed fraud, a president that caused an insurrection, a president that was
kind of
also sold
downtown
our
to
government's national
up
interest
to just
to,
the border
to the
of
highest bidder,
Glendale and Pasadena.
silence. With that, I yield back my time.
big
Did anyone
area.
yield
It's a
quick
big
question
area.
about the president's son's 20 companies?
Big
I yield
area.
back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Yeah,
for 5
downtown
minutes.
and Chinatown
Thank
on the
you,
map.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
for sure.
I'm going to put up on the board in just a second.
But not near,
this is
not
the
just
east
of Hollywood or East Los
Archer
Angeles.
testimony. I
Might be part of
submitted
East.
to the record.
Okay, here we
Without
go.
objection,
Thank
so
you,
ordered.
Lipro.
Thank
You're
you very much.
amazing.
So, in this particular
Thank you.
colloquy
Thank
that's
you.
going on,
Eagle Rock,
highlighted
Boyle
up there,
Heights, downtown Los Angeles,
you'll
and
see
Koreatown. Okay, that makes sense.
that Mr.
So
Archer.
yeah, I'm mine
says-
is Adam Schiff because I live
let's
in
start at the
Hollywood.
beginning. Let's go somewhere else. He says the question is, did Hunter talk about how bringing his dad, Joe Biden, either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value in the eyes of Burisma officials? Answer: yes. How did it come up? He says, well, we were business partners. It just came up. We were business partners. We're business partners. Okay. What kind of leverage was Hunter trying to get by using his dad? Answer by Devin: I think it's more defensive, defensive leverage that the value is there in his work. Also in the same document, I asked him, I said,
How does that
the
support
brand,
your
I said,
argument,
what is it?
sir?
You keep talking about the Biden brand. I said, is it Dr. Jill? Brother Jim.
Oh, you need to not go for Dr. Jill, okay, sir?
Looks at me like I'm an idiot.
I'm
Of
going to
course
need you
it's Joe
to
Biden.
take several seats.
Of course it's Joe Biden.
Do not go for Dr. Jill.
And you go back
Do
and
not.
you see Tony Bobulinski. What does he say? Quote, the Biden family
Jared's
aggressively
middle name.
leveraged the Biden family name to make millions of dollars from foreign entities, even though some were from communist-controlled China. And who is the Biden family asset? Is it Dr. Jill? No. Brother Jim? No.
Has this not
Any of the
started yet,
grandkids that got
Gal, if
money
you're
through-
still here?
from foreign companies?
Or Joe?
No.
I
None of
don't
those
have it as
folks.
starting
None
yet,
of those
right?
folks.
Am I right?
Then you get the
I might
stuff
have the
released
wrong
from Ways
thing.
and Means yesterday. This is Hunter Biden saying to his
Mr.
brother,
Biggs.
his uncle Jim,
Mr.
BS,
Biggs.
Jim, all around BS. Explain to me one thing, Tony Bobulinski brings to my table.
Bring Tony
that I so desperately
Bobulinski
need,
in.
that I
I
wanted
would
to sign over my
love to see him
family's
under
brand.
oath.
What's the
I
brand?
would
Joe Biden.
love to see
And pretty
Tony
much the rest of my
Bobulinski
business
under
life.
oath.
Why? Because that's the only
Bring
product
it.
I got. Joe Biden, the vice president at that time.
Bring it.
It's plain
bang,
English. I'm cleaning it up a
bang.
little
Not
bit.
yet?
I'll swear
Okay,
with you.
good. I'm probably on the right link.
Why would I give this
Did the
marginal
dog get
bully the
anything?
keys to my family's
Did
only
Major
asset?
get anything?
Oh,
Did
okay.
he?
So but we're told that there's nothing linking him. So I got to ask this question. Miss Turley, I'm going to ask you a question.
Hey, baby,
If the brand
Tony Bobulinski.
and
Maybe
what
the
you're
bank
selling
of
is Joe
the
Biden,
Bada Bing would not
then
open
Vice
yet.
President,
I'm sorry. Tony
and
Bobulinski is very busy
Joe
at the
Biden
moment.
or
He
his
is
family is receiving
indisposed.
some
Mr.
kind of benefit
Bobulinski will be
by the
right with
sale
you.
of access or
Move to adjourn.
I'll leave it there. Selling of access or even the illusion of access.
Everybody's got to poop. I mean, I don't have to poop,
Joe
but
Biden.
these guys have to poop.
What does that lead you to conclude?
Well, if you look
I
at
have
actual
drunk an
cases
entire,
I've
now
cited in
albeit my coffee
testimony,
maker is small,
benefits to
but I
family
have drunk an
members
entire
can be
mini
viewed
pot
as
of
the benefits
coffee.
of principle. So there's not much debate about
Okay, it's
the
4
issue of
hours.
the
We've been on for
inquiry is
4
whether
hours.
There's been let me stop saying there has been progress in the last few weeks, and that many people after
Thank
the
God
Archer
you guys are
testimony
doing the
said,
heavy lifting
"Yeah,
on
I
the
get it.
comedy,
It's
for
influence
fuck's
peddling."
sake.
Some have said it's the illusion of access.
They need to
That's the
poop
new
because they're
defense.
full of it.
That's the
But
True.
I think that calling it by its correct name is important, and it is a form of corruption. The benefits to the family members can be attributed to the principal, even under the higher standard of criminal cases. So what remains, the question is, did the president
telling
know
you,
that,
what
direct
happened
that,
to us, Melissa?
participate in it?
Well, we know that he made
I don't
20
usually
calls
go
to
through my
business associates. We know
whole
he's having
fucking
dinners
thing.
with
I
those
know,
associates.
Kathy. I've
Which
got
leads me
it
to the
on
follow-up
silent.
question, which I think is
I'm not
critical
gonna
here,
break the law,
because these guys are looking
but I
for
gotta
the gold
see it
bars
when
or
it
the
starts. I'm
cash
gonna
stuff
tell
in
you
the
right
Menendez
now.
coat. That doesn't happen very often.
I might
In
have
my
to go in
experience,
the
having
other
tried a
room
lot of
just to hear
cases.
it.
So my question for you is, tell us about
I'm
when you
wired.
have
I
circumstantial
know. I
evidence.
actually do think I'm gonna
vis-a-vis
end up
direct
taking a nap,
evidence.
though.
What's its value? Can you rest a conviction on
Turley
circumstantial
doesn't
evidence?
need a break. He's hoarding that
can.
shit.
One of
Yeah,
the things I point out from my
exactly.
testimony is the Supreme Court has narrowed
Woo.
some of the elements on things
Why
like
put
bribery,
that?
denial of honest
Why put
services.
that?
Those elements are now narrower than they
Why
were. But it
put
is notable in the
that?
Menendez indictment that they brought the
Why
conspiracy
put
on honest services, that they
that?
still believe that these types of gifts obviously can be based on a conspiracy theory. But you're clearly correct. I mean, if the allegations against Senator Menendez are true, that's really sort of old school bribery. Not since Jefferson and his freezer have we seen that type of
Hold on. We're gonna do this. Hold on.
evidence. Today, it's a lot more sophisticated. I think everyone in this room has to acknowledge that influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington. I think that's unassailable, and it's much more sophisticated than handing over gold bars or whatever is alleged in the Menendez case.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to get in. I appreciate that my colleague trusts the American people. And the CNN poll that says the majority of Americans believe Joe Biden as vice president was involved with his son's business dealings. Submit that for the
I
record.
don't know where
Without objection, so
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman, I have another
which
unanimous
side
consent
of
motion.
your ass
I'd move
did
with
you
unanimous
pull that
consent to
out
introduce an
of?
order from the Supreme Court of the state of New York from Tuesday, where the Trump organization was found liable for fraud, and specifically on page 28, where there's a paragraph entitled, quote, "The Trump Brand Premium,"
please.
that was increased the value of Trump
Oh, wait,
assets
is
by
this-
15
sorry, I'll be
or 30%, according to the
My
Trump
man is
organization.
on. My man is on.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An impeachment inquiry is a grave undertaking that is supposed to be in response to evidence of a crime.
Right?
Mr. Chairman, you have questions. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this hearing have questions, but questions are not the basis for an
He got
impeachment.
his poop
Evidence
on today.
Mr. Turley, on September 1st, Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he would not launch a fake impeachment inquiry, a sham impeachment inquiry. But then on September 12th, just 12 days later, he completely changed his mind. My question is why? In those 12 days, did hard evidence appear that clearly and directly links the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to a crime?
I can't answer as to what was it that pushed the speaker to make the decision.
Oh, I'll tell you what it was.
The courts have said you don't have to have
Self-preservation.
that vote on the floor. I think it is a best practice.
But I'm very interested in those 12 days. And we know you're not a fact witness and you're talking about things that are already public. But is there anything that came up in those 12 days that linked the President of the United States to a crime? Yes or no?
I don't have any recollection of those 12 days.
Yeah, nothing. I can tell you it's nothing. And we've heard even from you that this is why we have this impeachment inquiry. But let's be clear, this inquiry
Evidence,
has been
please.
going on since the day we
Evidence,
got here. Since the day I was sworn in at 2 a.m. on a Saturday
Evidence, please.
night,
He's
this
awesome.
impeachment inquiry started. Let's pull
The
back the curtain on
Democrats are
what's really
totally
going on.
on
There's
point.
no evidence of crime,
Totally.
only desperation and political
They
pressure.
prepared.
This is what's going on. The far right called for the
In
sham
the midst of
impeachment hearing
all
with
that they're
no
going
evidence
through,
at
they
the beginning
prepared
of
for
this year
this
when we first got
nonsense.
started. This impeachment inquiry
And that
has been
is-
going
I
on.
am-
This is not the first hearing
I
we've
am
had in relation to
grateful
this. On September
to them
1st,
and their
the
staff.
Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, says, no, we're not going to do that. We don't have the evidence. We don't have the votes for it to pass on the House floor. We're not going to do it. A good decision, in my opinion. But then just 12 days later,
Democracy.
12 precious days later, something happens. I'm not sure what.
Bye,
but something happens
Siegfried.
because then
No
the Speaker of the House,
problems.
Kevin
See you
McCarthy, comes
later,
out and says,
alligator.
yes, we will do an impeachment inquiry. So what happened between these 12 days? It's very simple. 3 threats from members of his own caucus at the direction of former President Donald
Yes,
Trump
we definitely have
changed
the
his mind.
brains
Number
on
one,
our side.
the threat to force a vote on impeachment, which would lose on the House floor and be another embarrassment in the long list of embarrassments this Congress for the Speaker of the House. Number 2, they would threat to shut down the government, something that will happen in just 2 days. And number 3, and this is the one that really got to him, they said, you about to lose your job. And they said, we
It
will
really
remove
is just
you
like
as Speaker from the House.
the
And that
Democrats
scared him
are
so much that
taking
Kevin
this
McCarthy,
seriously.
the Speaker of the House, the United States of Representatives, third in line of the presidency, completely caved due to the threats of people within his own caucus. This fake impeachment is based on desperate political calculation, not any evidence. And Mr. Chairman, you say this hearing is to establish the basis for this fake sham impeachment hearing, but these witnesses are not giving us any basis or giving us any evidence or
That's
giving us
not
any
true.
solutions.
Fairly
They are giving
testified
us
several times.
I
Excuse me.
have to stop because
You
that
can't,
my
point of
time.
order, you
Reclaim
can't
my
just
time.
talk over.
These witnesses are not giving any answers. They're just asking more questions. We have one witness who has a lot of questions, Ms. O'Connor. Dubinsky, one witness who knows something about accounting but has no real involvement in what's going on. And Mr. Turley stopping here on his way to his next
Grab
Fox
those
News
balls. That's
This
right.
this is not a serious inquiry. And this impeachment is something that's very serious. And we have to ensure that we focus on the wants and needs of the American people. This is all for nothing. Half the crowd is left. There's no line outside. The goal here to distract from the government shutdown is not going to work. And to the Speaker, I have to say, you're being played by these extremists and Donald Trump. It's costing us our economy.
Thank you, sir.
And this entire fake impeachment
Thank you,
inquiry isn't about the United States. It's about Hunter Biden. And the only thing the president can be guilty of here is being a father. I yield back to the ranking member.
Chair now recognizes
yeah.
Mr.
He's
Turner
terrible.
from.
He yielded to
Sorry, I
Turley.
yielded to the vice ranking member.
The from Florida yielded back. Chair.
Said he yielded back to the
I
vice
yielded
ranking
back. I
member.
yielded to the vice ranking member.
Thank you, and I'll claim some of that extra time back as well. Much of the Republican case and evidence has relied on words from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden said this, Hunter Biden said that, therefore, case closed, there's something here. Professor Gerhardt, we know, I believe it's wide knowledge with the public that Hunter Biden sadly was dealing with substance misuse disorder, correct?
Correct.
He's been under indictment, correct?
Correct.
Is this a reliable witness that you would deem?
Probably not.
In your assessment?
Gentlemen, ladies, time's
Thank you very much.
Chair now recognizes
Chair.
Mr. Armstrong. You
I have
seek
3
recognition.
unanimous consent motions.
Yes.
One is a hearing notice from June 10th, 2019, with an impeachment hearing with Joyce Vance, who was not a fact witness, Barbara McQuaid, who was not a fact witness.
Wow, they still haven't started
and
that.
70
Damn this
story
fucking
time with
judge.
John Dean. Secondly, there's another unanimous
Damn
consent motion
John
for hearing
Eastman.
notice and judiciary.
Actually, I love the
with,
judge in John Eastman.
2 witnesses
She's
here
amazing.
just a week before we voted on impeachment in 2019 with Michael Gerhardt, Jonathan Turley. Appreciate you both being here very much, but you were not fact witnesses at that point in time. And the Webster's definition of hypocrisy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now
Mr.
recognizes.
Chairman, I request unanimous.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter an article into the record dated January 6, 2019. A member of this own committee, the day after she was sworn in, came into Congress. And this article says, Dim split in response to her words, impeach the mother effer the day after she was sworn in. Some might even say these kinds of comments, not only are they hypocritical by the left in their arguments today, but that this is an embarrassment to the time and people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so
Nancy
ordered.
Mace
Mr. Chairman,
decided
I'm
to submit
afraid
an
my friend,
insult.
the gentlelady from South Carolina, just engaged in personalities against a fellow member of the committee.
Well,
Thank
what
you.
she entered in the record was, I believe it was Ms. Talib's.
Well, it was the
word.
commentary that accompanied
It
it
was
that
an
I'm referring to.
article from January 6,
what she said.
2018. Dim split
Right.
in response to impeach
Yeah.
Said
the
it.
mother effer comment by a member of this committee.
Right, it was the commentary, and in any event, it doesn't make any
No,
difference.
she said it. She actually said it.
No, but Rule 17.
She said impeach the mother
The
effer.
commentary of what she's presenting.
The article
Her-
title is
the gentlelady's
Split in Response
commentary
to
All right,
Impeach
guys,
the Mother
let's
Effer.
get on with it. I mean,
That's
you know,
the
the
title of
government's
the
about to
article,
shut
Mr.
down, I
Chairman.
think.
Chair, order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Laturner from Kansas for
Oh,
5
this
minutes.
is so
Thank you, Mr.
depressing.
Chairman.
I'm so
The
sorry.
mischaracterization of what this hearing is about by my colleagues on the other side is astounding. Throughout the presidency of Joe Biden, the White House has attempted to claim that the president did not talk to Hunter about his business dealings. Joe Biden even said during the 2020 presidential debate that no members of his family received money from China. He said, and I quote, "My son has not made money in terms of this thing about China. Nobody else has made money from China," end quote. The White House strategy has been deny, 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 lie, and then counterattack. But the evidence and the facts have forced the White House to change its story time and time again. The White House handlers continue to shift the goalposts, and President Biden continues to lie. How can President Biden continue to maintain that Hunter's private business was simply that, private, when it's clear from bank records, emails, and testimony that Joe Biden
it
was
testimony?
intimately involved
It's still
in
not
Hunter's
on,
pay-to-play
gal.
schemes
It's still
and
not
crooked
on.
foreign business
Oh
dealings.
no, Flynn's on
This
delivery.
image shows an
You know,
email
at least
between
they only
Hunter
have
Biden
each
and his
other,
business associates
right? They only
stating
have
the
each
setup
other.
of equity in a Chinese-owned energy venture. This particular business deal was with CEFC, a Chinese-owned energy conglomerate. This email lays out the payment structure for equity in the company, which was known to be tied to the Chinese Communist Party through its owner, Chairman Yi Jinping. The committee's investigation into the Biden family, including evidence turned over through various document productions, has shown that these men were all in business with Hunter Biden at one time or another. James Gillier, Tony Bobulinski, and Rob Walker on separate occasions, along with other Hunter business partners, have confirmed what this email said, that they were all getting a cut. Who else was
Usually
getting
how
a cut?
business
What is the date of that
works.
email, sir? This is my time.
I'm just asking the date.
This is
you're
my,
entering something
this is
into
my
the
time.
It-
Mr. Chairman, I ask that my
Yep.
time be
I want my
restored.
Please
time
restore Mr. Laturner's
I
time.
want my time
Thank
back.
you. Who else was getting a cut? According to this email, 10% was going to the big guy,
What I'm sure my colleagues on the other side are asking themselves is, who's the big guy? Well, let me tell you. We learned in the FBI's FD 1023 that Zlochevsky called Joe Biden the big guy. Tony Bobolinsky also has corroborated that Joe Biden is the big guy. Rob Walker, an IRS whistleblower, say that Joe Biden is the big guy. And finally, the Justice Department obstructed investigators in Delaware who wanted to look into, you guessed it, the big guy. Listen, folks, it is obvious. Joe Biden is the big guy. And so what do we have here? We have the president saying that he had nothing to do with that. Hunter Biden and no one in the family profited from China. And we have evidence here that the big guy was getting 10%.
We have evidence?
Let me
Where's the
read you a
evidence?
definition of a trendy
Where's
word
the
here
evidence?
lately. Gaslighting. It's a form of psychological manipulation in which an abuser attempts to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. I would
Good,
say
you
to the
can read.
American people, look at the evidence before you
China.
and make a judgment, and do not allow the White House or our colleagues
It's
on
on.
the other
Gal,
side of
it's
the aisle
on.
try to convince you that what you're seeing isn't the
It's
truth,
on, it's
trying to
on,
convince
it's
you that
on,
you're
it's on, it's
crazy.
on,
Mr. Dubinsky, you have extensive experience as an expert witness and consultant in the areas of white-collar crime, financial fraud, and corruption. Is it characteristic of these types of crimes that actors hide behind nicknames or other pseudonyms to mask their identity?
It's very common.
What about this first email image is characteristic of financial crimes that you have investigated or provided expert testimony on in the past?
Well, typically you'll see code names used and money is being paid to somebody under that code name. And that's how these processes work.
Let me ask you something. You're very experienced. When conducting an investigation, if your boss prevented you from taking investigative steps, how would you
Get
react?
some evidence before
How
us.
would it
Yeah,
affect your
asshole.
findings?
First, it would be extremely troubling if I was told not to continue to investigate something. And if I was put in that position, I'd probably withdraw from the investigation.
Has the Department of Justice ever restricted any of your investigative steps?
No, they have not.
It's amazing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Yikes.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 hours and 45 or so minutes into this, the Republicans' own witnesses have confirmed that they have seen no evidence of any evidence. I think that is, if my Republican colleagues had a so-called smoking gun, they would have presented it by now and would have talked about it
Will the can the gentlelady read a bank statement, an email, a text message?
We're reclaiming my time. Thank you.
All right.
Reclaiming my time. Instead, we're sitting here with no fact witnesses and no evidence in this sham so-called impeachment to distract from their inability to fulfill their basic duty to fund and run our government.
Yeah, no
Republicans know the
problem.
American people
No problem,
don't want
Art. No
their
problem, Art
shutdown.
Music.
So instead, the Republicans on this committee are attempting to
we've got
divert
some good
and
stuff
distract
here.
the American people's attention by spending taxpayer dollars on this sham impeachment hearing 2 days before they shut the government down in hopes that the media, and I don't just mean Fox News, will fall for their scheme and give more airtime to the lies being told on this committee today than the real life impact their shutdown will have on even their own constituents' lives. In fact, in Chairman Comer's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 8,937 of his constituents their paychecks. In Jim Jordan's district, Republicans'
the
shutdown will
facts.
cost 3,939 of his constituents their paychecks. In Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 6,306 of her constituents their paychecks. In Lauren Boebert's district, Republicans' shutdown will
Democrats
cost
are the party of
9,000
shutdowns. You guys
Whoa.
love
Thank
shutdown.
you very much.
You're
In,
claiming
Lauren
my
Boebert's
time,
district,
bitch.
Republican shutdown will cost 9,016 of her constituents their paycheck. In Paul Gosar's Arizona district, Republicans shutdown will cost 12,349 of his constituents their paycheck. In Byron Donalds, 3,235 folks paycheck. In Andy Biggs, 8,433. In Lisa McLean, 7,286. In Scott Perry's Pennsylvania district and the capital of my Commonwealth, Republicans shutdown will cost 5,445 of his constituents who will lose their paycheck. Indeed, when you add it all up, Republicans shutdown will cost 217,583 of their constituents on this committee's paychecks, their income for who knows how long. Let that sink in for a second. Those are our mothers, our fathers, caretakers, brothers, sisters, moms, dad, grandmas, grandpas, friends, neighbors, beloved community members, veterans who won't know how their food or medicine will be paid for or where their rent money is coming from. Many of them vote Republican, but I bet you not one of them cares more about Hunter Biden's laptop or helping Kevin McCarthy keep his gig as leader or speaker of his dysfunctional caucus than they care about receiving their paycheck and making their ends meet. And so the Republicans on this committee are betting that we'll spend this hearing engaging in partisan bickering over their favorite buzzwords rather than talking about how the MAGA shutdown will crush all of our constituents.
I love her.
To be honest, I don't quite care about private citizen Hunter, whom the proper authorities are dealing with, or the cable news culture war distractions. I care about the 7 million babies, children, mothers across this country who after Sunday will lose access to food and formula, over 10,000 in my district alone. I care about 300,000 families of 20,000 veterans who after Sunday could face eviction from their homes. Rare diseases and cancer patients whose experimental trials will be delayed for months. And I care about our seniors unable to get help with Social Security and Medicare. And make no mistake, their attacks are targeted, both in who's behind them and who are going to be hurt most. The most marginalized folks bear the brunt of these MAGA Republicans' attacks. Black folks, brown folks, trans folks, poor folks, disabled folks. Keeping that struggle in mind, we've had 2 hearings on the infant formula shortage on the subcommittee chaired by Congressman McClain. Yet with the 320,000 babies, women, and children in her home state of Michigan about to go hungry due to her party's shutdown, it seems like my Republican colleagues only care about an issue when they can point the finger in another direction, much like what's going on in this embarrassment of a hearing today. Mr. Gerhardt, in one of your recent op-eds, and you have repeated it here, you mentioned that a good test for assessing the constitutionality of a governmental action is to switch the names of the political parties and the actors involved. If the outcome is the same, it is a good sign of neutrality. If the outcome is not the same, then there's a good chance that partisanship is the driving force. I think we can safely say that this inquiry would fail that neutrality test. And since I don't have time, I think we can say that we are here, America, in this sham hearing, prioritizing the political needs of the Republican Party, pushing a lie for Donald Trump as you go hungry and you lose your homes.
Welcome.
Shameful.
At the request of the witnesses, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Woo! Isn't that exciting? I mean, somebody's got to poop, right? Am I right? All right, let me see if we can silence these. Okay. Let's see what this is doing. Okay, so this is something that Gal sent me yesterday that I didn't have a chance to play. So I'm gonna play it. Now wait, what is this? Okay. So Army for Freedom is what they say they're building. Oh, this is the leadership program of the Rockies, who was where Tim Scott has been trained, basically, you know, in his Republicanness. And so this is from that leadership program of the Rockies, which is basically a right-wing radicalization tank, I guess. I don't know.
How to articulate the principles of freedom in a way that not only Americans and people around the world could understand in 1776, but those Chinese students in Tiananmen Square could understand just as well 200 years later.
I think that we're defining what these principles are and what they mean and how we can apply them to public policy and to politics.
You know, our goal is to grow an army of soldiers and warriors who are willing to fight for freedom and liberty. It's really that's
how to articulate the.
Nice. You guys are cute. Clean your fucking whiteboard. Okay. This post is from a suspended account. So many of my friends have been suspended. So many of my friends have been suspended. Yeah, what an amazing what an amazing display of incredible talent from the Democratic Party today. Yeah, back up. Yeah, back away. Back away. Back it up. Back it up. Ah! Ah! Yeah, thank yous galore. Always. Indeed. Let's see. Do. Yeah, grow an army. But you know what? We apparently shouldn't worry about, the rhetoric that the right uses. We shouldn't worry about the rhetoric because nothing to see here, folks, right? Nothing to see. Yeah, right? Right? I don't think so. I'm so tempted. I just can't turn it up, but I'm just like I'm gonna wait for updates on the Eastman thing. He hasn't taken the stand, so they're still probably dicking around. I know. Try not to listen. Do. Well, let's see what's happening on the old fucking bullshit bitch kitten thing called fucking bitch pieces. Oh, here we go. What's this? 5 hours. In USA versus Trump, government opposes Trump's request. Oh, yeah. Okay. We got that. Went to sleep without. Okay. Well, what? Oh my God. Are you kidding? Oh, Jen, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Let me see. Let me go and get it. Dem caucus on their game. It's so true. It's so true. What's that? Oh, that's an ad. I don't like those. In this house, we curse. We do. My thread on the house GM. Oh, Aaron. That's good. Aaron's good. That's a good. Oh, I bet you that's a good thread. Let's share it. Shall we? We're going to repost it. Larry Fink. I've finally gotten serious about attacking. That's nice. I like it. It does feel like they're winning. Well, good point. Oh, Tina, you guys got to follow Tina. She's amazing. Impeachment BS is going to include a massive amount of fake shit, and you can know that just from swimming in the dark spaces of this hellscape of an app. It will never not be sad to me as a human being that they thought linking a call between Biden and his son would be bad for Biden. Hi, Brandy. Brandy's good too. Betty. Heidi Kuda's amazing. Oh, look, it's Shashley Flabbit. Shammy Flabbit. Bashy Flabbit. Clammy Blabbit. Oh, boy. All of these idiots are really... I like John Fetterman. Oh, there's a baby. Oh, the baby. Do. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm not really helping, am I? I'm not helping very much. Do. Yeah, there needs to be hearts and minds. Hi, Paulina. You were on Lolo's TV. Lolo's TV. Because I love you. I love you. Oh, Pauline is amazing. As they were breaking, Comer got caught. Oh, thank you. Wait a minute. He thinks they're the children's table? Is that serious? He thinks they're the children's table? I'm confused. I'm confused. Excuse me, I'm confused. I'm confused. Wow. Well. Okay, so tomorrow night, seriously, tomorrow night. Wait, is today Thursday? Yeah, it is. All right, tomorrow night I'm doing the anniversary of the lounge, and I really apologize last week. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, the Democrats' questions. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. The children's table? I can't even fucking believe that. Locker room talk. Specious debate. Locker room talk. Well, wait till you get to Green, because she's gonna pull out the dick pics. Yep. She's gonna pull out those dick pics. So, there's that. Let's see, what else? Let's see. What else was I gonna say? Wait, there was something else. Oh, yeah, tomorrow night, the lounge. normal time, anniversary, lots of trivia with our new and improved trivia sites for all you bitchy, whiny folks who didn't like the trivia site that I had been using for well over a year. But that's okay, because I will source new trivia. I hope so. I hope Hunter sues all of them. I really do. Yeah, I know. We haven't even heard from her yet. Except for an outburst. But yeah, and then Sunday night I'm gonna do gaming. And then I feel like we're just gonna be like, I'm gonna be on a lot because of this kind of stuff. The children's table. Where apparently the rules of order and procedure are known. Yeah. Yeah. Those children. The well-behaved ones. Yes. Bobert and Gates. Oh God. I'm gonna need therapy. Robert's children. Robert's children. Oh God, I'm gonna put some music on just to let's breathe. Yeah, we will. I don't know why I believe it anymore, but I do. I think because the alternative is too depressing. So it's like, you got to keep fighting, right? You got to keep talking about it. Sorry. I swallowed my coffee, Ron. Sweet milky Sorry. Oh my God. I'm dying. Oh wait, I gotta see who they're talking to. They're talking to John Freed. Oh no, wait, who is that? I know, it starts over again. I'm gonna see if I can hear it and I'll report on it. I know, COPD and who. Oh, she just started. Okay. You can't hear that, right? I just swallowed coffee the wrong way. Come on. Look at my cup has like little surfers on it. See? Oops. Oops. Wait. There they are. There's one. Cute. I do spa, man. Are those good drugs? Sorry. I'm sorry. That was the wrong thing to say. I'm going to give you like live reporting from the hearing. Oh, wait, they're not. I'm fine. I'm listening. I'm listening to the Eastman hearing because I can't play it because it's against the law. But I want to hear what they're saying. But I don't think they're saying anything. Oops. But I'm fine. Wait, let's put that up. All right. Well, they're not started yet. I don't know who John Droz is. Who's John Droz? D-R-O-Z. D-R-O-Z. Who is he? I don't remember his name. Where are you? Okay, this John Droz, who's testifying now for John Eastman, master's degree in solid state science. He got a BS in 1968. How old are you? Is he like, he must be in his 80s. The real science. Oh, this guy's anti-wind power. He's the guy who convinced Trump about wind power. Are you kidding me right now? That's literally what he did. I can't even believe that. What does he know about elections? Let's find out. Look out, whales. They're trying to get this fucking witnesses' audio settings fixed. There's a boomer. It's a boomer moment at the Eastman trial. He's fixing his volume. He turned it down all the way. Let me turn mine. Everybody's figuring out their volume. Okay, everybody's fixed. We've got the sound fixed. Okay. Okay. Ship to shore. Calling all the ships to shore. Calling all the ships to shore. Ships to shore. Ships to shore. Nice. Oh, nice. Oh, he knows lots about elections. Yeah, I love it. Can't wait. Junior. How old are you, Mr. Droz? 70? No, 89. Here we go. Directing the region. Good afternoon, Mr. I'm not going to repeat it. I'll summarize it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys can't hear that. I really do. Mr. Droz got his master's in 1972. Yeah. 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 Nothing comprehensible yet. Yeah, I agreed. There's nothing comprehensible. Oh, you can hear edge of voice? What do you mean? Oh, edge of voice. Okay, well, I should write it down. Oops. It keeps like not wanting to let me turn it down, but I don't care. Okay. That's better. Good. That's better. Right. Okay, get it. Got it. Get it, got it, got it. Get it, got it, got it. Na, 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 na. Oh, really? I don't have any. Maybe it is my feelings. The jawbone. That Comer GOP dude cut the crap at him. I didn't see the children. Well, I guess we shouldn't do it. I shouldn't play it. I am holding it right up here. I know, right? That's cool. Should we do another song? Hold on. Let me just see what I've got. I have this song. I don't really know what it sounds like. I download it. I think it's a little sad. It's like a sad song for when I have like really sad videos. Yeah. I think it's just like mood music. Love it. This is so like oh, okay. I live in the key of C. I do. I don't know where I am. I don't read music. I wish I did. I mean, I kind of can follow, but I don't. Oh! I can connect with my was all happy, right? It did? You're kidding. I got it from some stupid website. See. Alright, I gotta go turn it off. Ah! Stop. Ooh.
Business dealings. October, same year. Quote, I don't discuss business with my son. Were Joe Biden's words
okay.
true?
Oh, girls.
No, they were
Girls,
false.
let's talk about
so why did he
let's talk
lie
about the blue
repeatedly?
suit.
In an interview back in
baby
2019
blue
with the
suit.
New Yorker, even Hunter admitted
you're being
that he
insulting.
talked to his dad about business, specifically Burisma. Many of Hunter Biden's business associates have testified Joe Biden met with them. Two of the ones closest to Hunter, Rob Walker and Devin Archer, were among them. So they not only spoke to him,
whatever.
They took a lot of the business associates took
Everybody's
photos
a
with him.
critic.
They played golf with him. Joe Biden gave them White House tours. He wrote letters of recommendation for their children and shared fancy dinners as well. So let's also talk about patterns. Yuri Luzkov and
New
Yelena
York
Baturina.
City.
They are Russian. They're married. They were married. Russian oligarch billionaires. Michael McFaul, the U.S.
I know,
ambassador to
right?
Russia, ID'd Luzkov as being corrupt. Yelena
Does the
Baturina wires
carpet match
$3.5
the
million
drapes?
to Hunter Biden. Soon thereafter, who does she have dinner with? Then Vice President Joe
Shut
Biden.
up.
Kenez Rakashev,
Shut
rather,
up,
and
Satan.
Karim Mazimov, Kazakhstani nationals. Mazimov used to be the prime minister. He's now in prison. Rakashev wires
I'm telling y'all today,
$142,300.
here in this
to Hunter
church, I
Biden.
mean Congress.
Very next day, Hunter Biden buys a
I'm
Porsche
telling
for
you today.
$142,300. And then
I'm
soon
telling
after,
you today,
who do you think
that's right,
Kenny
didn't happen.
Rakashev has dinner with? Say it with me. Then Vice President
Say
Joe
it with
Biden,
me.
Vadim Pozharsky and Mykola Zolchevsky, the
He
CEO
dressed
and
up for
CFO
this
of
day.
Burisma.
Can you
U.S.
imagine
Ambassador
him getting
to
ready
Ukraine,
this
Jeffrey
morning?
Pyatt, calls Zolchevsky a poster child of corruption. Those two
You
fellas
damn
paid Hunter
bitch.
Biden's shell companies a total of $3.3 million. And who do you think
We all hate
Madame
you.
Pozharsky had dinner
Oh,
with?
sorry.
Again,
Whoops,
say it
wrong
with
one.
me all at once. Then Vice President Joe Biden. So here's a
things all the
pattern.
time.
You have crooked
White
foreigners
shoes.
that deliver pallets
Definitely.
of cash to the Bidens,
Golf
and then
and
they
dinner?
have dinner with Joe. And apparently Joe Biden is one
I
hell
don't
of an expensive
know.
dinner date. And if that's not
Better be
selling
white
political
shoes.
access, I don't know what is. My Democratic colleagues report ad nauseum when they
Well,
talk
let
to
me
the
tell
media.
you,
that there's
can
no
you
direct
imagine
evidence
$2
linking Joe Biden to
billion
his son's crimes.
from the Saudi
Really?
government
This is a FD 1023,
after
which
they
is
covered
used
up the
by the
murder
FBI when
of a
confidential
journalist?
informants give them information. This
On
1023
this
is only as
first
good
day
as the
of my-
source. It could be garbage
On this
or
day
it
of
could
my
be
first
gold.
impeachment.
The FBI describes this source as
And
somebody
white
that is
shoes.
highly
Yeah.
reliable and very
Pallets.
trustworthy. In fact, they've worked with him for over a decade and paid him well over $100,000.
Which
What he has
Biden?
given to them is always checked out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is gold.
What is that? What
Consider
is
this
that?
with weight and gravity.
What-
So what does this say?
what-
I don't know what the
what is
confidential
that?
informant's name is, so I'm going to call him Ivan. Ivan is not his real name, but Ivan describes Madame Pozharsky directly admitting to him in a confidential conversation that they hired a not so smart Hunter
hearsay?
Biden to protect
so this
us,
is
quote,
hearsay based
through his
on
dad
nothing.
from all
This
kinds
is
of problems.
nothing.
Then Ivan speaks directly to CEO Zolchevsky, and Zolchevsky
Anyone.
confides that Hunter Biden will take care of those corruption issues through
Unsubstantiated
his dad. Zolchevsky
allegations.
is being
Even
investigated
worse
by
than an
Viktor Shokin,
indictment.
a
Okay, it's
Ukrainian
not even
prosecutor.
level of
Joe
indictment.
Biden suddenly begins to call
No.
for Shokin's removal. Now, Ivan is also told by Zolchevsky
Jesus
that it
Christ.
cost
well,
him
you know
$5
what?
million
You better
to pay
arrest
one
the head
Biden
of the
and $5
IMF
million
because they
to the other.
wanted
This is
it. And
direct
while you're at it, I don't
evidence
know
of
who the
naked
head of the
corruption
fucking
and
UK
bribery.
was, but
Zolchevsky
arrest
also
that
admitted to
asshole
Ivan that
because
both
they wanted
Bidens
it
pushed him
too.
to pay
They
them
were
and keep Hunter Biden
investigating
on the board.
Shokin.
Please keep in mind, these were confidential conversations. Also interesting that Zolchevsky referred to Biden as the big guy. And I doubt he knows Tony Bobulinski.
Oh,
Shokin
oh my
seized two
God.
homes,
It's not okay.
land,
Thank
and a
you.
Rolls
Thank
Royce
you.
from
It's not even
Zolchevsky.
hearsay.
When he was fired,
It's not
the Ukrainian
even
president
hearsay.
admitted
Who
a
in the
phone call
hell
to
is
none other than Joe
Ivan?
Biden that Shokin didn't do anything wrong, but at your behest, we fired him. And then $1 billion of aid that was being withheld.
Thank you. Yeah,
was given
exactly.
to
Where are you?
And lastly, after Shokin was fired, Hunter Biden and the other members of the Burisma board wrote a letter to the new prosecutor demanding that Zolchevsky, the investigation into Zolchevsky ended. And you know what? Shockingly, it did. The message was sent and the Bidens delivered. Mr. Dubinsky, in your experience in financial investigations, you follow, quote
You
unquote,
may
you follow
be
the money.
called to testify, Ivan.
If you were
so
investigating
be
this and
prepared.
looking at $5
If
million
your name is
payment
really
from Burisma to
Ivan.
Joe Biden, what kinds of information or patterns would you be looking for?
Well, I'd want to know who, what, when, where, and why. What's going on? Why is the money
What is
moving?
going
What's
on?
it for?
What? How?
What's the substance
Motherfucking
behind it?
magnets. How do
And-
they
and talk to
work?
people. Look at
Motherfucking
documents and talk to
magnets.
people. That's
How
what
do
we
they
do in
work?
investigations. I would venture to
this guy
say
part of the
everybody in this
insane
chamber,
clown
if they were the
posse?
CEO of a company and they saw money moving like that within their own company, they'd want to get to the truth. They'd want to find out, why is that money moving? Why is somebody paying that money out? Those are the questions that need to be asked
That's
and get to the
exactly
bottom.
what I want to know.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
I didn't know
I'd
we
like to
had so
enter
many ICP
into the
fans
record
in
a July
Congress.
9th, 2016 letter from 3 Burisma board members, including Hunter Biden, to Yuri Lutsenko, who replaced Shokin as the prosecutor general, expressing
insane clown
concern
posse
that
line.
Mr. Lutsenko had initiated an investigation into Burisma.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
I
like
think he
to
knows. I
begin
think
with
he
a
knows.
quote. The people of America elected all 435 of us to do the things they expect Congress to do. Real business, not theater. Try to have some type of prescription drug reform legislation this year. But instead, the majority party is conducting baseless impeachment hearings. Who do we think said this quote? Was it Nancy Pelosi? Maybe ranking member Jamie Raskin? Mr. Chairman, you might recognize that quote because you said this.
You said it.
In 2019. You said it on the floor of the U.S. House, saying impeaching Donald Trump was political theater. Trump was first impeached for attempting to extort a foreign president into helping the Trump presidential campaign.
Yeah.
And if you didn't consider that criminal, how about when Trump was impeached trying to overthrow the results of the presidential election and then incited a violent insurrection against the government?
It's like there's so few
So if
white
you thought
men
that
on the
impeaching
Democratic
Trump
side,
was
and I'm
political theater,
so delighted
then what
that
would
there
you call
aren't.
this? This is a disgrace.
It's nice
And
to
I
have
hope that someday
all
top
voices
Republican officials
in the room.
will find some integrity. In the case of Trump, because you fear his social media wrath, right-wing officials will deny all evidence against Trump, come hell or high water. But in the case of President Joe Biden, you decided to start the impeaching now and figure out the whole evidence thing.
The Democratic caucus,
And you still haven't figured it out.
There's
Your
some really
own
good people in
Republican
it.
called witnesses today
Some really
say
good
they don't
people.
see the evidence to impeach President
Yeah,
Joe
imagine
Biden.
all
A
the
bunch of
people.
stuff about Hunter this,
Imagine
Hunter that,
all
but they've
the
said they don't see the evidence to impeach Joe Biden. That is a disgraceful double standard. It damages our democracy, insults the institution of Congress, and more than anything, disgraces this body in the eyes of the American public. This inquiry is a cynical attempt to tar everyone, to make everyone look suspect, make everyone look corrupt, so that voters just give up and say, there's not much difference here. But we cannot give up on discerning truth from propaganda. We cannot give up on our collective governance. Congress is a place where historically people of enormous integrity have throughout history taken on big challenges of inequality, injustice, instability. We can and must impartially look at the evidence before us and have equal justice under the law.
They have great
And the evidence
caucus.
before us shows no wrongdoing by President Biden. We haven't seen
Give me
that
some of
evidence
that
throughout the
Dem
testimony today.
caucus.
Your own Republican called witnesses have said they haven't seen that kind of evidence. There is separate evidence that
at
supports
least
indictments, unrelated indictments
know.
against his son, Hunter, and multiple indictments
Is
spanning
he
91 criminal
normal
charges
human response?
against former
I don't
President
even
Trump.
know what it is.
I, for one, am grateful we have an independent judicial system where a president's son
Curses. I
or
need
a
to get
former
another
president
giant
like
bag of
Trump
Reese's.
can
I'm
be
addicted to
investigated and
peanut butter.
prosecuted if they violate the law. It is my
Stu
firm belief
Neon, how
that
are
Hunter
you?
and Trump should both
That
face
sounds
trial
good.
and, if
Huge
guilty,
caucus.
be held accountable
Huge
for the crimes they've
throbbing
been
caucus.
accused of. Can everyone on the oversight committee say the same thing?
I love
Well,
peanut butter.
members
Oh,
of
you
the
know what
oversight
I
committee,
love? Justine's
please raise your
peanut
hand
butter.
if you
Have you
believe
guys
both
tried Justine's?
Hunter and Trump should be held accountable
I wish I
for
lived in a
any
place
of the
where there were
indictments against
Democrats.
them, if
I
convicted
know.
by a jury of their peers.
I know.
We can take a minute. No, it's
Loving
serious.
peanut
This is a
butter.
serious matter. If y'all
I'm
need to
telling
think
you,
about it, we can
Justine's
take
peanut
a
butter.
moment and think about
Let me
it.
find a link to it.
It is serious. This is very serious. Think about it. Should both Hunter
I
and
eat it,
Trump
like,
be
out of
held
the
accountable?
jar.
I want to see whether you raise your hand. Should Hunter and Trump both be held accountable if they're found guilty on any of their indictments? Raise your hand if you think that equal justice under the law applies and Trump
Oh,
should be held
Justin's, not Justine's. I'm sorry.
I think it is worse than embarrassing that Republicans won't raise their hands. They refuse to say
delicious
that
peanut
equal
butter.
justice under the law should apply to everyone. And when you step back and think about it,
Then what about
it's
the
kind of
January
scary.
6th defendants?
It's
Chairman,
kind of
point of order.
scary. This double standard insults the
But you
institutions
got to
of
try
Congress
this peanut
that people
butter.
fought and died
sorry.
to build. This
Not
impeachment
sorry.
hearing clearly is not about justice.
You gotta,
We cannot
I am
say
not
equal
sponsored
justice
by Justin's.
under the law
I just
for
eat
everyone
it
except
by
for the
jar.
guy who holds the leash. I'll yield the rest of my time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you.
have
I
to
think
ask-
as
you have
we're
to
being
ask,
interrupted by several
you have
colleagues,
to
I
ask
heard one
Crazy
question
Ivan, 'cause
posed
he's
by the
better-
distinguished
he's
gentle
really
lady from
into
Georgia
the
who said, what about the
mochi-
January
mochi,
6th
mochi?
defendants?
How do you say
All
it,
of whom
Ivan?
had lawyers, due process, the presumption of innocence, and they were convicted of various things, including assaulting federal officers and metropolitan police.
What about
as
answering
well as
the
Capitol
BLM
Police.
rioters $2 billion?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Raskin,
Yeah,
if
we
I
have a
can take
Pew
my time
Charitable
back, so you
Trust
heard
study on
because it
that,
wasn't on the
bitch,
microphones,
and
multiple
over
members saying
20,000
it's
people
wrong
were,
the January 6th writers
10,000
were
people were
convicted by a jury of
arrested
their
based
peers.
on the summer
That
2020
is disturbing.
riots.
We started to get used to it,
and
but we
actual
can't get used to it.
protests,
It is scary.
actually, you know, for
Now,
human
Chair
rights.
recognizes Mr.
Chairman,
Perry.
yeah.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon for
I
point of
ask
order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter the 1020 FD 1023 into the record.
Oh yeah,
Without
I'm not
objection,
really.
so ordered.
I'm not.
Chair now
big on-
recognizes
my
Mr.
daughter
Perry from
likes
Pennsylvania
mochi.
for
I
5
don't
minutes.
like mochi.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
don't
Chairman.
Like mochi.
An attempt to establish some
But Crazy
patterns
Ivan
here
loves it.
and get to
Is it
actual
mochi?
facts out. The
Is it
media won't
mochi?
report. The
Uh-oh,
president's
sorry.
son seemed to
See,
benefit
this is-
often from government positions as far back as
Oh,
1996.
did he?
He received his first
How did,
job at MBNA.
How did
Then Senator
Ivana
Joe
do?
Biden
How did
had
Ivanka
supported the
do?
controversial bankruptcy bill, which
Mochi
really
or
favored the
Moki?
company
Oh, is it
to the
Mo?
peril
I think it's
of
Moki.
average citizens, and he got the name
I
Senator
don't know.
for MNBA. After which Hunter then he continued to benefit from his father's public positions. And in 2011, he was
well, now that
contacted
opens
by
up-
Che
that
Fang,
takes
who's
us
a
in a
Chinese
different direction,
politician and
doesn't it?
businessman. They wanted to form a joint investment firm that then became a
Acquiring
subsidiary of the
cows,
Bank of China. Now, it seems like the president's the president's son's only skill
Yeah,
is
my daughter
leveraging
loves
his
green
family
tea
name.
mochi.
It essentially seems like it
I
comes
have
to him
tried
like
it. I'm
swimming
not a
comes to a
fan.
fish.
I'm so sorry.
If we
I
could
don't
put
know
up on
why.
the
I'm just
screen
not a fan.
an email from between Devin Archer and the president's son. And if you could
Oh,
see
how-
here where he's asked, why does the super chairman love me so much? And the answer is, it's easy. It has nothing to do with me and everything to do with my last name.
Well, you know,
That's the president's
that's
son.
just-
That's not me saying it. That's the president's son. He openly
Famous kids.
acknowledged it doesn't
Kids
come
of
from
famous people
education or
complain about
business
that a
acumen.
lot.
It comes from his name.
That doesn't
And let's face
sound
it, it's
like
not.
weed.
It is his name, but it's not his name that was garnering all the attention. Both were selling
Ivan's now
their name.
now
One to
gonna be
MBNA and
focused
the
on
other
that.
to the highest bidder. Devin Archer in his transcribed interview, if you'll put that on the screen, please.
Okay. That was right.
He confirmed it. If I can get Mr. Archer's testimony on the screen.
Right? That could be.
Well, while it's getting up there, because the clock's ticking. Biden family, he confirmed it and
Yep.
said the Biden family was the
No,
product
okay.
or the brand.
Thank you.
And it's fair to say, in quotes, that Joe Biden was the brand and obviously brought most value to the brand. I make that case because the president's son
Why don't you
was
comb your
addicted to
hair?
drugs and he was frequenting prostitutes. So I suspect his value of the brand was pretty low
The fuck is
compared to his father, who was the vice president of the United States. I mean, companies brand their products, whether it's a food
I would
company or a
welcome-
car company or
I
shoe
would
company.
welcome a comb
They
right
brand it
now.
because
No, I
it
wouldn't.
provides
I wouldn't.
trust by their buyers, from their
Ticking in.
buyers. Now,
It's ticking in.
this committee first released a bank memo on March 16, 2023 that showed that less than 2 months
It
after the
sounds
vice
like a
president
pretty good
left
brand
office,
to
State
me.
Energy HK Limited sent Robinson Walker, again, a very close friend and business associate
short coma.
of the Biden family, $3 million.
Just until this hearing's
Shortly
over.
thereafter, literally the next
Just until
day,
this hearing's
and within
over,
the next
and then
series of
I
days,
can wake up.
Robinson Walker sent over $1 million to the Biden family
Good one, Melissa.
and associated businesses.
Just a short
And they were sent in suspect incremental payments. And it follows a pattern. I can give you other
a cat
instances
coma.
where the
You know,
exact same
catnap,
thing occurred.
cat coma.
1/3 for Robinson Walker, 1/3, 1/3 here, 1/3 there. That's how it worked out.
Oh my fucking
Now, the Biden family provided no legitimate services, yet Hallie Biden,
How do you know that? How, were
reportedly
you
working as a
there,
school
Mr.
counselor,
Perry? Were you there?
was provided some of
How
this
do you
money.
know that?
For what? What was the product or what was the service?
What is your?
Mr.
What's
Chairman,
that your business?
I ask unanimous
That's not
consent
your business.
to enter into
I don't
record the
think that's
first
your
bank
business.
record memos
I don't
dated
think
March
that's your
16,
business.
2023, new evidence resulting from the Oversight Committee's investigation of the Biden family's influence peddling and business schemes, showing that
I'm
the
tired
Biden family members and Biden associated businesses received over $1 million from State Energy HK Limited, a Chinese company.
Without objection, it's ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Turley,
Me
thank you for
too.
being here.
Yeah,
What
me too.
is influence peddling?
Influence peddling
Is
to
what
sell
Jared
access
and Ivanka
or
and
influence
Eric
to an office
and Don
holder to
Jr.
achieve some end.
And
There's sometimes
gosh,
a
so
very
many
clear
people.
quid
Yeah,
pro quo, which
that's
is
what it is.
a specific act that
Yeah.
you want.
Kind of
Sometimes
like
it's
getting
a
$2
general
billion
pattern of
for
corruption
covering up the
favoring
murder of a
someone.
journalist.
I
Yeah,
actually,
it's a
in
little
my
bit like
testimony, gave the I believe it was the
all
Canadian
kinds of
definition,
other
which I
stuff.
thought was a particularly good one under their law. But the United States also signed off on a convention
Oh,
on
did you do
public
some
corruption
research
that
here?
also has
Is this what you
definitions
did?
that are relevant.
You did
Mr.
research?
Dubinsky, in the remaining time, this money, these wires being sent to family members with no apparent legitimate services being rendered. Is this something that you would find interest in and would yourself, if charged with it, would investigate on your own?
Gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
It would be a red flag, and I would follow up on that and see where it leads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a point of order.
Why?
Yeah.
Can you move to
I didn't want
adjourn?
to interrupt the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, but he referred to an email at the beginning of his testimony. Have we not been provided a copy of that email? And I don't know where it came from. What is the source of that material?
Source of the materials from Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden sent it to the committee? Hunter Biden sent that to the committee? Because we have a rule on this. We've got to be provided all material that's going to be entered in the record. Our colleagues keep relying on emails that are purportedly obtained from Hunter Biden's laptop, but we have no idea if those emails are authentic.
Right.
As you know, you've not shared with us what you say is the hard drive to Hunter Biden's laptop, and nobody's verified them. And the guy,
CBS has verified them. The CBS
What?
News did a forensic audit, said they're legitimate.
Mr. Chairman, I
CBS
ask you
News is
unanimous
not part of
consent to
this.
have
No, they
the
didn't.
email entered into the record.
well, then I'm going to
Bullshit.
Without objection.
because we don't know what the basis of that is.
We'll
And we
work
had
on
this-
getting you an
okay.
answer for
If
that.
I could just
All
say, the computer repair guy who disseminated that stuff says he
Quid
cannot
pro
account
quo.
for the chain of custody
I hate
of
that.
the alleged hard drive of the laptop. So we have no idea where that comes from.
And we'll get you the answer to that, but I
Please.
would like to remind the ranking member that the president's son is now suing the repair guy for leaking his laptop. Remember, he denied it
Yeah.
forever, and you
Yeah,
all
he
said it
can't
was
account
Russian
for the custody.
manipulation.
What?
Now it's
Right. No, I
So
agree
even
with you,
for
but you can't account for the
defamation.
custody of it either. Nobody
we'll
knows.
get
what's
you the
been put
answer
in
on the source of the email. Chair now
Mr.
recognizes.
Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record our own 2023 transcribed interview with our committee of Devin Archer, where he clearly states, quote, the brand
It's already
was
in the
Washington, D.C., not President Biden. He was asked, the brand was really Joe Biden, and Mr. Archer responded, D.C. was the brand.
Without objection to order, it's in the record twice now.
Well, I guess it's a reminder.
So Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Before I begin my questioning, I want to remind everyone that the information recorded in the FBI Form 1023 that my Republican colleagues keep citing is not evidence of anything.
I'm so happy.
This form reflects years-old, secondhand, unverified information from a Ukrainian oligarch as relayed to the FBI by a
Jasmine
confidential
Crockett from
human source.
Texas.
These
Thank
unverified
you.
secondhand allegations have been
Wonderful.
repeatedly debunked and undermined, including by the confidential human source who relayed this information to the FBI. The tip recorded in the Form 1023 was thoroughly explored by the U.S. attorney handpicked by Donald Trump, which was Attorney General William Barr, and the assessment was closed. Finally, Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's former business partner who worked with the Ukrainian oligarch in question, told this committee in a transcribed interview in July that he had no knowledge of any such payments allegedly described in this form. Repeating the same lies will not somehow turn them into truths. Kind of like the election that Trump lost. Say it with me. He lost it. Repeating the same lie that he won wasn't going to turn the election around. The lost in this chamber keep pushing lies and lunacy on behalf of a multi-time loser.
Can't tell
So
me
if we're
all
going to
parties
talk
are the
about
same.
China, let's go
You
ahead and
cannot
talk
tell
about
me that.
China. And let's talk
You
about
just
the dealings.
can't.
And let me point out the fact that
can't.
right now, each of you has admitted that none of you are fact witnesses. We walked in without facts. And unfortunately, because what we say isn't necessarily evidence, we have wasted the American
know,
people's time, and we
right?
are going to
Very
walk out of
pretty.
this
She's a
chamber,
gorgeous
and we
woman.
still have no
That
facts
fucking
that are
form.
leading to anything. But let me give
That
y'all a
nonsense
little bit
form.
of tea while we're here. So I have a document that I will ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record. It's a fact sheet on President Trump's shady business dealings with the Chinese government.
What are you entering in? A record from who?
This is from the Congressional Integrity.
Congressional Integrity Project, the dark money pack?
I object.
I object to that
No.
too.
Of course, y'all gonna object, but we gonna talk about it. So It says Trump has extensive
Huge
financial
fan.
ties
I was a
to the
fan of
Chinese
her when
government.
she was in the
President
Texas
Trump
House.
collected
She's
millions
amazing.
from Chinese government-owned entities while in office. I have the best tenants in the world. President Trump was well aware of the multi-million-dollar lease to Chinese interests. President Trump promised to donate foreign government profits while in office, but he donated less than a third of his proceeds from the Chinese government. President Trump maintained 3 foreign bank accounts while in office, including
Look
one
at
in
her.
China. President
Daniel
Trump's business with China
Ellsberg
raised
in
legal
this
and ethical
hearing.
concerns. President Trump,
She's Pentagon
President
papering
Xi
this
loves
hearing.
the people of
I
China.
love
He
it.
loves his country, and he's doing a very good job. Let me tell you something. I don't want to talk about what y'all want to act like is some big mystery, because we keep sitting here and Professor Gerhardt, just to be clear, as my colleagues have even tried to provide evidence, which they're not the ones to provide evidence, have you ever heard them say since we've been sitting here for I don't know how long?
Yes, I've been taking a tally.
Oh, okay. Can you show us? Can you tell us what the tally is?
More than 35 times, the Republican witnesses and Republican members of the committee have used the word if.
Thank you so much for that. Because honestly, if they would continue to say if or Hunter and we were playing a drinking game, I would be drunk by now. Because I promise you, they have not talked about the subject of this, which would be the president. But let me tell you something that was so disturbing as I walked in to this chamber today. As I prepared, I said, what is the crime? Because when you're talking about impeachment, you're talking about high crimes or misdemeanors. And I can't seem to find the crime. And honestly, no one has testified of what crime they believe the president of the United States has committed. But when we start talking about things that look like evidence, they want to act like they blind. They don't know what this is. These are our national secrets. Looks like in the shitter to me. This looks like more evidence of our national secrets, say on a stage at Mar-a-Lago. When we're talking about somebody that's committed high crimes, it's at least indictments. Let's say 32 counts related to unauthorized retention of national security secrets, 7 counts related to obstructing the investigation, 3 false statements, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, falsifying business records, conspiracy to defraud the United States, 2 counts related to efforts to obstruct the vote certification proceedings, 1 count of conspiracy to violate civil rights, 23 counts related to forgery or false document statements, 8 counts related to soliciting, and I could go on because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to
Love
simplify
her.
this for the American people. My colleagues across the aisle allege that this inquiry is improper and that this hearing is improper. But that could not be further from the truth. We now have
she won
enormous
last night's
amounts of
debate
evidence
too.
to
You're
indicate
absolutely
that
right.
Hunter Biden
This is
was
the winning
engaged in
comment
nefarious
right
illegal
there.
activities with foreign nationals from China, Romania, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Russia, all while making millions of dollars doing so. We don't even know the full extent of it yet. To date, we've discovered up to $25 million in payments, and that's without even having Hunter
Today
Biden's
you
personal
did?
bank
Today?
records. The question
Where'd you
is this, though.
discover
This is
them?
the
Up your
question.
ass?
This is why we're here.
Whose
What did
ass?
Joe Biden know and when?
Oh, I didn't. Did
Due
anyone
to the
vote for
evidence we
Hunter?
found to date, Speaker McCarthy
should
appropriately
do a
initiated an
poll.
impeachment inquiry to
Somebody
give us
do a
additional
poll.
tools
Hold on.
to get the answer
Hold
to that
on.
question.
How do I do
Based
it?
on the
How do I
circumstantial
do it?
evidence we have, the
How do I
laptop,
do
the
it? How do I do
whistleblowers,
it?
shell
Wait.
companies' bank records, and testimony from Devin Archer, this Congress has a duty to further investigate whether Vice President Joe Biden was an affable, loving father, simply taken advantage of by his delinquent son, or
She's amazing.
a knowing participant who was complicit in the scheme and financially
I'm
compensated
never
for his
voting for
role.
Hunter again. Ever.
That is why we are here
He
today.
has lost my
to
vote.
answer that
He's a
simple
tool.
question, to determine if our current
Hunter's
president
stew
is
when we were trying to
compromised.
figure out-
Look, this scheme is complicated. All these countries and all these different roles different people
Fair.
played. But the plan
Fair.
is simple and repeated often.
All right, wait.
A foreign
I gotta
client
go
has a
pull
problem.
up. Hold on.
The foreign client pays a Biden. The vice president leverages influence to force favorable outcomes for the client. The Biden family earns their fee. That's the scheme. We've seen it played over and over. As we continue to investigate all of this wrongdoing, I've put a lot of time trying to figure out how all this got started. In 2014, it seems that Vice President Biden, after 4 decades of public service and thinking he would never hold public office again, started down a slippery slope. Perhaps he just wanted to help his struggling son. Maybe he never intended to sell policy decisions and for the Biden family to get millions of dollars. But there's mounting evidence that suggests that that may very be what has happened.
Really?
It all began in the spring of 2014, though. Hunter Biden gets his father to have dinner with foreign nationals and his business partner, Devin Archer, in Georgetown. The foreign nationals attending this dinner were Karim Masimov, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, Kenes Rakishev, a Kazakhstani oligarch, Yelena Baturina, a Russian oligarch who also happened to be the wife of the mayor of Moscow. We know that beginning in early 2014, Baturina sent a $3.5 million wire to one of Hunter Biden's shell companies, and Rakishev wired $142,300 to yet another shell company for Hunter Biden to buy a Porsche. We have the bank records to prove this. So the logical question here is, what was this money for? What were the goals of those payments? For Baturina, it seems her motives were clear. She knew that Russia was going to invade. What was this money Crimea, for? And as a response to the invasion, the Obama administration would inevitably announce sanctions and visa bans. Who's left off the list that the Obama administration published? Who was noticeably missing? Yelena Baturina, the richest woman in Russia, the woman who wired Hunter Biden $3.5 million just days earlier. That's just a coincidence. For Rakishev, the motive was to leverage Biden's influence to aid in the facilitation of the sale of Kazakhstani state oil rights to Burisma. And guess what? In December of the same year, Rakishev's oil company and Burisma joined a Chinese Communist Party-linked company and announced a deal. Everyone got rich. Again, another amazing coincidence. These are only the first 2 of dozens of examples of the scheme. A foreign client has a problem. A foreign client pays a Biden. Vice President leverages influence to force a favorable outcome for the client. Biden family earns their fee. Our work over the last 9 months warrants additional scrutiny of Biden family members and business associates and requires additional tools at our disposal to uncover whether Joe Biden was complicit.
Okay,
Again,
there
the
you
purpose
go.
of this
There's
investigation.
your poll.
Our next steps are to subpoena
There's your
additional
poll.
documents that will give context to
Tommy
these
Tatum is
transactions to
missing?
help
Oh,
determine
good.
Joe Biden's culpability. We're going to subpoena Hunter Biden's personal bank records, various business records such as invoices and contracts to clarify what these payments were
you
for,
have to answer the
Secret
poll.
Service logs detailing movement patterns of then Vice President. The
Hi,
list
Gary's
goes
cold
on and
sore.
on. And again, I
Welcome.
just want everybody to remember, we're doing this because the Department
I
of
need
Justice, the
Lolo's,
FBI, and the
babe.
IRS
I
refused
know,
to do their
right?
job. And we have evidence just in the last week that they're
Gary's
actively
cold
concealing these
sore.
possible crimes. If we discover that Joe Biden was taking half of Hunter Biden's income, like Hunter told his daughter in a
Right.
text message, I hope
This is
that
a
my
known
Democrat
idiot.
colleagues will put politics
Yes,
aside,
he is.
do the right thing, and join us in impeaching a corrupt president who sold out the
Summer,
American people.
hi,
With
Summer.
that, Mr.
How
Chairman,
are
I yield back.
you? Hope you're good.
Yields back.
Good
Chair
to
now
see
recognize
you.
Mr.
Thanks
Goldman
for
from
stopping
New
in,
York.
Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is entitled "The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry."
Hookers and drugs
You would
for
think
the
that
win.
after 8 months of an investigation, we would not need to have a hearing with no witness who has any direct knowledge of the
They should
evidence
be a
to
requirement.
determine that there is a basis for this impeachment inquiry. And this is an impeachment
Oh,
inquiry.
wait. No,
Mr. Turley and
this
Mr.
one's done.
Gerhardt testified in 2019 in the official impeachment process in the Judiciary Committee. The inquiry was in the Intelligence Committee. And in the Intelligence Committee, there were 17 firsthand witnesses with direct knowledge of the allegations. And the public hearings had 12 witnesses, all with firsthand.
man.
Here we are in our first
Wait,
hearing.
that's my man.
No one has
That's my
any
man.
actual knowledge or
Wait,
evidence.
that's my
There's
man.
nothing new here. So why don't we have some of the fact witnesses here? You've brought them in. They've come in already. What about Devin Archer?
Hi,
Now, Mr. Donalds and the chairman now want to disavow Mr. Archer's testimony that Mr. Biggs entirely relies upon, but they don't want him to come sit here. Why? Well, maybe because he testified that Joe Biden never discussed business with Hunter or other business associates. He got nothing from their businesses, and he never took any official acts related to the businesses.
I was kind of,
Or maybe
I was kind
the
of not
American
excited
people might
about him
hear
in the
that this
beginning, but he has
$3.5
really
million
come out like a
from
fucking
Baturina
bulldog, and I love that.
actually had
I was
nothing
worried
to
he
do
was going to
with
be
Hunter
just
Biden,
like big
which
money
is what
candidate
Devin
from
Archer
New York,
testified.
you know?
Or what about
But
Eric
he's
Schwerin?
not disappointing
Hunter
me.
Biden's
Go
partner in a
hookers! Fuck
He
yeah!
also
Some of
performed
the
a
best
number
women
of
in the
administrative
world.
and bookkeeping tasks for then Vice
That man
President
employed
Biden
people.
and Hunter
Okay,
Biden.
he
saw
employed
Vice
people.
President Biden's bank accounts. And he told the committee
I love you,
that
Summer.
he was not aware of any involvement by President Biden in the financial conduct of his relatives' businesses,
You're sighing
much
big time.
less
I
any
know.
transactions into or out of then Vice President's
But Joe
bank
did
account
attend a birthday
related
dinner.
to business conducted by any
I know.
family member. And the list goes
Wait
on.
till
We've
I
already
tell
talked
them
Lev
about
Parnas and Rudy Giuliani.
Jared
The
getting
reason
$2
is
billion
you
for
bring in the
covering
fact
up the
witnesses
murder of a
and
journalist.
your case goes down the drain.
Crazy. It's going to blow
So let's
their
talk
minds.
about what your allegations are. $15 million to 9
The
Biden family
nerve, a
members
birthday
from
party was
2014 to 2019. Mr. Dubinsky, was Joe
Highly
Biden
recommend the
president of the
Deuce.
United States?
Oh, yes.
2014
Siegfried,
to
you had mentioned that, I think, before.
No, he was not.
And in fact, from
Um,
2017 to
Thank you,
2021, he was a
Gary.
private citizen,
Thank
right?
you. You should.
That's my
Stay away.
understanding,
Mr.
Those
Gerhard,
women
am
do
I
not
correct that the
need, those
framers
women
made
and
very
men do
clear
not
the
need your
conduct
nonsense
of,
around
as
them.
private
They're trying to do their
citizens
thing.
are best left for the legal system, not the
And
impeachment
on this
process. Is
channel,
that
we are
right?
pro
Yes,
sex worker. So just so you
Now,
know,
even
don't get it
yesterday, in
twisted.
releasing 700 pages of documents, Chairman Smith admitted that he's not an
The
expert
Deuce,
in
yeah,
the
the
timeline,
Deuce.
which seems to encapsulate this investigation to a T.
Is it also on HBO?
Because here we are seeing texts and
whatever?
emails from 2017.
No, I know.
We're seeing
Siegfried, you
Department
gotta
of
do that
Justice
because I'll
emails from
forget. I'm really
2020
happy.
when it was the Donald
Absolutely.
Trump Justice
Absolutely.
Department. And all we hear all day long,
Sounds
Biden
good.
family, Biden family, Biden family. And every time you hear that, you know that it doesn't include Joe Biden. If there were 9 Biden family members who got money from these business transactions, isn't it striking that Joe
HBO,
Biden
cool.
was not one of them? Pretty remarkable. And what we hear is this is an exceedingly complex chain of transactions. That's what the House Republicans said. Pattern of incredible financial complexity. Ms. McLean
What is
showed
that
a chart.
blue suit behind him?
It had a
Can we talk
investor.
about the royal blue going
had
on?
an
Where is
investment
wait,
company
I gotta
that
point
invested
to this.
money,
I gotta point
that
this
received
out.
money,
Hold on.
and then it went to the investors.
Ah!
Mr. Dubinsky,
Oh shit.
that's not very
Okay, well.
complicated, is it?
Well, that's not really the question. The question is, what was going on there? Was there an investment? What's the
I'm just asking about the structure.
Well, that's
Because
structure-
what we have here, and we hear so much about services and all of this, services are legitimate or product. It's an investment company. It's a private equity company that invests capital in other corporations and companies. That is standard
Hookers are your
practice.
Well, that's an
friends.
Mr. Turley, you said in 2019 that impeachment requires a clear criminal act. Is that right?
No, in fact, in the Trump impeachment, I said repeatedly, you can impeach someone for non-criminal conduct.
As
What
an
I said then,
executor.
I'm saying
I was
now,
like,
which
Trump
is,
got
I
paid. That
strongly
is-
encourage you to look at criminal.
Yeah. All right. Well, that testimony is there.
But
But
can I-
let's
can I-
just no, you can't because I have 10 seconds left.
Yes.
You have said that lying as a president
As
is
an
not
ex-sex worker,
impeachable.
as soon as I've seen his
You
little
have
video
said
with the
that
hooker, I was
there's
like,
an
she did him
influence
ugly.
peddling campaign, but you will acknowledge, will you not, that in order to have
I
a
love
criminal
it.
act
I
of public
love
corruption or
it.
bribery,
I
there
love
must be
it.
under McDonnell an
I
official
love it.
act in connection to some sort of personal
I love
benefit.
it.
Isn't that right?
Gentlemen's time's
Crazy.
expired, but Charlie, please answer.
I was
I could just
I
point
was
you to my
looking at the
testimony and talk
lingerie
about
summer.
Just
Did
answer
you
the
see the
question.
one with
Because
him
it's a
and the
little more
woman
No,
with
it's
the
not.
lingerie?
An official act.
Oh
for
my
a
god, it's
personal benefit.
gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Gentlemen's time's expired.
I'll find it
Chair
and
now
I'll send it to
recognizes
you,
Ms.
Summer.
Green from
It's
Georgia.
so good. It's a great.
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
great
Chairman.
lingerie.
On July 25th,
Just saying.
2023, Chairman Comer and I sent
Oh,
the
here we
Department of
go.
Justice a letter requesting information related to victims of Hunter Biden, specifically women he sexually exploited and then claimed as deductions on his taxes through his law firm.
What? How do you do
But
that?
he never paid those taxes. Not surprisingly, the Department of
It
Justice did not
rained,
respond.
baby.
After the
Make it
DOJ's
fucking
sweetheart
rain.
Hunter Biden deal
Yes.
fell apart, by the way,
Yes,
led by the
queen. Yes,
special counsel
queen.
David Weiss, on September 8th, 2023,
Oh, by
Chairman
the way,
Comer and I
I'll
again
just interrupt
sent
her.
a letter
Summer,
to the
Hot
same
Miss
DOJ
Summer has an
officials
amazing
asking about victims'
organization
rights
to help
issues related to Hunter
people on the
Biden's
street,
sexual exploitations.
in
DOJ once
at
again
risk
failed to respond.
in Louisville.
Well, yesterday I found
Kentucky,
out why they
and
don't
I'm gonna
want
tell
to
you
talk
right
with
now,
us. In a new
you need to
email
support
just
her.
released, by the way, from
So please
October
go to Hot Mess Summer.
2020.
It
Could
is.
you please display the email?
What's your
The Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office,
Summer,
DOJ,
what's
tax,
your- what's
FBI,
your,
and IRS described
what's your
evidence they have
handle
related
on
to
YouTube?
Mann Act
What's your YouTube
violations.
channel?
By the way, the subject of the email says
I
Mann Act.
know. now Can I
First,
do
the
this?
title, Mann Act.
I know.
Then it's clear
they
there are charges on the
dependents?
table, while the Department of Justice
I mean,
is
they're
in hiding
dependent on
from
my
meeting
pussy,
with me.
but are they dependent?
The Department of Justice and IRS email and David Weiss's Delaware U.S. Attorney's
Sorry,
Office.
I'm so sorry.
The email states there are communications with trafficker number 1 and trafficker number 2, and that Hunter Biden had escorts who traveled across state lines. These
I
women
know,
are
right?
victims,
I just think this
and the
is
Department of
amazing.
Justice is refusing to protect their rights. Not only that, David Weiss, the now special counsel in charge of supposedly investigating Hunter Biden, has been clearly covering up Hunter Biden's crimes since before the 2020 election, which is undoubtedly
business
election
expense. Yeah.
interference.
Okay.
David Weiss is complicit and must be removed from the special counsel. We also have more information we subpoenaed. Let me give you an even better example based on an interview with one of Hunter Biden's victims with law enforcement. It says here that the victim, Hunter Biden's victim, stated that Biden told
Yes,
her that his
Brenda,
father
it's
was the vice president
unending.
and
Matt
asked
Joe
to
Pesci.
Google search his name.
My girl reads
Hunter
so
Biden's
well.
victim stated she told Biden
does.
she was
She
not interested
does,
in
Matt
Google searching
Joe.
his name and
She
just wanted to be
does.
paid. Hunter Biden's victim stated that Biden then showed her a picture
We have
of
other
his
words for
father with President Barack Obama.
And
Don't
her
forget his
Palpatine
father was
orange.
vice president then. Hunter Biden's victim stated
No, they don't like anyone. I
after
don't
she
know.
was shown the aforementioned picture, who was the vice president of the United States with the
Right.
president of the United States, Barack
Right.
Obama, she
made it
became
work.
afraid.
She made it work.
After Hunter Biden's victim left the location, she arrived
I know.
back in her
Spellcheck hates me
apartment
too. Don't even
and
worry
told
about it. I
her
get it.
friend, who she was just with, Hunter Biden's victim stated that her
Appropriately
friend
sized.
told her,
Democrats
"You
have bigger
no idea who you're
signs.
dealing with." These women were terrified. Terrified.
Right,
He
that's
used
terrible.
his
If
father,
that's
Hunter
terrible,
Biden used
I mean,
his
they
father,
should- there-
the
something
vice
should
president of the
happen.
United States, to threaten his victim, who he had just trafficked for sex. And the Department of
Matt Gates
Justice
would like a word.
refuses to
Matt
speak to
Gates
me.
says, "Hold my beer."
Hunter Biden needs to be held accountable for his sexual exploitation
Typos are
of
us,
women. And we've shown more evidence. We've shown
No,
evidence.
they have
This
a
is what it
teeny-
looks like.
They have a teeny
This is what
printer.
Mann Act violations look
Mr.
like.
Is
Chairman.
that what Mann Act violations? Oh, she knows what the
Uh,
Mann Act is.
I reclaim my time.
I'd like to
reclaim my
challenge the use of this
Hunter
exhibit
Biden
under
should
clause
be
6
held
of Rule
accountable.
17.
It is sad that my Democrat
Point of order.
colleagues
Point of order.
pretend to care about women's rights while allowing Hunter Biden to exploit women. This is a shame.
Yeah.
But let's talk about.
Chairman, there's a
let's-
This is why
parliamentary
you
challenge
really
before
can't
us.
tell me that both parties are the
Point
same.
of order.
Chairman, point of
okay?
order.
Here's the point, and we'll stop the
cannot
clock
tell
for
me.
you, Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, our colleague from
She's a
Georgia
Mann Act
has
violation.
introduced before pornographic exhibits and displayed things that are really not suitable for children who might be watching. And
Bathing suits not suitable, Mr. Raskin.
well, I'm saying I would like the member to be instructed to not introduce any pornography today, at least without running it
A
through the chair
bathing
first.
suit is not pornography,
Well, we
Mr.
can't
Raskin.
see it from down there, so you didn't make it available to the minority before you
Seen
started.
it before. It's
Okay.
it's on the internet. It's everywhere.
You are submitting a naked woman's body,
This is a bathing suit. This is a bathing suit.
and it has not been clear before this committee.
All right.
Glasses on. Do you wear them
Okay.
or not? It's a
I have
bathing-
contacts in. Thank
Oh,
you.
congratulations.
All right. Chair, ask Ms. Green to proceed.
Now let's talk about more evidence the Democrats have denied that's turned out to be true. We all know Joe Biden is the big guy.
We can't be
confirmed
sure on
that
your
Hunter
tiny
Biden was
paper.
lobbying his father. Here's another example
the
that was just
internet?
released yesterday. This is from a timeline from one of the IRS whistleblowers and quotes an email between Vuk Jeremic, a Serbian politician, and Hunter Biden.
Serbia.
Did you have a chance
Where's
to talk
Tina?
with the big man? He's
If you're going to bring
receiving
dick
my
pics,
prime
please
minister
size
on
them
Wednesday.
appropriately so we can
Please
all
let me
enjoy
know
them.
If you think that what we discussed
Actually, I'm going to
back
be
in
honest.
DC
Dick
can
pics
be
are
mentioned
really
in the
not
meeting.
attractive. I'm
My
just gonna tell
domestic
you.
strategy, how I proceed In
How is
dealing
this
with my
happening?
government,
I don't know.
very much
She didn't
depends
give a
on
who he
whether it
was. She
happens
just wanted
or
his
not.
money, and when
This
she
is a
figured out who he was,
conversation between
yeah,
Hunter
exactly.
Biden and
Hello.
Luke Jeremic. This is called influence peddling. This is how Hunter Biden was selling his father's political power and influence. And this is a
Yeah,
perfect
it did. It's
example.
true.
This is evidence right here. I'd like to
They
remind
are
everyone
all
that this
the
is the beginning of
tricks.
the impeachment inquiry, where we're
Oh.
casting a wide net and finding every single person,
Poster
whether
board
it's
day at
last
grade school.
administration, the
The Democrats
administration
have
before that,
legible
and
poster
whether it's
boards
the
at
current
least.
administration that has
At
covered up
least.
the
Chairman, point of
crime
order.
of the Biden
Thank you.
family, and we will continue pulling more
We're
evidence
54 seconds
forward.
over, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll let Mr. Goldman go over 30 seconds. So we owe you 20 seconds to Mr. Moskowitz. It's
24.
your lucky day. You get 5 minutes
24
and 20
seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's your lucky day. What a day we are having here, isn't it? Right? I mean, listen, as a former director of emergency management, I know a disaster when I see one. I mean, by the way, you don't believe me? Just ask Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, that your guy, just went on and said,
evidence?
perhaps.
Who's guy, Steve
Wait,
Bannon?
what I missed?
Yeah, well, you know who Steve Bannon is. Perhaps Steve Bannon just went on and said perhaps the Republicans shouldn't have started with a witness. He was talking about Professor Turley, who was going to say right off the bat that there wasn't an
They are all
impeachable offense.
tricks, except for there's
I
some
quote,
more
he says,
serious people on
perhaps
the
we
left
should have
right
put him
now.
on the maybe list for one of our witnesses. So your other witness,
I love
Ms.
that
O'Connor,
suit.
gave a complete recitation of the last
I love
9
that
months, 8
suit.
months of these hearings. She went
And
through
lunch
some of the
with this
greatest hits
guy.
that have come out, right? Everything that has been presented, both in these
I love
committees that we've been
Moskowitz.
having
Come
on
on.
TV.
I love
All of the
Moskowitz.
evidence that you guys have been presenting over the last 8 months, all of that together. And what does Professor Turley say? It says everything we know at this juncture doesn't rise to the level of impeachment.
Oh, is that your guy?
Boy,
Cool.
that is
I
awkward.
love him. I love Moskowitz. He's funny.
I mean,
quick.
it's like political impeachment malpractice. But look, let's go back at some of the previous comments
There's
that
the evidence.
my colleagues have given. So the chairman, and I have a slide. The chairman goes on Hannity.
I like
right?
the
You guys
little
all
cut
know
off
Sean.
heads.
You appear with him on Fox News all the time, right? And Hannity asks a softball question, right? This is a total softball. Do you believe that this is now officially the Joe Biden bribery allegation? And do you believe you will be able to prove it?
He's going to
The
wake us
chairman
up.
should have just said yes. But nope, he says hope so, because he doesn't have
She
any
is
evidence. Couldn't say
disgusting.
yes. Right? Next slide, please. Then we have Senator
Something
Grassley.
Hannity said is that
Grassley says what
She
we
is
all know out
disgusting
loud.
somehow.
We aren't interested in whether or not the accusations against Vice President Biden are accurate. Chuck, we know. We know you're not interested in the truth. Next slide, please. And then Donald Trump, he's giving it all away. We know he doesn't. He likes to show his cards. He says, I think had they not done it to me, perhaps you wouldn't have it being done to them. And this is going to happen with indictments too.
Ooh.
So, Donald Trump, the tough guy, right? What is he saying? He's teaching people, go do it back.
What?
So look,
She
we're
is.
all appearing now in the world's worst acted TV drama, right? It's been picked up for a second season, the Real House Republicans of Oversight. Perhaps the material's
that's
so
right,
bad
it's
due to the
oversight,
writer's
sorry.
strike. I mean, how many Republicans, Freedom Caucus members,
That's
part of the
over.
Chaos Caucus, have said there's no evidence to impeach Joe Biden? And again, of course, we know it's not about the evidence. Why? Here is a list of all of the articles of impeachment that have been filed
what?
by my colleagues, some
the
that
what?
are on this committee. When was the first article filed? It was filed in January of 21, 2 weeks after January 6th. So before we had a single hearing, before they went through this myriad of phishing, they were filing articles of impeachment. Professor Turley, you said this doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. And
Move
you said
to adjourn.
they shouldn't prejudge. Well, here's a list right here of every single member, many on this committee, prejudging. They're filing articles of impeachment. COVID, Afghanistan, Hunter Biden, and they're all one-upping each other.
I
in
know,
the
that
Donald
was a
Trump
good one.
Friend Olympics, trying to get invited to the sleepover at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, I filed articles of impeachment against Merrick Garland. No, I filed articles of impeachment against Kamala Harris. Okay, it is ridiculous. But
I
this
hope
is
he
what
does
this is
too.
about. Let me show you. It's
I
a
hope he
simple
does too.
board, right? So all other presidents in the United States, 50% of the impeachments. Donald Trump, the other 50. Donald Trump has half of the impeachments in American history. But you know what? He's got 100% of the indictments. 100% of all
That's a
indictments.
great
Zero
sign.
for the other presidents. Listen, let me do it another
Not
way.
one
I
mushroom
want
in
to
sight.
channel my inner Tim Russert. So let me go to the board, right? And I don't have Florida. But Donald Trump, impeachments.
Yeah,
how many
much better.
impeachments? We got 2 there. How many indictments? We got 4.
Yes.
How many for Biden? 0,
Perfect.
0. Donald Trump is right. He's sick of winning. He's just winning, running away with it. And that's why we're here. We're here because of math. That's what this is about. They can't save Donald Trump. They can't take away the 2 impeachments and the 4 indictments, but they can try to put some numbers on the board for Joe Biden. But the problem is when you sling mud, you got to have mud. And they just don't have anything,
They
Mr.
came
Chairman.
prepared, and
So
that,
look,
I do appreciate that.
We get it.
In the midst of everything
We know
they're
why we're
doing
here.
to
That's
be
why they say the
prepared.
Biden family, the Bidens, James Biden, Joe Biden's dog, Commander, but not Joe Biden. Never Joe Biden. So when are you going to have the vote on impeachment, Mr. Chairman? What are you scared of? Call the vote. Come on. If you all think there's so much evidence, we're here. Call the vote on impeachment. Impeach him right now. I dare you.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognizes.
I don't know. Somebody's
Mr. Gosar.
Somebody's competing for my affection, I think. I don't know. Mr. Goldman, you better work harder because I think I'm in love.
The CEFC of China Energy. Who is Chairman Yi? Chairman Yi and CEFC reportedly had connections to the Chinese military. Though it was in theory a private company, CEFC has layers of Communist Party committees, which are usually staples of state-owned enterprises. This CCP affiliated entity was closely connected with China's Belt and Road Initiative, and there's evidence Joe Biden was in business with it. Joe Biden was engaged so closely with Chairman Yi and CEFC that he planned to share office space.
Oh my God, it's Paul Gosar.
Joe Biden was actually considered a partner.
Made a cartoon to kill
break down the
AOC
evidence.
Gosar.
The email I have on display shows on September 21st, 2017. Yes, we'll talk about that in a minute. Hunter Biden emailed the general manager, House of Sweden, a building in Washington, D.C., to request that keys be made available for office mates Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden, Dong Wen-dong, Chairman Yi's CFC emissary. Not only did Joe Biden share office space with the Chinese Communist affiliated CFC leadership, his son, Hunter Biden, asked that the signage for the venture be listed as, quote, the Biden Foundation Hudson West, CEFC US. In case it isn't clear that Joe Biden
was he trying to hide something? Because that was a bad name if you're trying to hide something.
With a key to shared office space, the email I now have on display shows that Hunter Biden specifically referenced Joe Biden as his partner in this venture. Hunter even shared the personal phone numbers for Joe Biden, to whom Hunter Biden refers to as his partner, along with Dong Wen-dong, Chairman Yi's emissary, and Jim Biden. The management was told to call Joe Biden if they chose. CEFC Chairman Yi additionally gifted Hunter Biden a diamond worth $80,000 during their business relationship. Chairman Yi was detained in 2018 by Chinese authorities and was initially reported by Chinese media that his detention in China was ordered directly
he
by
hasn't
Chinese
been
President
ad-libbing for 5.5 hours.
Mr.
Come on now.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent at the end of the record, this email dated September 21st, 2017, showing Joe Biden's involvement sharing of office space with the family CCP league business partner, Chairman Yi.
I'm not just a
Without
customer,
objection to
I'm a
order.
member.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Gosar is 200.
Who do you think I'm referring to? Who has a family of
Season
high-ranking
one
government
sucked, too.
officials
It
receiving
did.
tons of money, cars,
And
and
what
luxury
is his
items from a
disease?
foreign government?
What is his
Might have said
disease?
Senator Menendez.
He has the best man.
And you would be right. But Hunter Biden.
What is
also,
his? What
Hunter
does he
Biden
have?
also received those same things. Mr.
Meth
Turley,
mouth.
in your experience,
No, I
is it
think he
concerning
has an
that a public
actual,
official
like,
such as Joe Biden is
like
involved
a
with the
condition,
CEFC,
right?
China Energy, a company with ties to CCP, and Chairman Yi, who was later detained by China for fraud?
Well,
Parkinson's
it's
or
certainly a
Huntington's?
concern that some of these
I
individuals have
don't
been
know.
either accused of or has been
Oh,
convicted
God, he's still here?
of
I
fraud,
almost
including
forgot.
one by the United States government. The question is
Ooh.
whether that conduct extended to the vice president or the president today, and whether that's part of a continuum of conduct.
Did it?
Mr. Dudinsky,
Do you have any
when you
evidence
see a
of that?
pattern of
Do you have
problems,
any evidence?
particularly in corruption, doesn't that pattern usually continue It's a cover up.
There's a
Do you
method
agree with that
to his
statement?
madness.
I do. We call it pattern
Yeah,
evidence.
some
and that's what we
neurological,
look for
right,
when we're doing
condition, or-
investigations to see what's continuing in that regard.
Oh
So
no,
if
don't
we were
worry.
started
It's fine. I
fire
mean,
as
I
a vice
understand.
president, we would continue
I think
through
that
this.
I don't know
private
what his
citizen. You see it
actual.
also
Yeah,
as
he's
a president.
dangerous.
So those are the
No, don't you
aspects
worry
that we
about
follow
that
through,
intimate
right?
pudding pop.
Absolutely.
We know.
Now for all three of
Yeah,
you, real quick.
yeah.
The other side has said over and over
He's
again,
got-
you've given
yeah,
no
he's a
information.
dentist.
But isn't it true
He's a
that we should be
dentist.
looking to
How does
you for
he know?
establishment?
Okay, never
I'm
mind.
not an
I
attorney.
don't wanna
Neither
know.
are a bunch of these folks
I don't
here.
want to know.
Shouldn't we be utilizing
I
your
wouldn't want his
expertise to go
fingers in
get
my
those
mouth on
that
any,
information to make sure it's
in any
valid?
way, shape, or
John-
form. Hi,
Mr. Turley, would you agree
Spinnaker.
with that?
Welcome back.
I agree.
Welcome
My testimony
back.
tried to lay out the historical baseline
Welcome
for an
back,
inquiry. This is just the
Spinnaker.
beginning of that formal inquiry.
He is dangerous.
Mr. O'Connor.
My testimony was to aid in understanding what the whistleblowers had brought forward.
Is that what it was?
And my testimony was centered around
I think he's a
conducting an
dentist.
unbiased
I think
investigation
he's
and
a
getting to the
dentist.
truth.
See, unbelievable.
Yeah,
I
his
think this is so
disease
perfectly
does not
set up.
cause him to
But
be an
we wanted the
asshole
very
and a white
basis of this, and we wanted a slow, methodical,
true.
make sure it is done appropriately. You know, it just
He
overwhelms
does
me when
look
we
like
start to
he's
see
wearing
the
his
rhetoric
dad's
that comes
suit.
out
His
of that
body
side.
movements are not
And
normal. He
especially
clearly
the
has some
show that we
kind
just
of.
saw. You know, that belongs on Saturday Night
Clearly
Live.
doesn't have that.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent motion.
MTGs.
Request rather. I
And
would like to
and
enter
and podiatrist
6
too?
different instances
Wow.
of the Devon
Cradle
Archer
of the grave,
transcript.
am I right?
Where
It's been entered
twice,
but if you wanna enter it Actually, his again, go entire ahead.
yeah, well, there's
siblings
6
have
ones where he said that all
made
they
ads
discussed
about him.
was the weather.
Yeah,
and
look,
never
but
business,
Mr. Bowman,
never
if
business.
we'll enter in the whole entire transcript for the third time.
Thank you.
Without objection to order.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Before she starts, I'd like to ask for
here.
unanimous consent to enter a October 23rd, 2020 Wall Street Journal article that states text messages and emails provided to the journal by Mr. Bobulinski don't
he does
show
have
either
that.
Hunter Biden or
He
James
does.
Biden discussing a role for Joe Biden in the venture.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib.
Mr. Chairman, just before also, I'd like to enter into the record on behalf of Congressman Crockett, all of Donald Trump's indictments. And so I'd like to also enter those into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you so much,
Good
Chair Comer, and of
one.
course our wonderful ranking member Raskin. It is great to be on this committee. And when I first came in, I looked up on the wall and saw our incredible former chair of our House Oversight Committee, Elijah Cummins. And it reminded me of our first meeting, our first committee hearing here in this chamber. I can tell you it was incredibly powerful. I don't know, Mr. Turley, if you know, do you know what the subject matter of that hearing was?
I don't.
It was around insulin, price gouging of insulin. And the first witness was a mother of twins who had to ration her insulin between the 2 children. It was incredible because at that moment I thought this is exactly the committee I want to be on. Here doing, what is needed for the American people and fighting back against, greed and a number of broken systems and processes that I think, again, leave many of our families behind. But here we are, though, doing the bidding of a twice impeached, indicted former president instead of working for the people of our country. Mr. O'Connor, 47,395. Do you know what that is, Ms. O'Connor?
I don't know what number you're referring to.
That's the number of active duty reserve men and women serving our nation's armed forces in Kentucky who's going to be forced to go without pay because of the shutdown.
And I should know that because?
No, it's because you have nothing to say about any of this because you're not a fact. You don't have any facts. You weren't there. So, Ms. O'Connor, don't take it personally. Ms. O'Connor, don't take it personally that you are here being used for somebody out there being indicted. This is not helping the American people. Mr. Gephardt, what is this here over here? What does this say?
Well, one thing I'm learning in this hearing is I need new glasses. But that's the countdown to the shut.
That's right. What is it? What, a couple days here?
2
Yeah, I would
days and
imagine it's a
8
nerve
hours.
disorder or something.
So, Mr. Dubinsky, do you know who said the following? We had thousands of members across the country who returned holiday presents because they needed cash, missed a mortgage payment, took out a
person that
short-term
O'Connor
loan,
is.
and ran up their credit card debt because they had no paycheck for the month.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
state
What's your
point.
point of order?
And
Bitch?
stop the clock for Ms. Tlaib.
Thank
State
you,
your point.
Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
All government employees are going to get paid at the end of this month. And also the Democrat Party forced
That is not
shutdowns
true.
on the American
That is not
economy.
true.
Hurting
Reclaiming
businesses, forcing people to lose their jobs, kids behind in school.
It's okay.
That's
Chair,
not
now-
a point of order.
Chair,
You know
now,
what?
all right.
That's going to be not true on October 1st.
Hold on, Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Recognizes
we can't
Ms.
allow
Tlaib.
people to be misleading the American people. We all know. I was here. I was here in 2019 when the shutdown was there for 35 days. Because you know what? You don't know who said this?
I lost track of it.
I know. Doreen Greenwald. She was a member of the National Treasury Employees Union. She said 150,000 workers in 35 agencies. She said this is the irresponsible 2018-19 Republican shutdown from the previous administration. Do you know she also went on to say, because this is important, this is what this committee should be used for. She went on to say they stood in line at food banks, pulled their children from childcare, were unable to put gas in their cars and begged creditors for grace. This is not how the United States of America should treat its own employees. That is verbatim from a federal employee that did not get paid at last shutdown. So let's not lie to the American people. Right now, the Department of Agriculture will be forced to stop processing housing loans, which provided over 675 million people and 3,431 families in rural North Carolina. That's all going to stop. The Department of Ag would be forced to stop processing a loan in Wisconsin, about $181 million loans that are impacting rural Wisconsin. Small Business Administration, y'all, would stop processing small business loans, halting over $284 million in funding small businesses in Alabama. That's just one state. The federal government shutdown has real consequences. I would like to submit, Mr. Chair, to the record, FEMA funding would be impacted if the government shuts down. This is in regards to the impact in Florida specifically, if the government shuts down, and the impact on the many, many humanitarian aid that has to go to many homeowners that were impacted.
Without objection to order.
In my district, 56,000. Do you know what that is? That's a number of children that will lose their child care spot, the spot to receive child care. State, countrywide, is 3.5 million children impacted. This is how many children, again, our caucus, again, Republicans are literally just putting aside and saying, no, we're going to do this instead. We're going to go and bring the campaigning, the ugliness, toxicity that our families don't need right now into this chamber instead of doing what we need to do, which is making sure we have a functional government that provides for our families. When it comes to dysfunction, to all our witnesses here, you're now part of it. You came to this committee. They're overachievers when it comes to dysfunction. Why stop at destroying childcare across our country? They're devastating public health, education, social safety nets in our country. And Ms. O'Connor, you are part of it now because you came here.
Chair,
Don't say that you're not
ladies,
part.
time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden has sent over $110 billion of taxpayers' hard-earned money to Ukraine and wants to send even more. Yet his son failed to pay any taxes on the millions of dollars he received from Ukrainian companies. Many folks in East Tennessee can't afford to buy even their dadgum groceries, let alone a home or an automobile. But these decent people and Americans all over the country still pay their taxes.
Dadgum? He
The
really
fact
said
is, if your
dadgum?
last name is Biden, you don't have to play by the same rules. Who's going to write the check for the money Hunter Biden didn't pay now that it's too late to bring charges to these taxpayers? Who's paying taxes on the $250,000 that China sent to President Biden's Delaware address? I'll tell you who. It's the hardworking Americans that got to get up every morning that don't come into work at 10 o'clock and take 2 hours for lunch and then walk out of here in their Brooks Brothers suit with their jacket thrown over their dadgum
Would that be
shoulder,
your
claiming
suit,
that they worked
or
hard
is that
because they
someone
know they
else's
didn't
suit?
work
I don't
hard.
know.
The people
I
back
don't know.
home are working hard
Just
and they're
wondering.
paying their dadgum taxes. Yet the Biden family doesn't have to. This past July, 2 high-level IRS agents, Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, testified
there you
before our
go.
committee. They painted a very disturbing picture, worse than the one of Hunter Biden's paintings, by the way, of misconduct and obstruction within the Department of Justice criminal investigation of Hunter Biden, the Biden family business dealings. They
Foghorn
testified that Hunter
Leghorn.
Biden should have been charged with a tax felony,
Bobby, big
not
tonsils.
a misdemeanor.
Uh-oh,
Hunter was,
you're here?
was saved by Merrick Garland's decision to change
Look
the
out,
department's
everybody. Bobby
long-standing
Big Tonsils
policy
is here.
to charge the most serious offense that can be proven. This paved the path for Hunter Biden to attempt to
Nectarine
plead guilty
Nero.
for 2 tax-related misdemeanors rather than any of the
That's
6
a good
felonies
one. I have
recommended
not
by
heard
the
that one.
department's tax division. I've literally seen people in Tennessee be
Tangerine
charged
trader.
with more for traffic violations.
Yeah.
Moreover, Mr. Garland's decision does not align
Fucking
with Chapter
go.
10 of the Criminal
Eat the
Tax
rich.
Manual, which prohibits prosecutors from allowing a
Eat the
defendant
rich.
to plead to a misdemeanor when elements of a felony can be proven. David Weiss should have followed department
Proven
policy
how?
and charged
With
Hunter
what?
Biden with tax felonies. The Department of Justice
this
should have
gentleman
ensured
privy
Hunter
to
paid
the
his back
evidence?
taxes just like any other person in this position.
Oh yeah.
Hardworking
Did they?
Tennesseans
Did
shouldn't
they?
have to subsidize the Biden
they?
family's crime spree.
Did they?
I'd like to know that any of them paid any of their dadgum taxes.
Yeah.
I yield
Come
the
on
remainder
now.
of my time
Come
to
on.
my friend from
Come on.
Ohio.
Really? What is the
I
point
thank
of
the
throwing
gentleman
in
for
jabs at
yielding.
someone's
Mr.
hearts?
Turley, I want to get back to what you said in your written statement about the abuse of power model that we've seen in other administrations. You
Hi,
think may
Easley,
exist
welcome
here
back.
with this administration. I just want to
No, they
look
didn't.
at.
I don't know.
the
Maybe they
gentleman before
did.
me
I
was
don't
just
know.
talking about the way the Justice Department ran the investigation into Hunter Biden. And some of the things we've learned
Thank
from the
you for
whistleblowers
noticing
were
the gator.
they were
Thank
prevented
you.
from taking
Thank
certain
you.
investigative steps. They couldn't interview the adult grandchildren
I was
of the
thinking the
president.
same thing.
They couldn't execute a search warrant on a storage unit without first tipping off the defense counsel.
Yeah.
They
That was
couldn't
just a
use in
dig.
interviews
And
they
you
got
know what?
to do.
As artists, we
Only
don't
a couple.
care.
They couldn't use the term big guy.
You
They
think
couldn't look
as an
at
artist, people
political
haven't told
figure
me they,
one, which
that
we
they
know
think I
is the big
sucked
guy, is Joe
before?
Biden.
No, that actually
They
is
couldn't investigate
90%
tax years
of the
2014,
feedback.
2015 because they let they couldn't charge for that, I should say,
That's why
because they let
it's
the
called
statute
art.
of limitations expire.
The
Is it an
subpoena
abuse of
skipper
power
is speaking.
when the Biden Justice Department
That's right.
stops
Did you
investigative
respond to
steps
your subpoena?
that all potentially lead to Joe
Jim?
Biden?
It certainly can be.
Cranky
There's a
Bobby's
linkage to
smoking
the
truck.
president. If you look
Wow.
back, I
We
think
got all
Article
kinds
2
of
the Nixon
celebrities in
impeachment
the
was an
house
abuse
today.
of power provision that dealt with that type of nexus. Article 1, I
Way
think,
too
of
much.
the Trump
Way
impeachment, I think, dealt with that type of nexus. You just have to establish those linkages as you go
You
forward.
just have to
in an
establish the
inquiry to
linkages that
make
don't
an
exist. I
article
don't know.
to
What's your
substantiate an
problem?
I want you to
Why are
elaborate on
you
something you
so
said earlier
drama?
too. I wrote it
Why
down.
are
You
you so
said
drama?
confirmed corrupt influence peddling operation.
Why are
Can
you
you
so
elaborate
drama?
on what you think that entails? That's pretty strong words. You said the Biden influence peddling scheme was confirmed corrupt influence
I did
peddling
not look at
operation.
his art. I should do
I
that.
think that it's now,
I
in
should
my
do
view
that.
at least, largely unassailable. Even people that have long been critical of some of the investigations have acknowledged recently, particularly after the Archer interview, that this was an influence peddling effort. Whether it was an illusion or not is part of the task for the inquiry. But it seems to be abundantly clear
Whose
from
inquiry?
these emails and
I mean, yeah.
statements and
You
now
wanna talk
sworn
about Bush's
testimony
art?
that Hunter Biden and his associates were selling access to Joe Biden. And the question is whether any of that effort resulted in decisions and changes being made by
Did it?
Joe Biden, and also
it?
the degree to which he knew of it,
Did it?
directed it,
And
encouraged
where's
it.
that evidence?
That's
Oh,
all
okay.
the subject of an inquiry that has to be determined. It can
Really?
be disproven or proven,
So you
but
can
that's
just
what lays
make
ahead
up
of you.
things with no information and then find the evidence
Gentlemen,
to
time's
support your
expired. Chair, now
conclusion?
recognize Ms. Porter from
Is that
California.
how it works?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Is that-
Comer.
Have I got that right?
Mr. Dubinsky, do you believe that this
Just checking.
impeachment inquiry has merit?
Katie Porter!
Again, I'm not a legal scholar. I'm a forensic accountant. I think from what I've seen,
You're
there's
an
merit
accountant?
for the inquiry to
Jesus Christ.
look for other information now.
So I'm going to say yes, you believe the impeachment inquiry has merit.
Yes.
Ms. O'Connor, do you believe this impeachment inquiry is legitimate?
I don't know enough about the House rules and how things are supposed to work here to know whether it is or not.
Okay. Mr. Turley, do you agree? Do you think this impeachment inquiry has merit or is legitimate?
I do. I think that they passed, the House has passed the threshold for an inquiry. That's separate from the question of the articles of impeachment.
Thank you very much. A veteran of several impeachments said that an impeachment inquiry without a floor vote by the Congress would, quote, create a process completely devoid of any merit or legitimacy. Mr. Dubinsky, who said that?
I don't know.
I love
Ms. O'Connor, who said this?
the Oreo show.
Mr. Turley? Who said this?
I made an objection along those lines to the earlier decision
Brilliant.
from Speaker
Look at all the
Pelosi
celebs.
to go forward without a House vote, and I've made the same objection
Ooh,
today.
a quiz.
That I think the best practices in going forward is to do that. And what I've said in my testimony is that it's not required under the Constitution. So
And they're like a
Professor Turley,
game.
we're giving my time. I agree with you. We're not talking about whether it's required legally. I'm just asking you, can you say again for the committee, do you know who made this statement, and if so, who?
I don't. I've made an objection along those lines.
We're giving my time. This quote is a statement
by none other than
from now Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Mr. Dubinsky, do you know the date of the House floor vote on this impeachment inquiry?
No, I don't think there was a House floor vote.
Ms. O'Connor, do you remember any House vote?
I have not been following that.
Professor Turley, was there a House vote on
Always
this
asking
impeachment
gotcha
inquiry?
questions.
Nothing I know.
It's Kevin.
So this House vote didn't happen. There has not been a House vote to move
Paulina's got
forward
it.
with this impeachment inquiry. So we haven't followed what the Speaker himself,
What is your evidence?
Mr. McCarthy, has said
The
is
Oreo
the
show has
process
no evidence.
that we should be following so that an impeachment inquiry
No, the Oreo
would
show
have
is,
merit
is
or
a
legitimacy,
scam.
which is something that
It's
I
being
think
a
all
scam.
Americans on both sides of the aisle
She
should
is great.
expect investigations or inquiries like this to have. I think Americans should be able to
I
expect
just
that the
like that
things
they
we do
took
in
this
this body
seriously
have
and the
merit or
Democrats
legitimacy.
showed up.
Today, by having this hearing, Republicans have changed
Oreo,
their
you're
tune.
being a scam.
I think I know why Speaker McCarthy is going back on his conviction. His members are demanding an impeachment, but their months and months of investigating our president have not revealed yet any evidence that he himself has
We don't
committed
need no
crimes.
stinking
But Speaker
evidence.
McCarthy wants to keep his job,
Do they
so
have
he is set
evidence?
on delivering an impeachment inquiry, whether or not there is any evidence.
That's a
and
good
even
one.
if,
That's a
in
good
his own
one.
words,
That's a good
that
one.
impeachment inquiry would be devoid
That's a
of
good one.
any merit or legitimacy.
That's a good one.
Mr. Dubinsky, I have one final question. What is the title of this hearing?
The title was
Fuck
the
my
basis for an
No.
impeachment inquiry of President Joseph Biden.
But according to Speaker McCarthy, there isn't a legitimate or meritorious basis yet for this hearing. And no amount of noise on the other side of the aisle is going to change this. As Speaker McCarthy said, in his words, this impeachment inquiry is devoid of any merit or legitimacy.
He said it.
Wow, I just did it. At the very end of an extremely contentious hearing, I found something that Speaker McCarthy was correct about. I yield back.
Gentle lady yields back, and I believe
Point of,
this.
I just have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
Thank you. I request to submit to the record a Washington Post fact check that pointed out that the committee Republicans' own memo fails to support the claim about shell companies. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a point.
Without objection.
Mr.
So
Chair.
Ordered. Who?
Mr.
I
Sark.
don't. Okay, Ms.
Yeah.
Tlaib.
I just want to
Wait.
submit for the record, if I may, article from Augusta Chronicle says government shutdown, Georgia military service members will see no pay.
Without objection, so
Love
ordered.
my
Chair now
drops.
recognizes
I
Ms.
missed Katie,
Obert
too.
from Colorado for 5 minutes.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden had dinner with Hunter and his business associates, including Yelena Baturina, a Russian tech and energy oligarch who was married
Oh, let's talk
to the
about
mayor
oligarchs.
of
Can we
Moscow
talk about
at the
oligarchs?
time.
Let's talk
Hunter then
about-
received
let's talk about the
$3.5
oligarchs.
million in payouts from Baturina. She was not sanctioned after the invasion
Wait.
of
Get
Crimea.
out. Get out. Get out.
Joe Biden
Get out.
has
Get
maintained for
out.
years that he was not involved in
Let
his
me-
son's
let me
business
reenact
dealings.
the-
Yet we have proof that Joe Biden attended business
reenact
dinners
it. Hold
with
on.
his son while he was vice president of the United
Oh,
States of
man, I can't
America.
find my-
Here you have an excerpt from Devin Archer's transcribed
here we go.
interview. On the screen, if we could get that up there. During his interview, Archer testified to the fact that on multiple occasions, then Vice President Joe
I
Biden
have a
attended
stuffed
functions
animal.
with
It's,
business associates
this
of
is a,
his and Hunter Biden.
This is a what is
One
this?
such
I don't know
example
what it
is
But anyway,
laid
we're
out
going to
on the screen
reenact
for
for
us.
you.
Mr. Archer
the,
is explaining
Boebert
here
and,
that in the spring of 2014, if we could get this slide up,
Hooters.
Devin and Hunter
Oh,
had dinner
yeah.
at Cafe Milano with several of their business
Speaking of
associates.
balls.
One of these attendees was Yelena Baturina. Miss Baturina was at the time the richest woman in Russia, and she was married to the former mayor of Moscow, as previously stated. Interestingly, on February 14th, 2014, Ms. Baturina wired Hunter Biden and Devin Archer $3.5 million.
That
It
green
still
is sick.
uncertain
I hate
what
it.
legitimate
I hate that shade of
service
green.
Hunter Biden provided
And I'm
to
not
Ms.
even saying
Baturina
that
in
'cause I don't
exchange
like her.
for this large sum of money,
Google,
if any at
Google,
all.
Google,
Furthermore,
Google.
it is concerning how Hunter Biden and Devin Archer
I'm trying to
moved
find her
this
on
money
Grindr.
from bank account to bank account. And it is also
Oh my
convenient
God.
that the U.S. government
So
never
convenient.
placed Ms. Baturina
So convenient.
on their public
Tennessee.
sanctions lists after Russia invaded Crimea. This billionaire continued to invade public
Export talent
sanctions
alum,
lists
that's right.
even after Russia invaded Ukraine.
But look how
I want
Christian
these
she looks now.
facts to be clear to the American people. The billionaire
Although
continued
I
to
prefer
evade
the other
the public
dress to
sanctions
this.
lists.
I really don't like the
After
green. I don't
Russia
like the
invaded
blazer
Ukraine.
with just
Joe
like
Biden's
the-
attendance at the center
you
shows
know,
that Joe Biden's
chemise.
involvement in Hunter
I don't like
Biden's
that.
deals
I don't
was
like
more
that.
than just the illusion of access.
I mean, I understand it and it's easy,
was
but whatever.
access.
She's not.
There were direct benefits leading to Hunter
She's
and
not.
his business partners
Everybody's
after
left.
Joe's attendance at this
Everyone
Cafe
left.
Milano dinner. This pay-to-play type of engagement was selling direct access.
What's your proof?
To Joe Biden and the office.
I need you to point out
of the
where
Vice
the
President
access
of the United
ended up
States.
in an actual
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to
execution
enter
of
the record
policy,
the third
bitch.
bank records memorandum produced by this committee
Yeah, right.
on
I wish
oversight
you
and
would,
accountability
too.
on August 9th, 2023.
Without objection to
who
order.
doesn't like a good set of Hooters? Really?
Mr. Turley, as an expert on
In one ear
constitutional
and out the
issues
other, yeah.
and impeachment, where does selling access to an executive office fall in terms
What's the
of
evidence
what
that he
justifies an
sold
impeachment
access?
inquiry
Can you tell
and
me
what
the
is deemed
evidence?
an impeachable offense?
I just want to know. Can you tell me
Well,
what the
it's
evidence
two
is?
separate questions. What I've suggested is for the four
Can you?
areas
tell me?
for articles of impeachment that you can explore, you can look at some of the criminal code, and that includes things like bribery under 201, Hobbs, the Hobbs Act cases, and those have different standards that I think are relevant. In terms of the impeachable standard itself, there's been obviously decades of debate about that. I would hope that there would be general agreement that public corruption, if the president engaged,
Selling any access.
right, if
Yes.
if he engaged in public corruption involving
Any sort of peddling of influence. Now, as a follow-up, in previous impeachment inquiries, have actions such as influence peddling
Peace
and
Love.
pay-to-play
How are
schemes
you?
like this been deemed
Welcome.
as offensive to the conscience of the American people in such a way to warrant an investigation?
Well, I think that there's certainly a basis for this inquiry to go forward. There's, my position is simply that this is early on in an inquiry in terms of linking these, which are still just allegations, to the president, and that's the linkage you have to establish.
Thank you, Mr. Turley. It is far time for Joe Biden to stop lying to the American people about his
no, we
shady
haven't.
foreign business deals.
What's a
He
good name for
intentionally
him?
misled the American people by using complex maneuvers to pocket millions of dollars from our adversary. He lied when he was vice president. He lied as a candidate to gain the office of president of the United States. Now this committee
Wait, what?
has uncovered the truth.
Wait, what?
And it is
Turdley.
time
That's
to
it.
impeach
Winner.
this
Melissa
compromised
is so fast.
commander in chief. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Get a lady yields back.
Chairman, point of order, if I could. I didn't want to interrupt the good gentlelady from Colorado, but you cannot engage in personalities against the president of the United
We've
States.
established that, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
Okay, and so you cannot say that Joe Biden lied. First of all, he didn't lie.
Mr.
but
Ranking Member,
even if
we've
he had,
established
you
this at the
can't
beginning of the
say it.
hearing.
You can't say it, Mr. Chairman. I hope you
This
agree
is-
with me.
this
You're
is-
ruling for the
this is-
parliamentarian.
This is,
I
thank you,
can
Mr.
provide you all the
Thank you,
cases.
Mr. Chair.
This reclaiming order. Chair now recognize Mr. Ivy.
Oh,
for-
bitch, you lost order a long time ago.
I would
The
like
good
to
lady, I know.
reintroduce once again the Devin Archer transcript and especially point to when he says
Look,
that Hunter
Mr.
Biden
Goldman,
was
Mr.
not
Goldman,
involved
we've re-entered it.
in the
This will be the fifth time.
3.5
Without
billion.
objection,
Yes,
we've re-entered the
Turdley.
Devin Archer transcript for the
God,
fifth
oh.
time. Now Chair recognizes Mr. Ivy from
good.
Maryland.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the chance to let me weigh in today. Because it's such an important hearing. Mr. Turley, it's good to see you again. You should get office space here on the Hill, I think. This is our third or fourth committee hearing together. I do want to say this, impeachment is one of the greatest powers that the Constitution gives to the House of Representatives. And I think it's important to make sure that we treat it with that level of esteem. But I think what's going on or has gone on here in the House for several months now is that power has been abused. And kicking off this hearing today, and I appreciate that the word probably used most today is if, because a lot of these statements are made in the forms of allegations, but with respect to connecting them to the president, that hasn't happened. There's a lot of, well, if this is true, then that. And I don't think that's sufficient to move forward at this point. I appreciate Mr. Turley's comment. I think you were saying before Ms. Boebert cut you off that it was early and that, Mr. Biden hadn't been linked at this point. I think that's true. He hasn't been linked to any of these allegations that have been raised. I did want to talk about a couple of them specifically. With respect to the
boobs and balls,
the prosecutor
the boobs
issue,
and balls committee.
the removal of Prosecutor General Shokin. A couple of points I want to make on that front. Key one, I think, is that the removal of Shokin was actually detrimental to Hunter Biden and Burisma, because it was pretty clear based on statements and testimony that's been given here in the House for these committees and other instances that he was not doing a great job, to say the least. He was sitting on the investigation. He wasn't moving it forward. I think there have been statements that have been made with respect to the IMF pressuring to have him removed by threatening to withhold
Under
$40
investigation
billion,
by the British government.
$40 billion in international assistance unless he was removed. President Biden's request to have him removed along those lines was actually consistent, not only with what he pushed for, or the IMF pushed for, but what other groups were pushing for as well, including Senator Johnson, I believe, on that front.
He's got
so
it.
What we've got here is an
this.
Effort to argue by our Republican colleagues that
that's an important
the removal
point
of
to put on
this
the record.
prosecutor, or President Biden asking or pressing to have him removed, was in some way an effort to undermine an investigation for Burisma. But it's pretty clear, I think, based on, again, the testimony that we've received and that's been presented in Congress before and published in some of our documents, that that's the exact opposite. Things were moving forward, not moving forward with him there. Were more likely to move forward without him.
Lev Parnas really needs to speak
And so
about
there's
this.
really no linkage there between the president and derailing any kind of investigation. With respect to the Devin Archer statements, Devin Archer said he's confirmed that over his decade-long business relationship with Hunter Biden, he never heard Hunter Biden discuss business with his father, either on phone calls or in person. And I did want to add this as well. Mr. Biden's bookkeeper, Eric Schwerin, from 2009 to 2018, he was his bookkeeper, had access to his bank account, said that he had no knowledge of President Biden having any involvement in Hunter Biden's financial activities. With respect to
I want to read his book.
the Weiss issue, and I know that's been an issue that's been pushed a lot too. That argument is that, Weiss was derailing the investigation into Hunter Biden and slowing it down. The key points on that obviously are the fact that Weiss was appointed by President Trump, and as Congressman Buck said a few days ago over in the Judiciary Committee hearings, if the president had removed Weiss when he first came into office, Republicans would have argued that that was an effort to derail the investigation against Hunter Biden. In fact, when the Attorney General testified, he noted that he had Senate Republicans who explicitly wanted him and sort of pressed for in their personal meetings, that he promised not to remove Weiss or replace him. And we've had other testimony with respect to the FBI supervisors, the special agent who was in the SAC for the investigation,
Is it? I don't think his
working
book
with
is
Mr.
out
Weiss.
yet. Is it?
Question: have you ever known U.S. Attorney Weiss to make prosecutorial decisions based upon political influence? Answer: no. Have you ever known any of the AUSAs in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Office of Delaware to let their prosecutorial decisions be guided by political interference? Answer: no. So I apologize for running over, but
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognizes
Another
Mr.
unanimous
Fry from South Carolina.
request, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to enter into the record a bipartisan letter signed by Senators Portman, Johnson, and Kirk urging Ukraine to remove Mr. Shokin because of his own corruption.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Professor,
sorry.
You know, in a
So
trial,
sorry.
there's an exchange of
Wrong
evidence
screen.
back and forth. What we see here today, we've presented evidence. I mean, the other side is a lot of bluster and theatrics.
Yeah, the sun.
And also
but,
in a trial, you
shadow
have affirmative
diplomacy.
defenses. I think the
shadow
only
diplomacy,
affirmative
I think, or
defenses that are
something
coming
like
from
that.
the other side is one, Donald Trump, like the
Is what
ultimate
the name of
affirmative
Lev's book
defense
that's
that you
coming
can just
out.
say his name and all wrongdoing is gone away.
It's going to
I
be
mean,
receipts.
Lisa McClain talked about this earlier, that he is living in their head. I would also submit to you that he's tap dancing in their head because that's all that they talk about. The second affirmative defense,
Well, he
according to
was
the
a
Democrats,
traitor.
is this magical shutdown clock that they have. But would it surprise you that every single appropriations bill that has tried to come before the floor, they have voted? They don't want to debate on government funding. They
Oh,
want
okay.
to shut
Thanks,
down
Melissa.
the government. This is the kind of stuff
Yes.
that they're doing. And of course, the
Aaron
third
has
affirmative
a
defense, as you well know at this point, is attack the witness. Right? You don't have the facts, you don't have the law, you have theatrics, and you just go after the witness. It's like we live in amnesia, like they have this constant amnesia. We have statements from the ranking member about
Do you
you
remember
don't
January
need
6th,
a
sir?
vote on the floor, but that's what they talk about. You know, for the past
Do you
9 months, we've
remember
worked tirelessly to analyze all the evidence. Every single week, there's more evidence that drops. And this is despite the FBI. This is despite the DOJ. We have witness interviews, accounts of confidential human sources, whistleblower testimony. They haven't disputed that at all. Bank
Oh, we
records,
have,
suspicious
actually.
activity reports,
Yeah.
text messages, WhatsApp messages.
Like Beetlejuice,
It's
yeah.
endless. And despite what my friends on the other side of the aisle may say, House Republicans have always held that this investigation should follow proper
It's a good
procedure
joke.
and be done the right way,
Sorry, I didn't get to it fast.
which is why we're here today. We know that Biden family members were complicit in and benefited from Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings. And as the lens begins to focus and as the evidence begins to mount, we uncover more and more about Joe Biden's involvement. Today, I want to focus on
Do
the
we?
FD 1023.
Where is the evidence?
document shows a conversation
Oh,
between a confidential
allegations?
human source and a Ukrainian business executive, Mykola Zlochevsky. Let's dive into a few key points.
What are the key points?
The source asked Zlochevsky about the Ukrainian prosecutors' investigation into Burisma. He replied, "Don't worry, Hunter will take care of all these issues through his
Really?
dad."
Really?
2, although Hunter Biden was labeled as stupid, that the guy's dog
Who
was
labeled
smarter
him?
than Hunter, the source
Who
was
said
told in
wait, who
2016
labeled
that Hunter Biden was brought onto Burisma's board to protect them.
Hey,
3,
Jim, welcome
big
back.
fact, Hunter
It's
and
not
Joe
gotten any
Biden both
better.
told Zlochevsky that he
It's gotten
should keep
far
Hunter
worse,
Biden
actually.
on the board.
But
Of
you
course, he
missed
received $1 million
Boebert.
a year. Point
Sorry.
4, after the election, Zlochevsky said it cost $5 million
Yeah.
to pay one
Another
Biden
known
and
idiot.
$5 million
Yes,
to
exactly.
another, meaning Joe Biden. And point 5, in 2019, Zlochevsky said he didn't send any funds directly to the big guy. Wonder what that means. We talked about that a lot
I
today.
wonder what that means.
Because according to Zlochevsky, it would take
I wonder what that
investigators 10
means.
years to find the records of payments to Joe Biden's. If these allegations are true, and there's a reason why it was so hard to
shadow
put together. This was
diplomats,
done
yeah.
deliberately and on purpose.
Yes.
So we're here months later. We finally get this document released to the public. Mr. Turley, what in your eyes is the most serious
And they still
allegation
are.
outlined in the FD 1023?
Well, first of all, I'm not someone that puts a great deal of emphasis on these types of field reports
Oh,
from
really? You
from
aren't?
sources. But this was not
Okay.
just any source. This was a source that was not just trusted, but received considerable amount of money from the FBI and had a long track record.
Oh, Jim.
So it does come with that
Okay, breaking
degree
news.
of support. what I think an inquiry has to do is to drill down on the 1023. There may be nothing there when you drill down, but there may be bribery. And of course, that's the second offense that is mentioned for impeachment. But what makes the 1023 concerning is the overall context. And this is one of the reasons why when Representative Goldman was asking me about bribery, it's a little more complex because you have Section 201, you've got the Hobbs Act, and you have all these cases that suggest that it is public corruption in a lot of different forms.
No.
So really, you're sort of at the water's edge here. Everything that has gone so far, from what I can see, has been tracking money from banks, often transnational transactions that have arrived at the United States. What we haven't seen is the back end of those transfers. To what extent can you track that money with regards to the Bidens
right
themselves?
now,
and that I suppose will come
87%
out
yes,
through
hookers and
inquiry.
drugs for the
But
win.
until you have those
This is the
interstitial
poll we said,
relationships, you
will
don't
you
quite know
ever
what you
vote
have.
for Hunter
Professor,
again?
How can we use this
Yes,
document
hookers and
and
drugs
maybe
for the
other
win
documents
received
that we have to
87%
expand
of the
the case,
votes.
and how pivotal do you
No,
think that
I
this
pretend I'm
document
not
is
into
to the case?
furries.
Well, I
Received
think that in an
13% of the
inquiry,
votes, and
when
there's been
someone
30
was
votes.
trusted by the FBI
Congratulations,
suggests that
everybody.
there was actual bribery involving the president. You need to contact everyone involved,
Beautifully done,
including
everyone.
the source for the 1023.
Beautifully
But
done.
also, this is secondhand information, so you're going to have to pursue the references made by that source, and you do it in good faith, and to see if there's a there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without a yield back.
Chair now
Mr.
recognizes
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for unanimous consent.
for what?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a Washington Post article titled "The Republican Case Against Biden Takes a Body Blow
My
from
poll
Fox
is more
News
accurate.
because they failed to show any
Yeah,
connection."
no,
and
we don't
their
need that.
evidence,
You're right, Jake.
is too far down the
That's
path
not.
to admit that they are wrong.
Without objection.
Sounds
Chair
like voter
recognizes
fraud to
Mr.
me.
Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The days with the
I'd
songs
just
man,
like to
Harbaugh
start
and all
out
that.
by commenting while
Jesus,
this
rushing
is
your own
not
model. Oh my
directly
God.
affecting
Oh,
this
okay.
impeachment inquiry, I am so excited to have heard so many
Oh my
times
God, look at
from
that
side
hair.
of the room how
Oh my
concerned
God,
folks
I
are
love that
over keeping
comb
the government
over.
running.
Stop.
Because you're all going to get a chance
Stop.
in just a few hours to put your money where your mouth is and vote on some bills that's
Fuck
going to
you,
keep the government funded.
bitch.
And I hope it's as important to you when you go to cast those votes as what you said that it is this
Fuck
afternoon.
you. Fuck you. You fucking
We've heard
blowhard
today
bitch.
that how many times Joe Biden has lied.
Fucking hate
He's
these
lied
people
about
so
his role in
much.
his family's business dealings. We've also heard how in the White House
Republicans
he's
ruin
struggled to keep
everything.
up with new evidence about consistently shifted its messaging on President Biden's involvement in Hunter Biden's
It's
foreign
terrible.
business affairs. This summer, White House
I can't wait to see what comes
spokesperson
out on
Ian
this asshole.
Sams shifted the White House's messaging to now claim
Shave it.
that President
I know.
Biden was
All
never
the
in
sexy.
business with his son.
Nobody worries
This
about
is
that. Come on.
dramatically
Someday.
different than what we heard from the White House in their previous claims, where we were told that President
previous
Biden had
claims of
no
what?
knowledge of Hunter Biden's business dealings. And yet again, the committee has revealed evidence that then Vice President
What
Biden
evidence?
had direct knowledge
What
of
evidence?
and involvement
What
in Hunter
evidence?
Biden's foreign business
What
dealings.
evidence? What evidence?
Kenneth
What evidence?
Rock,
Tell me the evidence.
Rocket,
Show me the evidence.
Rakishev is a
They don't know how to pronounce
Kazakhstani
anything. None of these
oligarch
assholes
who
have prepared.
was a director
Their fucking
at
stupid ass staff created
Kazakhstan's
little talking
state-owned
points for them.
oil
They don't know
company.
what the fuck they're talking about.
Importantly, Rakishev maintains ties to Karim Mazemov, who became Prime Minister of Kazakhstan on April 2nd, 2014. On April 22nd, 2014,
They're missing the
Rakishev
Eastman
wired
thing for these
$142,300 to an account associated with Hunter Biden, Rosemount Seneca Bohai. The next day, that same amount was sent to a car dealership in New Jersey for an expensive sports car for Hunter Biden. Around the same time as the payment for Hunter Biden's sports car, then Vice President Biden attended a dinner with Kenneth Rakishev, Kareem Mazimoff, Yelena Baturina, Hunter Biden, and Devin Archer at Cafe Milano in Washington, D.C. I believe that we have a photo of those here. There they are. And here, on another screen, we see a photograph with Mr. Mazimoff on the right, standing with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, along
Bye,
with
Diana.
Mr.
See you later.
Rakishev on
Yeah,
the
right?
left.
He does.
I don't know if that picture came up or not.
No, he didn't.
Additionally, in April 2015, then Vice President Biden attended another dinner in Washington, D.C. with Prime Minister
Wrong
Mazimoff,
picture. That's the same
Hunter
picture.
Biden, and Devin
That's
Archer.
the same picture.
Clearly, Hunter Biden was
That's
selling
the same
Biden
picture.
brand and all the
That's the
access and
same
political
picture. They
favors
have
that
decent
came
spaghetti.
along with it. This transcript, I believe we're going to see it come up on the screen, is taken from the committee's interview with Devin
That's
Archer
the
earlier
same
this
picture,
summer.
but you're saying it's a different event.
In this
I don't-
excerpt,
so
Archer
I'm
reveals
like-
that then Vice President Biden hosted Hunter Biden, Archer, and Mark Holtzman,
Make
who
it
was
stop.
then the chairman of Kazakhstan's largest
stop.
bank, for breakfast at the Naval Observatory, where Holtzman discussed who was going to be the next UN Secretary General with Vice President Biden. Mr. Holtzman was lobbying for Kareem Mazimoff to receive the position. That meeting occurred on July 7th, 2015, shortly after Vice President had dined again with Mazimoff at Cafe Milano in Washington, D.C. Was Mazimoff
I've never
trying
been.
to cash in? After all, a meeting with Vice President of the United States when trying to become UN Secretary just might be worth it for a sports car. Around that same time, Hunter Biden and Devin Archer were pursuing energy projects in
Civic leaders
Kazakhstan on
had dinner together.
behalf
There
of the
must be
corrupted
shenanigans.
Ukrainian energy company Burisma, which was trying to expand its business into the country.
Okay, so what happened?
This is another
So
clear
tell me
example
where the
of
money
Hunter
shot
Biden
is.
peddling
Tell me- give
access
me
to
the-
his
give me
father
the-
and Joe Biden
give me that
participating in
smoking
the
gun,
influence
babe.
peddling scheme.
Give me that
Hunter seeks
smoking
business
gun. Give me that.
opportunities
Give me
in a
that.
foreign country and
Give me
provides
that.
access
Sweep that.
to and political favors through his
Sweep that
father's
funky
office
gun.
to get paid.
Give me that smoking gun.
Mr. Chair, I see I'm out of time, so I'll
I
yield.
don't even have any
Gentleman's time's
energy
expired.
left.
Chair,
It's
no
Chair, I have a
fucking
unanimous consent
stupid.
request.
Fucking.
I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a memorandum issued by staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Oversight explaining how the testimony of 5 senior IRS and FBI agents has been debunked.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For years, we've heard shifting denials and deflections from President Biden relating to his son's foreign business deals and ventures. In fact, we know that President Biden has lied to the American people at least 16 times about his family's business schemes. In August 2019, Joe Biden told reporters, quote, "First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their business, period." End quote.
Well, you should
Joe Biden continued to double down on this statement
call
throughout the
him. He's
2020
a
presidential
liar.
race. In September 2019, Joe Biden again stated, "I've never spoken to my son about his overseas
What a
business
stretch.
dealings." These
What a
lies
folks.
continued throughout the 2020
Hey,
presidential
folks, he's
race.
here all week.
It was only
your
recently
waitress.
that the Biden administration has grudgingly begun to shift their answer on what Joe Biden knew about his son's foreign business deals. In June of this year, the White House changed its position by claiming that the president was not in business with his son. Moreover, media and members across the aisle continue to run cover for President Biden, repeatedly shifting the goalpost and repeatedly peddling the notion that Hunter Biden was selling the, quote, illusion of access. Evidence discovered by this committee in its investigation into the Biden brand, however, has revealed Hunter's product went well beyond illusions of access. On display is an example of actual access to the then vice president. During his transcribed interview, Devin Archer was questioned about how many times Hunter Biden had put his father on speakerphone while in business meetings. Now, Archer made it clear during this whole 10-year partnership that Joe Biden was on speakerphone maybe 20 times while Archer was present. And when later interviewed by Tucker Carlson, Archer went on to say, if you're sitting with a foreign business person and then you hear the voice of the vice president, that's prize enough. That's pretty impactful stuff. Archer later stated, in the rear view, it's an abuse of soft power. Now, President Biden's involvement in Hunter's business deals was not overt. Joe Biden did not email Hunter asking for Burisma's quarterly reports. All it takes for Biden to be involved in Hunter's business dealings is Biden crafting and implementing policy based on promptings from his son and receiving payment in return. Mr. Turley, have you ever had your parents call in during an official business meeting?
No.
Okay. Members across the aisle have characterized Hunter's speakerphone calls during business meetings as, quote, casual conversation and niceties about the weather and what's going on. Now, during a business meeting, have you ever answered a call from a parent or put them on speaker and then proceeded to discuss the weather?
Terrible.
Not in my case, no.
I've flown Aeroflot.
Would you say
before,
that such
but in the
actions are
80s.
generally out of the ordinary?
It was an
in the business
experience.
world?
I couldn't speak for the whole business world, but it strikes me as being odd.
Yeah. Looking at the evidence like this transcript of Devin Archer's testimony and other evidence discussed in
Mr.
today's
Turley,
hearings,
you don't know what
can
you're
you
talking about,
contrast
do
the
you?
level
No, I
of
don't,
thoroughness of this committee's investigation compared with the Democrats' impeachment inquiry in 2019?
Well, I was highly critical of the, obviously, the Trump impeachment in
Yeah,
the first
'cause you
Trump
were his
impeachment,
fucking, like,
which
lawyer.
I felt did not develop a sufficient record to support the articles. I actually said that the investigation had merit to go forward,
are
but that they hadn't
un-American.
established the basis for the
I've
articles.
had a brother
In the
die,
second
and if
impeachment, they
you
used what
have-
I
Would
call
you
the
talk to your
snap
parents on
impeachment.
the
They
one-year
just
anniversaries?
they jettisoned any hearing at all, which I think did do
Thank
damage
you.
to the impeachment process.
Now, looking at this transcript of Devin Archer's sworn testimony, would you agree that there are inconsistencies with President Biden's statements that he never discussed business with his son, or even later that he was not in business with his son?
Well, I think my understanding is that Devin Archer himself was asked that question and said that it was patently false to suggest that President Biden was not aware of his son's business dealings.
What else did he say,
Very
Mr.
good.
Turley?
And Mr.
What else
Chairman,
did he say?
I would yield back any
He said a
time,
couple
to
things
you.
under oath.
Mr. Chairman, over here. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article by the New York Post dated September 14th, 2023. House GOP probing then Vice President Biden's dodgy breakfast meeting with Kazakh bank official at official residence, showing Vice President Joe Biden taking meetings at the Vice President's residence
Where he
with his
lived?
son's business partners.
Where he lived?
Ms. O'Connor, I assume you've had time to
Really?
review and hopefully the bank memorandums and the evidence of that we derive from the suspicious activity report about the various
connective tissue in the
bank
chat.
reports that allege
So
money
amazing.
laundering, allege receiving wires from state-owned entities and things like that. How does that, what kind of crimes are we talking about there, and how often
Yeah,
do
I
you
think so.
run across
Yeah.
people, even the most criminal people, who have
That guy
170
behind him has to pee
suspicious
so
activity reports?
bad.
Well, there was
So
more than
bad.
or
And
about
People's
700
Express,
pages worth
I
of
think I
documents that you
remember
released
that.
yesterday. I haven't looked at them all carefully.
I think I remember that.
But one factor that continues to be overlooked is the fact that in tax law, there is a concept of constructive receipt. If I owe you $100, but I don't want to pay you directly, I don't want any sort of trace, but I know that Representative Jordan pays your bills, I will pay him knowing that he's going to take care of you. But you have constructive receipt of that money from me. And I think that if the special agents were able to follow the leads that they wanted to develop, they would develop a lot of information that you'd be interested in.
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, because Mr. Langworthy said that it was the Democrats who said that that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden talked about the weather.
Point of order. Is that a point of order?
I would just like to
Point of order.
introduce the Devin Archer
Point of order.
testimony where he says
look,
they talked about the
Chair-
weather
Chair-
6 times.
Point of order.
Recognize Mr. Biggs.
Yes, my point of order is that is not.
That is not a point of order. You are correct.
Well,
You are
gotta let him
correct. The
complete his
gentleman
sentence.
from Arizona is correct. Chair will now.
Unanimous consent request.
Do you have a unanimous consent?
Yes, to reintroduce those 6 pages of testimony from Devin Archer where
Okay,
they
for
talked
the,
about
for the
weather.
7th time without objection. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson.
Could have just called him and we would have been able to question him.
Well, we got 8
As you know, he said it to.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burleson. Who was that Mr. Biggs? Okay. Do you have a point of order? All right.
up, Mr.
Chair now
Biggs.
recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Professor Turley. Could you tell me, would it be illegal or certainly unethical for elected officials to utilize the resources in their office, utilize their staff to financially benefit their family members' business or their own?
They would. Part of the problem with the reason I think the illusion defense is sort of illusory is that if the president was involved in that influence peddling scheme, it would still involve using his office as a commodity for corruption, right?
Yes.
If you didn't follow forward, and I think that itself would become an issue of public corruption we'd have to discuss.
Thank you. In fact, on multiple occasions, he claimed that he was not involved in his family business dealings. However, the work of this committee, the
This is all
reports
they
that we've
have.
had from the
This is
Treasury Department,
literally
suspicious
all they
activity
have.
reports, the IRS
The
testimony,
only thing
all
they
tell
have
a different
is the
story, all
fact
from
that
different
Joe
sources. And
made
even his own
stupid-ass
staff
comments,
didn't get the memo that they
are
weren't supposed to communicate
true
with his son's business.
and
This
have been
email,
proven
dated
after
December
going
4th,
through the
2015,
entire
shows that Vice
bullshit
President
with David
Biden,
Weiss
through
and the
his
entire
communications
bullshit
staff
with
director,
fucking,
Kate Bettenfield, coordinated a response to reporters when they questioned about the conflict of his involvement with Ukraine and his son's involvement with Burisma.
I remember
She
People
coordinated with
Express. I think I
not
liked
just
it
Hunter,
too.
but Hunter Biden's business associate, Eric
If.
Schwerin.
I think someone
Okay,
is counting.
why
actually.
is the staff of the President of the United States communicating with a business associate for the president's son?
'Cause he's
Mr.
been
Schwerin,
friends? I don't
who
know.
served as the executive Hunter Biden's Rosemont Seneca Advisors, was intimately
It was
involved
very affordable.
in the
Yes,
Biden
crazy
family
item.
business dealings. And he visited Joe Biden's residence
You
36
paid
times
en
while he was
route.
vice president.
Oh.
So in this email exchange,
I don't
he
remember.
actually says to her, "Will you call me when you get a chance? I'm in the office or on my cell." And 47 minutes later, this email that was seen on the screen was sent, and the email clearly was a coordination of talking points
Clearly?
between
It was?
the president's office
How clear is
and
that?
the business.
How clear is that? You're reading an email?
In fact, what's really is striking is that this interaction occurred on the same day. Wait, back up. So the other thing that's really interesting to note is not only did they have an interaction, but in the email it says the VP signed off on this. The VP signed off on the shared communication. Timeline,
Like a
the timeline
train,
of this is that this
yeah, I
occurred
love
on
the
this
train.
very same day that the board of Burisma had requested Hunter to help alleviate pressure that it was facing from the prosecutor Shokin's investigation. Let's turn to another email. We have a staff member from Vice President Biden's office emailing Joe Biden about a scheduled call with Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko. Not only was this email sent
Poroshenko
to,
just
which I
totally
think found
debunked
strange,
all of this,
to
by the way.
Robert L. Peters. We all would think that that would be strange that Biden is using that alias. But the more strange thing about
Barron?
this email
John
is who is
Barron?
CC'd in the
Anybody?
email.
Anybody? John
Hunter
Barron? Anybody?
Biden.
Anybody?
And not
John
just his
Barron?
personal
Anybody?
email,
Anybody?
his business email account. So you have, again, a staff
What is that
person
evidence of?
coordinating
That
a
is not
meeting
evidence
with,
of anything.
the president
It's literally a
and,
staff
and
member
using those
email-
resources to
Oh
coordinate
my
that with
fucking God.
Biden's business.
Oh my fucking.
So if our president is believed
fuck me,
whenever he says he was not involved in his son's business ventures, then why is his son copied on the email? Mr. Chairman, I ask before I forget that these emails be added to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
What the American people need to be asking is the question, why in the world
Why are
would the
you
vice
talking?
president coordinate
Why are
with
you
a
talking
business
right now?
associate
That's
of
the
Hunter
question
Biden?
I'm
Why would he
asking.
direct his
Why
staff
are you
to
talking right
coordinate
now?
with the business associate of Hunter Biden? And why does Hunter Biden need his father's approval
He doesn't.
to sign off on alleged separate business dealings.
He doesn't.
And why would President Biden lie about his involvement with
He
his
didn't.
family's international
How do you
business
prove
dealings?
it?
You know, the analogy
it.
that was made before about
Prove it.
Hunter
You
using
brought nothing.
his father's
Oh
car
my
to get a speeding
God.
ticket
Oh my
is
God.
is an absurd analogy. A more accurate one would be
I
Hunter,
wish I had
if
some
Joe
circus music.
Biden
I wonder if I have any circus
threatened
music. Hold on.
the job of the prosecutor or the
Oh, wait, I'm gonna
officer
play
who is
this. Here we go.
issuing the speeding ticket.
It goes back, and our last questioner is Mr. Armstrong from North Dakota.
We spend all day long talking about evidence, proof, and different definitions and all of those different things. And we spend the days talking about unconditional love for sons and addiction, all of
and
these different issues.
Texas.
But I think we miss one of the points in that this was going on for years. And this was going on for years with various different companies during the course of Joe Biden's vice presidency, after his vice presidency, and at least during his candidacy for president.
Oh, here we
Let me
go.
use one
Actually,
example
this guy is an
out
asshole.
of many.
Okay, here we go.
In 2015, Hunter Biden and James Biden started working with CEFC, which is a Chinese energy company with direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Now, there's evidence that they delayed payment until after Joe Biden was no longer vice president, so who has to assume no appearance of impropriety. 2017, after Joe Biden left office, Hunter wanted to get paid by the Chinese Communist Party. And in July 4th, 2017, there is a meeting in Moscow between Vladimir Putin and President Xi, where the chairman of the Chinese CEFC, which is a Chinese energy party, was present. And it's talking about the large-scale oil and gas purchase of a company called Rosneft by the Chinese Communist Party.
No, they haven't found the dirt yet.
July 30th of 2017, there's a text with Hunter Biden and the members of CEFC. And that text reads, if I get a call or text from anyone involved other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the men sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following me.
Wait. Oh,
People
wait.
are talking in
Wait.
You think about
Don't end yet.
in 2018. And then August 30th, there's another, or August 3rd, there's another. And I'm tired of this stuff. I can make $5 million in salary at any law firm in America. If you think this is about money, it's not. The Bidens are the best I know at doing exactly what the chairman wants from this partnership. Please do not quibble. We talked about influence titles. We talked about all of this. This is shakedown. If we can use whatever terms we want, this is a threat. They believed it. The next day, they spent $100,000. You think they were scared of Hunter Biden? I don't know. I think we should find out. And it matters because on 9/17 of the same year, there's a deal done between the Chinese Communist Party and Russia for a 17% sale of Rosneft. And we continue to go through all of this. Now, finally, in December of 2018, over a year later, there's another text. So we're not talking about a speeding ticket, Sarah. We're just not. You're right, Hallie. And I find myself, because I've chosen to alienate all of my friends and family and employees, and you and the kids and my kids, etc., very alone in dealing with rebuilding and income that supports an enormous alimony.
It's worth it. It's worth ruining my hair.
Dealing with the aftermath of the abduction and likely assassination, as what the New York Times says, of my business partner, the richest man in the world. The arrest and conviction of my client, the chief of intelligence of the People's Republic of China, by the U.S. government, the retaliation of the Chinese in the ouster and arrest of U.S. suspected CIA operative inside China, my suspected involvement in brokering a deal with Vladimir Putin directly for the largest sale of oil and gas assets inside Russia to China. A tax bill that left
A town named Bacon
Eric
Switch.
left hanging over my head. And oh, by the way, my dad is running for president.
I don't think so.
Mr. Turley, given the evidence we have, would the next step in this investigation be to
A
subpoena
meeting
Hunter
in
Biden or
Russia
James Biden's bank
between
records?
Russia and China?
Yes,
What
in
do we
my
have to do
testimony,
with
I do
that?
warn the committee that once you proceed
That's the
along
there
the
there.
impeachment, the Constitution
there
is on
there.
your side, but the calendar is not. You have
Right.
to
Explain it.
quickly determine if this information is going to be withheld so that you can seek judicial review. And that's one of the things that
I'm
I
not
encourage you
staying
to
for the
do
closing
so that
statements. I'm
you
just
certainly
being
don't, you
honest.
should not
I'm
tarry
not going to stay for the closing
in an
statements.
impeachment inquiry.
Ms. O'Connor, you agree with that?
Completely. I wish I could have said it as well.
Completely.
Mr. Dublinsky, you're
I
a
want
forensic
him. I
accountant. Would
want
you like
him
to see your
now on
bank
this
records?
table.
Absolutely.
I'm willing to
Here's the
take
thing,
my
and this is the
womanly
bottom line.
breasts out of
If the
my
Vice President Biden
turtleneck
knew
and
or
throw
helped
them
or
at him
engaged in
because
any
he's so
conduct that in
intelligent, and
any
I wish I
way
was
what
him
he knew
right
his son
now.
was involved in that was helping move forward the interests of Russia and China, our two strategic adversaries on the world stage, the American people deserve to know. If the former Vice President was doing the
There
same
is a
thing or
town
knew
named
his son was
Paxson.
doing it or helped in any meaningful way, the American people deserve to know. And if the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party in 2019 knew about any of those things, the American people deserve to know. And with that, I yield back.
And I gotta go
Gentleman
potty.
yields back. I'll now yield to
And I gotta
Ranking
go
Member
poop.
Raskin
Goodbye.
for a brief closing statement.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, actually, I'll listen
online,
to him.
everybody's making fun of this Seinfeld impeachment, an impeachment hearing about nothing, apparently, 2 days before the government is about to shut down. But I want to say that all four of these witnesses have done a great service for us, not just the Republicans, but for the Democrats too. And I want to thank them for their patience, their intellectual honesty, and their surprising consensus on the key questions today. This process might not be such a whipping post, Mr. Chairman, if we heard from actual fact witnesses, which is why I'm so dismayed by the party line vote, not to call Rudy Giuliani or Lev Parnas to testify. Now, if the majority is abandoning the Ukraine Burisma theory, which used to be the heart of the investigation, as I understood it, then it's clearly we don't need them. But if you're not abandoning that, we absolutely need to hear from them. It's not the complete absence of fact witnesses that troubles us so much today. It's the complete absence of facts. When I started out as a young assistant attorney general, I went to court. I remember on my first day of work, and I heard a judge lecture a lawyer by saying, "Counsel, you have forgotten the very first rule of being a lawyer, which is when you go to court, don't forget to bring the evidence with you." And I'm afraid the majority forgot to bring the evidence with them today. And our GOP colleagues are frustrated, and I know why. Their own witnesses don't agree with them. At least a dozen GOP members on that side of the aisle on the committee have already called for impeachment of Donald Trump. And yet these three expert witnesses called by the majority have all agreed
Eastman's in
that there is
recess.
not a sufficient quantum of evidence that would justify impeachment of President Biden. And it's not Professor Turley's fault. He's a
Right.
constitutional law professor. I don't know if they
Or
looked
omit
across
the
the
first
country
name
for
of the
other
Biden you're
constitutional law
talking
professors. I don't
about.
think you could find one
That too.
who would say that there's
too.
a sufficient quantum of
too.
evidence. Maybe John Eastman, but I think he may be detained these days. The fact is
I love
that
the crossover. I love the
this
crossover insult.
hearing has been dominated by the word "if," as many people
Oh
have
my
said.
God,
It's
Ivan.
been filled with hypotheticals. And I'm a law professor, so I'm
Ivan.
not averse to them. Imagine a
You
world
said
without
that
hypotheticals. But you don't impeach a president based on hypotheticals and based on
Major
obsolete conspiracy
There's been
theories.
so much shade today. I don't
Finally,
need. I don't
Mr.
need
Chair, I just want to say
sunscreen.
we've talked a lot about Ukraine today, kind of elusively, indirectly. We've talked about the beleaguered Burisma theory. We talked about Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas and their travels there. We've talked about the Ukraine shakedown. But while we were debating all of this and mentioning Ukraine, there was a very important debate going on in the House floor, because the Republican majority in the House Rules Committee has advanced an amendment to delete $300 million from the Defense Appropriation Act, which will go to provide military and strategic
And is
security
authorized
assistance
every year. It
to
is
the
not
people of
new
Ukraine
assistance.
who are struggling to
It
defend
is not
themselves
new
against
assistance.
Vladimir Putin's
It's
bloody
existing assistance.
invasion and imperialist attack
And if you know
on their
anything
national
about government
sovereignty and on
funding,
the
it is all
rule
very
of law there.
specific.
That war has involved mass kidnapping of children, and I would love to hear from some of our friends on the other side of the aisle with QAnon talk about the actual kidnapping of children that's taking place in Ukraine today, mass rape of women and girls, and mass civilian atrocities, bombing of civilian residences, schools, hospitals, and so on. And yet the pro-Trump, pro-Putin elements in the MAGA caucus, and I know that doesn't apply to everybody on the other side of the aisle, thank God, and I appreciate everything Ken Buck has been doing. These people are trying to cut funding for our democratic allies in Ukraine. And so the assault that began on Ukraine with Donald Trump's Ukraine shakedown, holding up security and strategic assistance to them until he lied about Joe Biden, that continues to this day in their efforts to cut off military and economic assistance to the people of Ukraine. We will be fighting that. I hope that we will be able to get separate legislation, and then the MAGA caucus won't have to vote for it. But in any event, the question of Ukraine is a very serious one, and everybody who stands up for democracy, freedom, and the rule of law has got to be on the side of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Woo! Gentleman yields back. One thing I didn't hear from my friends across the aisle in their never-ending.
Fuck you. How about that? How about that, bitch? How about fuck you? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Jamie Comer, and the horse you rode in on. I hope that horse turns around and kicks you in the ass. I think there are some Republicans who need to have their asses kicked. So if there's any horses willing to volunteer, we'd appreciate it. Wow, that was painful. Oh, that was 6 hours and 40 minutes of pure pain. Pure fucking pain. I know. So, yeah. It was exhausting. It was exhausting. Yeah, F you and the lobbyist you wrote in on. That's it. You and your lobbyist you wrote in, and you're continuing to write you. Phew. We did it. Breathe. Just breathe. It's okay. It's okay. Whose line is it anyway? Exactly. In the middle of a potential government shutdown. Okay. Thank you for those of you who stayed with it and all of the people who visited. I really appreciate you. Thanks. Hit the like on your way out. That was lovely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mr. Raskin is a very good man. He's a very good man. Wow. Again, I'm just going to say it. You cannot tell me that both parties are the same. You cannot tell me that. You can't. So don't. Not that, like I feel like I put my money where their mouths, whatever that is. But yeah, no, they are, the Democrats on this committee are really incredibly well prepared for something that was a waste of their fucking time. Oh, butterflies, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. So, did you smoke your way through it? Yeah, fuck yeah. That's the way to do it. Oops, wait, that is how we do it. That's really the only way to do it. All right. So, I will see you tomorrow night for the 1-year anniversary, and then away we go. Be nice to each other. Don't be weird. Don't be weird to each other, okay? She's no longer a defendant. She playing alone. You're so welcome. Thank you all for the laughs. Oh my God, it was brilliant. What a brilliant one. All right. See you later. Have a great day. See you tomorrow.